Good morning. The 79th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will resume its consideration of Agenda Item 64, entitled Use of the Veto, to hold a debate pursuant to Resolution 76/262 of April 26, 2022, on the situation as to which the veto was cast by two permanent members at the 10,130th meeting of the Security Council on April 7, 2026, under the agenda item titled The Situation in the Middle East. Documentation under this item is listed in the Journal of the United Nations. I will now make a statement as the President of General Assembly. Excellencies, thank you for joining this 21st meeting of the Veto Initiative, convened on this occasion in response to vetoes cast on a draft resolution of the Security Council on April 7, pertaining to the Strait of Hormuz. The Veto Initiative was established in 2022 to increase accountability around glaring issues of the veto and, by extension, the inability of the Security Council to fulfill its core responsibility to maintain international peace and security. Today's meeting is a direct reflection of the mandate. In light of the Council's failure to support efforts needed to safe and unimpeded passage of the Strait of Hormuz, the General Assembly now has both the opportunity and the responsibility to ensure the debate on the freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz does not end with the casting of a veto. Member States likewise have the opportunity to speak out on the ongoing conflict and the situation in the Middle East more broadly, to hold the Security Council accountable, and, importantly, to remind all parties involved of the obligations under the UN Charter and international law. Because every resolution not passed in the name of peace and security, and every violation of international law carries real consequences for people on the ground, and for the countries and communities affected. And as the past weeks have made clear, in our interconnected world, there is nothing theoretical about complaints to international law. What unfolds in one region echoes across all others, with deep and multi-sister consequences everywhere. Oil prices have surged by more than 40%, rising to around $100 per barrel, with spikes above $110. Disruptions linked to conflict have removed up to 1.5 million barrels per day from global supply, driving sharp increases in fuel, transport, and broader trade costs. The disruption of fertilizers has exacerbated food insecurity for millions of vulnerable people. The IMF cut its growth outlook for 2026, noting the threat of global recession. Economic repercussions are felt everywhere. For example, as far away as New Zealand, where airlines have been forced to slash services, and Philippines, where it even declared an energy emergency. While each resolution focuses on the Strait of Hormuz, what we are witnessing is not a single crisis, but the convergence of multiple overlapping and long-standing fault lines, which did not start on the 28th of February. It includes attacks against civilian and commercial infrastructure, from oil and energy systems to airports to vessels and shipping containers to, most shockingly, schools and communities. Attacks that are prohibited under international humanitarian law, which protects civilians. It includes tensions over Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile progress. It includes grave human rights violations, most notably the killing of thousands of peaceful protesters in Iran. It includes persistent threats, including missile attacks against Israel. It includes deaths of thousands of civilians, including children, in Iran and Lebanon, as well as missile attacks and casualties across the region, embracing Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates, Jordan, and Iraq. And it includes the diversion of international attention from the ongoing catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza, and the need to fully implement Security Council Resolution 2803, as well as from negative developments in the West Bank, where we continue to see intensified settler violence against Palestinians and the expansion of illegal settlements by Israel. Taken together, the Excellencies, these realities cannot be ignored, can they be separated. They form the broad context within which this current crisis is unfolding. Now more than ever, dear colleagues, there is a need to refocus our efforts on diplomacy, on negotiations, and on the peaceful settlement of all disputes in the Middle East, in full accordance with the UN Charter and international law. It's there for a reason. In this regard, I commend all parties who have continued to pursue diplomatic solutions, including those efforts that have helped to broker the initial ceasefire between the United States and Iran, which must be respected by all parties and extended throughout the region, including in Lebanon. Indeed, if the Security Council is unable or unwilling to fulfill its charter responsibility in the maintenance of international peace and security, then the General Assembly asks you to step forward. We must then move from debate to action. I therefore encourage all member states to put forward concrete, forward-looking solutions, including draft resolutions, and help move beyond the current impasse, not only with regard to the Strait of Hormuz, but across the region as a whole. Knowing what a difficult, fragmented time we live in, and fully aware of what might come, we should not reduce diplomatic engagement, but rather seize the opportunity to build on the initial fragile ceasefire, including through the efforts of the newly appointed personal envoy of the Secretary General on the Middle East. History has shown us time and again that pursuing diplomacy and upholding international law remain the only viable path to peace, security, and the protection of civilians' human dignity, no matter how hard it may seem. And as I said in the beginning, in an interconnected world, it is in the interest of all of us to stand up and protect the international rules-based order. As the consequences of a crisis anywhere affect us everywhere. Thank you. Before proceeding further, I wish to recall my letter on the time management and speaking times circulated to delegations on January 6, 2026. In this debate, speakers are encouraged to adhere to the time limit of 7 minutes for statements made on behalf of a group of states and 5 minutes for delegations speaking in the national capacity. To assist delegations managing the time, a countdown clock will be displayed on the screen. I thank you for your cooperation. As the first speaker, I will give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation, followed by China.
Госпожа председатель, 7 апреля Российская Федерация проголосовала против внесенного Бахрейном и Иорданией, Катар, Кувейтом, Объединенными Арабскими Эмиратами и Саудовской Аравией проект резолюции в отношении ситуации в В первую очередь хочу напомнить о принципиальной позиции России в отношении конфликта на Ближнем Востоке. Наша страна
condemns the aggression of the United States relating to Iran, which was unleashed in violation of the UN Charter and other norms of international law, and which resulted in a large number of victims, including civilians. We are committed to the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all without exceptions of the region of Iran and the Arabian Peninsula monarchies. For this reason, we consider a strike against civilians and civilian infrastructure to be unacceptable. The leadership of our country undertook the most active efforts possible with you to prevent them. However, some members of the Security Council prefer to turn a blind eye to the root cause of the escalation tensions. Unfortunately, this was one of the key shortcomings of the earlier Security Council Resolution number 2017. Nonetheless, with understanding concern of the GCC countries abstained during the vote. However, in the non-Security Council Resolution on maritime security in the Middle East we are discussing today, not only was the broad context of the conflict ignored. In it, the Security Council was being invited to give green light to use of certain protective measures under pretext of ensuring the safety of navigation. This would become a carte blanche for the continuation of aggressive actions and further escalation. The removal of references to chapters 7 of the UN Charter and to amending of all necessary measures did not solve the problem. In addition to this, essentially every paragraph of the draft resolution was replete with constitutional and factually incorrect elements, which is something that we spoke about indeed in a statement we made in the explanation of vote on 7th of April. The adoption of such a document would only have created an additional pretext for aggressors who were already affecting Iran's civilian infrastructure and civilians to massive strikes, ensuring the possibility of using force on the basis of weak criteria, accompanied by intention to create the impression of Iran as the sole source of threats to international peace and security, left ample room for interpretation by some states and legitimizing unlawful and dangerous actions. In very recent past, we've already seen such examples, and everyone can recall what monstrous consequences the prudent interpretation of Security Council Resolution 1973 on the adopted in 2011 led to. The Russian Federation could not allow the Security Council to sign up to the legitimization of aggression. For this reason, throughout the entire negotiating process and up to the very last moment, kept calling our efforts to refrain from advancing this resolution. Unfortunately, our Bahraini colleagues and their like-minded partners nevertheless decided to bring the matter to a vote. In that situation, we had no choice but to oppose its adoption. China acted in similar manner. The events that followed once again confirmed that our countries, as responsible permanent members of the Security Council, took the right turn. Shortly after the vote on the 7th of April, the establishment of peace regime between the United States and Iran was announced. On the 11th of April, in Islamabad, direct talks were held between the American and Iranian representatives. We are convinced that reputation short-sighted and ill-considered steps within the Security Council made it possible to safeguard the necessary conditions to achieve the first, although minimal and fragile agreement, as well as prolonging the diplomatic process for a comprehensive state settlement. Madam President, Russian Federation stands for ensuring freedom of navigation, and not only in the Hormuz and adjacent waters, but throughout world ocean. We consider it necessary to seek an end to attacks on the commercial fleet of 80 states, as well as opening corridors for Cuba and Venezuela. This problem must be addressed in a comprehensive manner with the participation of all interested states. We are convinced that such an approach should be fully applied to the current situation in the Middle East as well. Resolving the problem of the Strait of Hormuz, aggravated by the escalatory steps of the American leadership to block maritime communication with Iranian ports, is impossible without eliminating the root causes of the current crisis and without taking into account the opinion of Tehran. At the same time, understanding concern about our friends in Russia, jointly with China, put forward an alternative draft Security Council resolution of the current situation in the Middle East, including the context of maritime security. This draft is framed in a concise and balanced manner and is aimed at facilitating search for negotiated solution, which is currently being pursued with the assistance of a number of countries, including Pakistan. The document is currently in blue. As Security Council table, we believe at the present moment the Council should focus precisely on such objective initiatives that are consistent with its mandate to maintain international peace, security, and we count on the support of all members of the Security Council. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of China, followed by Kuwait and the European Union.
Madam President, April 7th, China, along with Russia, voted against a draft resolution on the issue of the Strait of Hormuz at the Security Council. As a permanent member of the Security Council, China approaches every vote in the Council with a serious, conscientious, and responsible attitude, and always determines its voting position based on the merit of the issue itself and on whether the adoption of a resolution would genuinely contribute to resolving the issue and achieving peace. China attaches great importance to this draft resolution submitted by Iran on behalf of the Gulf states, who fully understand their major concerns. At the same time, the Security Council's actions should be aimed at de-escalation. They must not provide a veneer of legitimacy for unauthorized military operations, or grant a license to use of force, let alone further exacerbate tension and add fuel to the fire leading to an escalation of conflict. In exercising its veto of this draft resolution, China has upheld international fairness and justice, defended the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, prevented the conflict from extending further and the situation from escalating further, and created favorable conditions for achieving a temporary ceasefire along in dialogue and negotiation. China's vote represents a voice responsible for peace and for the people of the region. It stands on the right side of history and will stand the test of history. President, China does not go along with Iran's attacks on Gulf states. China believes that the passage and safety of a strait used for international navigation should be safeguarded. We call Iran to take proactive measures to restore normal navigation in the Strait of Hormuz at an early date. Meanwhile, the US's ramped-up military deployment and targeted blockade constitute a dangerous and irresponsible move. The issue of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz is a spillover effect of the conflict in Iran. Only a complete ceasefire can fundamentally create conditions for an easing situation. China welcomes the announcement by relevant parties that a ceasefire agreement has been reached with all efforts conducive to ending conflict. The U.S.-Iran negotiation in Pakistan marks a step in the right direction toward de-escalation. The current situation has reached a critical juncture between war and peace, and a window of opportunity for peace is opening. Pressing priority is to prevent, by all means, a lapse in fighting, and to maintain the momentum of the ceasefire negotiation did not come easy. This serves the fundamental interests of people in the region and meets the shared aspirations of the international community. Relevant parties should adhere to the ceasefire agreement, stick to the direction of dialogue and peace talks, stay committed to resolving disputes through political and diplomatic means, and take concrete actions to ease regional tension. The international community should continue to intensify efforts to promote talks for peace and unequivocally oppose any actions that undermine the ceasefire or escalate confrontation. All parties should also earnestly respect Lebanon's sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity, and prevent escalation of the situation in Lebanon from affecting ceasefire agreement. President, as a sincere and strategic partner of the countries in the Middle East, China is following closely the regional situation, upholding an objective and impartial position, as being engaged in intensive mediation with all parties actively promote talks for peace. Recently, President Xi Jinping solidly put forward 4 propositions on safeguarding and promoting peace and stability in the Middle East, namely, staying committed to the principle of peaceful coexistence, staying committed to the principle of national sovereignty, staying committed to the principle of international law, and staying committed to a balanced approach to development and security. This demonstrates China's consistent and active efforts to promote peace and conflict and advocate for dialogue to resolve differences. It offers a Chinese approach to resolving crisis and ending conflict. Guided by the essence of President Xi Jinping's 4 propositions, China stands ready to continue to facilitate escalation, promote improvement relations on regional countries, and make constructive and ultimately achieve enduring peace and stability in the midst. Thank you, President.
I thank the distinguished representative of China and now give floor to the distinguished representative of Kuwait, also on behalf of Bahrain, Jordan, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates.
In the name of God, the Rest of the Compassionate, Madam President, on behalf of the Kingdom of Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the State of Qatar, the Hamid Kingdom of Jordan, and my country, the State of Kuwait, we express our appreciation for holding this meeting pursuant to General Assembly Resolution 76/262, following the initiative led by Liechtenstein to support from member states. This initiative reflects the commitment of the international community to transparency and accountability when the Security Council is able to discharge its responsibilities due to the use of people. Madam President, the draft resolution on securing maritime navigation in the Strait of Hormuz was tabled on the 7th of April 2026 as part of a responsible and purposeful collective action aimed at addressing clear and direct threats to international peace and security, and aimed at safeguarding the freedom of maritime navigation as a shared international interest. This endeavor reflected our country's commitment to act within relevant multilateral frameworks, foremost among them the Security Council, in order for the Council to fulfill its core responsibility in confronting such threats and unjustified and unlawful practice that target the stability of the region and the global economy. The Kingdom of Bahrain, its capacity as a holder, made diligent efforts during extensive consultations with members of the Security Council that lasted nearly 3 weeks to reach a balanced text that takes into account all concerns, in particular those of countries of the region. These efforts included extensive consultations and the circulation of 6 successive versions of the draft resolution. The vote was postponed more than one occasion in effort to ensure the unity of the Council on this important matter. Several proposals were tabled to find common ground. Nevertheless, the Security Council was able to discharge its responsibility and adopt the draft resolution, despite the gravity of the existing threat and its direct impact on international peace and security. Madam President, through the Security Council Resolution 2017, which was co-sponsored by 136 states, The international community adopted obligations that are not subject to such interpretations or selective implementation. Any failure to implement these obligations or any laxity in enforcing them encourages further violations in blatant defiance of this consensus, and this would be a real test of the credibility of the international system. Illegal measures in the Iran and Strait of Hormuz have constituted a direct threat to global energy security and the safety of supply chains. When international maritime routes are threatened, the entire world is affected by the repercussions. They impact the lives of millions in the region and around the world. And it is the global south that bears the greatest burden of such crises. The World Food Programme has estimated that continued disruptions could push to 55 million additional people into acute food insecurity. This is not a new matter. This is a pattern of behavior to see before Security Council Resolution 552 of 1984 expressed international concern regarding such practices. Madam President, these attacks by the Islamic Republic of Iran have not only targeted shipping lanes, but have also affected civilian city and political infrastructure, a clear and blatant violation of international law and international humanitarian law, as well as the rules of freedom of navigation enshrined in the United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea. Such practices cannot be justified under any pretext, and they are imprescriptible. Rather, they require a firm and responsible international stance. This collective action reflects a necessary response to grave developments that created a direct threat to freedom of maritime navigation, affected the safety and stability of international trade, energy markets, and the supply of food medicine. The draft resolution also aimed to consolidate relevant principles of international law and freedom of navigation, and aim to ensure that waterways are not used as tools of pressure or extortion. The failure by the Security Council to adopt it does not absolve any party of responsibility. It does send an erroneous message to the people of the world that threats to international waterways can occur without a firm collective response by the international body responsible for the maintenance of international peace and security. Madam President, Gulf region is not distant from the country of the world. Rather, it lays at the heart of the global economic stability. Security is an integral part of the security of all states. Its stability is a cornerstone of prosperity for the world as a whole. We are aware of the seriousness of existing threats, and we are committed to safeguarding maritime security and ensuring the continuity of international trade. Our countries, therefore, wish to announce their intention collectively to continue working and coordinating closely with member states with a view to submitting a new draft resolution aimed at securing the freedom of maritime navigation. This effort will be based on a comprehensive, consultative approach that takes into account all concerns, thereby enhancing prospects of achieving broad international consensus and to reaffirm the principles of international law applicable to strait use for international navigation in order to protect freedom of navigation, safeguard maritime security, and ensure full compliance with Security Council Resolutions 552 and 2817. At the same time, we affirm that the right of our countries to defend their security and sovereignty remains guaranteed under Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations to address any ongoing threats. Madam President, the credibility of the international system is measured by its unity and its ability to implement its solution on ground. Today, that credibility stands before a real test. We will continue to uphold our responsibility alongside all those who believe in international law and the right of people's security, stability, and life of the community. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the Distinguished Representative of Kuwait on behalf of Bahrain, Jordan, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. I now give the floor to the Distinguished Representative of the European Union on behalf of the EU and its member states, followed by Singapore and Iceland.
Thank you, Madam President. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union's member states, the candidate countries Macedonia, Montenegro, Albania, Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova, and Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as Andorra and Monaco, align themselves with the statement. We regret that despite intense negotiations, the draft resolution proposed by Bahrain, on behalf of Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Jordan, could not be adopted because of the veto exercised by two permanent members of the Security Council, the body bearing the primary responsibility for maintaining peace and security. Freedom of navigation and maritime security in the Strait of Hormuz, one of those critical maritime routes, are essential for the stability of the Middle East, for global trade, for energy and food security, and for our critical supply chains. As we are witnessing today, disruption to its normal functioning carries far-reaching consequences as the security, economic, and humanitarian aspects of the crisis spill far beyond the Gulf region. For example, since the onset of the escalation, fertilizer prices increased by 20 to 35% in Latin America and the Caribbean. Global urea prices are up 50%, just as Asia enters its rice planting season. This threatens to reduce harvests globally and could drive up to 45 million additional people, as the previous statement indicated, into acute hunger during 2026. This is a global crisis and the most significant humanitarian supply chain disruption since COVID, comparable to the shock caused by Russia's blockade of the Black Sea and subsequent grain crisis. Any act that threaten safe and free navigation through the Strait of Hormuz is unacceptable. Maritime security, freedom of navigation, and the right of free passage through international straits must be respected in line with international law as reflected in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. It cannot be conditioned by individual states. The European Union welcomes the ceasefire agreed by the United States and Iran and urges for de-escalation and continued dialogue and full respect of international law by all parties, including the principles of the United Nations Charter and international humanitarian law. We commend Pakistan and other regional partners for their efforts and mediation that contribute to this positive outcome. Madam President, we welcome increased coalition among partners to ensure freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz to consider appropriate measures once the conditions are met. We also welcome the Secretary General's personal engagement in addressing this crisis, including the appointment of Jean Arnaud as personal envoy for the Middle East, and express our full support for his mandate, as well as for the UN task force set up by we aim to develop mechanisms designed to meet humanitarian needs in the Strait of Hormuz. We urge all involved to fully respect the ceasefire across the region, including in Lebanon, cease all military operations, and fully ensure freedom of navigation in line with international law, with special urgency on the passage of humanitarian goods. UNSC Resolution 2017 to be fully implemented. All parties must comply with international humanitarian law and protect civilians and civilian infrastructure, UN peacekeepers, and humanitarian personnel. In this context, we further call for an urgent cessation of hostilities in Lebanon, which take a heavy toll on civilians. We hope that the first bilateral meeting in decades between Israel and Lebanon may pave the way to a lasting peace between the two countries. To conclude, Madam President, the European Union will continue to engage with partners in the region to contribute to de-escalation and regional stability. Diplomacy is key to resolving all outstanding issues. The European Union's High Representative Kallas visited the Gulf countries last week, while the President of the European Council, Costa, concluded his visit to the Gulf region yesterday. Parties should continue engaging in good faith in efforts to reach sustainable agreement on all areas of concern. We stand ready to contribute to all diplomatic efforts in coordination with partners to reduce tensions and bring about a lasting solution to end hostilities, prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon, and put an end to Iran's stabilizing activities, including its ballistic missile program. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the European Union on behalf of the EU and its member states. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Singapore, also on behalf of Fiji, Malta, and Jamaica.
Madam President, it's my honor to deliver the following statement on behalf of Fiji, Jamaica, Malta, and my own country, Singapore. Our four countries contributed actively to the negotiation, drafting, and conclusion of the United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS. We remain steadfast stewards of the Convention, committed to upholding it a legal framework within which all activities in the oceans and seas must be carried out. For small states, international rule of law is a matter of survival. We therefore have an abiding interest in the faithful implementation of UNCLOS as the constitution for the oceans and in reaffirming its universal and unified character. Madam President, at the outset, we wish to express our gratitude to you for convening the debate on use of the veto. Membership gathered here today because the veto was exercised to block a draft resolution concerning the Strait of Hormuz. We are disappointed that there has been no agreement on the adoption of the draft resolution, which would have reaffirmed that all ships and aircraft enjoy the right of transit passage through the strait, which shall not be impeded in accordance with international law as reflected in UNCLOS. The Strait of Hormuz is a strait used for international navigation, through which the right of transit passage applies under UNCLOS. This right is also firmly entrenched in customary international law, and is therefore binding on all states, regardless of whether they are parties to UNCLOS. Transit passage applies during peacetime and war. This right is not contingent on any license or levy. It is an inherent right of ship and aircraft to traverse without prior authorization. As reflected in Article 44 of UNCLOS, the rule is unequivocal that states bordering such straits shall not hamper or suspend transit passage. There are no exceptions to this inherent right. The right of unimpeded transit passage has been and continues to be of fundamental importance to international maritime trade. When transit passage is disrupted, the consequences reverberate across the global economy through energy markets, supply chains, and increased freight costs. For many small island nations and developing states with import-dependent economies, such disruptions have severe impacts on economic resilience and energy security. It is the collective interest of the international community to assure respect for and uphold the right of unimpeded transit passage in the Strait of Hormuz, as well as in all other straits used for international navigation. Madam President, the current situation in the Strait of Hormuz, where transit passage has been impeded, is of great concern. We call on all concerned parties to uphold and respect the right of transit passage, comply with all other applicable obligations under international law, restore safe and unimpeded transit passage in the Strait of Hormuz, and assure the safety of seafarers and ships. Madam President, please allow me to also make some additional remarks in a national capacity. Singapore had welcomed the announcement of a 2-week ceasefire in the Middle East on the 8th of April 2026. We are encouraged by the steps towards de-escalation and commend the efforts of the mediators, in particular Pakistan. We urge the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran to continue down the path of dialogue and redouble efforts in negotiations that lead to the permanent end to the conflict and lasting peace and stability in the region. Safe and unimpeded transit passage through the Strait of Hormuz, in accordance with the international law and UNCLOS, must be restored. The safety of seafarers and ships must be ensured. And Singapore also endorses the statement to be made later by the Philippines on behalf of ASEAN. Thank you.
Distinguished representative of Singapore, on behalf of Fiji, Malta, and Jamaica. I now refer to the distinguished representative of Iceland, also on behalf of Finland and Norway, followed by the Philippines and Liechtenstein.
Madam President, I have the honor to speak on behalf of Finland, Norway, and my own country, Iceland. First, allow me to pay tribute to the originators of General Assembly Resolution 76-262. This resolution is proving itself an effective tool for taking into account permanent members of the Security Council in all circumstances with the veto is used. The Security Council bears primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. It carries out its duties on behalf of the entire membership. It is entirely right and proper that the Permanent Five explain their use of veto and the consequent failure of that Council to act in cause of peace and security. We also remain supportive of the General Assembly, considering its own role in situations where Council is unable to act. The casting of the veto by China and the Russian Federation at Council meeting of April 7th prevented Council once again from taking concerted and decisive action to re-establish peace and security. The resolution aims to address key aspects of the conflict in the region, namely the reduction of global commons in the shape of the Strait of Hormuz, as a vital international shipping lane and the responsibility of all parties to refrain from further escalation and seize all attacks against civilian infrastructure compliance with international law. Freedom of navigation is the cornerstone of the law of the sea and must be upheld. The failure to resolve these issues risks massive damage to the global economy and severe impact on millions of ordinary people, particularly countries already in a situation of food insecurity. We thank Bahrain and other GCC countries for their attempt to bring all member states on board. The resolution went through a number of iterations and was in its final iteration limited to pure defense measures and was designed to prevent escalation. The failure of the Council to respond risks widening further the credibility gap when it comes to the Council's role in peace and security. The Vetoes Council last week banned the further development of Resolution 2817, in which the Council condemned any actions or threats aimed at closing, obstructing, or otherwise interfering with international navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. This resolution was supported by a record number and 32 member states, including our countries. Madam President, with conflicts escalating in the Middle East region and elsewhere, seeing devastating humanitarian consequences for millions, the Security Council must turn a new page. The Security Council needs to be a forum in which tough decisions are resolved, not simply showcased. We support the UN's leadership through the Council and by Secretary General. Thank you.
Thank the distinguished representative of Iceland, also on behalf of Finland and Norway. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Philippines on behalf of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations.
Thank you, Madam President. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the 11 member states of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations: Brunei Darussalam, Cambodia, Indonesia, the Lao People's Democratic Republic, Malaysia, Myanmar, Singapore, Thailand, Timor-Leste, Vietnam, and our own country, the Philippines. ASEAN expresses deep concern over the developments in the Middle East and their implications for regional and global peace and stability. In the ASEAN Foreign Ministers' Statement of 13 April 2026 on developments in the Middle East, we welcome the announcement of two-week ceasefire between the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran, 8 April 2026, and underscore the importance of its full and effective implementation. We reaffirm the importance of maintaining maritime safety and security and holding freedom of navigation in and over above straits used for international navigation, in accordance with international law, including the 1982 UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, and relevant standards and recommended practices by the International Civil Aviation Organization and the International Maritime Organization. In this regard, call for restoration of the safe, unimpeded, and continuous transit passage of vessels and aircraft in the Strait of Hormuz in line with the 1982 UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, as well as for all parties to ensure the safety of seafarers and ships in accordance with the International Convention for the Safety of the Sea. We urge the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran to continue negotiations that will lead to the permanent end of the conflict and lasting peace and stability in the region. We commend efforts of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan and all parties involved for collaborative efforts in this regard. We call for the full and effective implementation of the ceasefire, aimed at preventing further suffering and loss of lives, ensure maritime security and freedom of navigation and oversight, especially for merchant, non-combatant vessels and aircraft in accordance with the 1982 UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, minimizing disruption to the flow of energy and essential goods, and mitigating its adverse impact on global economic stability. We urge all parties involved to maintain conducive conditions for the full and effective implementation of the ceasefire, exercising utmost restraint, ceasing all hostilities, acting responsibly, avoiding any acts that may aggravate the situation, and working collectively toward comprehensive and enduring resolution in accordance with international law, United Nations Charter, and relevant UN Security Council resolutions. Underscore the importance of obtaining regional peace, stability, and prosperity, upholding international law, and promoting earnest dialogue and diplomacy as a primary means of addressing conflicts and tensions, including the need for a complete and immediate cessation of hostilities across all fronts in the Middle East. We further reaffirm the obligations of all states to resolve their differences through peaceful means, to respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all nations, to protect civilians and civilian infrastructure in armed conflicts, and to ensure the safety and security of UN peacekeepers and humanitarian personnel, in line with international law, the UN Charter, and relevant UN Security Council resolutions. I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you to the Senior Representative of the Philippines on behalf of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. I now give the floor to the Senior Representative of Liechtenstein, recalling the time limit of statements for delegations speaking in a national capacity of 5 minutes, followed by Egypt and Japan.
Good morning, Madam President. Thank you for convening this assembly in a timely manner after the casting of veto at the Russian Federation and China on draft resolution 2026/273 proposed by Bahrain on behalf of a group of states in the Security Council. We appreciate the introduction of a special report by the Council, the presence of both voting states at today's meeting, both of which are in line with provisions of Resolution 76262, otherwise known as the VETO Initiative. We look forward to receiving a summary of today's meeting to send the Council for their reflection in line with Resolution 79327. Madam President, the situation regarding the Strait of Hormuz is of significant concern across the world, not simply because of the armed conflict that has led to the situation in and around the Strait, but because of the consequences for local shipping and for the transit of vital energy supplies, foodstuffs, and fertilizers, the massive impact on global economy. The conflict is making life unaffordable for many and will undoubtedly leave the most vulnerable hungry. We appreciate the initiative to bring a resolution addressing the situation in the interest of populations the world over, indeed of all of us. We also appreciate efforts by the rapporteur to listen to Council members with concerns over the text, while this has unfortunately not resulted in a solution that was able to be adopted by the Council. It is important that measures taken by the Council are commensurate with the threats they are meant to address, including through appropriate temporal and geographical limitations. We also note in the context that the draft did contain some ambiguity, in particular with respect to the chapter on which the Council is deriving its legal authority for the measures contained in the text, a more general problem with respect to the drafting of Council resolutions. We encourage all drafters of such texts to specify on which chapter intend the Council to act. Madam President, today we find ourselves in a different situation to when the draft was vetoed. Liechtenstein thanks Pakistan and all other states to work towards a ceasefire deal between the United States and the Islamic Republic of Iran, and urges for its full and complete implementation and conclusion of a lasting peace agreement. We know that Israel has announced the will enter talks with Lebanon, urging negotiations in good faith on the basis of the aforementioned ceasefire. We also thank the Secretary General for the nomination of Jean Arnaud as his special envoy on Mid-East conflict and its consequences, and express our full support for his work. Madam President, this is a situation where the world rightly expects action by the political organs of the United Nations. We have listened carefully to the comments offered by who wait this morning and look forward to further steps to present the resolution, and also the call that you yourself have made this morning. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Liechtenstein. Now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Egypt, followed by Japan and Austria.
Madam President of the General Assembly, since the very first day of the conflict in the Middle East and the Arabian Gulf, Egypt has expressed deep concern regarding the danger of military escalation in the region. It has warned of looming threat that this escalation poses, namely the expansion of the conflict causing instability and total chaos, thereby endangering regional and international peace and security. In this context, Egypt reiterates its complete rejection of all forms of aggression against the sovereignty and territorial integrity of its sister Arab nations in the Gulf, as well as Jordan and Iraq. We condemn these unacceptable and unjustifiable acts of aggression. We also stress our full solidarity with sister Arab states and our unwavering support for them in the face of any threat to their security and stability. Egypt has therefore co-sponsored Security Council Resolution 2817, adopted by the Council on March 11th. We also stress the need to fully adhere to the UN Charter and international law, including international humanitarian law. This entails completely refraining from targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, including energy facilities, water desalination plants, and residential areas, as such acts constitute grave violations of international law and pose a direct threat to regional stability. We extend our sincere condolences and deepest sympathies to the family of the innocent civilians who have fallen prey to these violations. Madam President, Egypt emphasizes that there can be no military solution to this crisis. Continued escalation will only lead to further violence, destruction, and human suffering, while simultaneously undermining security and stability. In this context, Cairo has made efforts over the past year to build confidence and foster a conducive environment for resolving any concerns regarding the Iranian nuclear program, including by promoting dialogue, diplomatic solution, and cooperation with the IAEA. So in close cooperation with Pakistan and Turkey, Egypt engaged in intensive consultations with various regional and international parties throughout the war to ensure de-escalation and prevent the situation from reaching a point of no return, ultimately paving the way for a ceasefire and a comprehensive, sustainable settlement. In the same vein, Egypt welcomed the initial steps taken by the Secretary-General to revitalize the United Nations' role in addressing the conflict, including his appointment of a personal envoy for this matter. Accordingly, Egypt welcomed the announcement by the US President on April 8 of a 2-week suspension of military operations in the region. This is a positive step towards de-escalation and containing tensions. Egypt stresses that the suspension of military operations by the United States, coupled with the corresponding response from the Iranian side, present a vital opportunity that must be seized to pave the way for negotiations, diplomacy, and constructive dialogue. We welcome the convening of a significant round of negotiations between the United States and Iran on Saturday, April 11, in Pakistan's capital, Islamabad. We look forward to building on the agreements reached during this talk to promote diplomatic solutions that would bring an end to the war through robust and sustainable arrangements. We underscore the need for building upon this step through full adherence to the cessation of military operations and respect for freedom of international navigation. We stress that Egypt will continue to make every effort in coordination with Pakistan and Turkey to advance this objective. Egypt joins the vast majority of the people and government of the region and the world calling for an urgent end to this war, the losses and damages of which would only multiply were military operations to resume and were diplomacy and dialogue, which are the sole window of hope for us all, to be abandoned. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the Distinguished Representative of Egypt. I now give the floor to the Distinguished Representative of Japan.
Thank you, Madam President. Achieving peace and order in the Gulf and the entire Middle East is of paramount importance, not only for regional stability, but for global peace and security. In this context, ensuring safety of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz is indispensable to any meaningful normalization of the situation. Japan has consistently supported diplomatic efforts toward early de-escalation. From this perspective, it is regrettable that the Security Council could not play a significant role in stabilizing the situation in the Strait of Hormuz at this juncture. Under these circumstances, Japan expresses its respect and support for mediation efforts by the parties concerned, particularly recent US-Iran negotiations held in Islamabad. We hope that such diplomatic endeavors will lead to a positive impact on the normalization of transit through the strait. As a vital artery for global commerce, the strait must remain open and safe for international navigation. The current situation in the Strait of Hormuz has been undermining global food and energy security. Japan scores that ensuring free and safe passage of the Strait of Hormuz constitutes a vital foundation for global socio-economic stability, particularly for those regions such as Asia and Africa that are most directly vulnerable to disruption. In this regard, Japan welcomes the decision made by the IMO Council on March 19th. We call for the relevant parties to take necessary immediate action to enable establishment of a framework such as safe maritime corridor to facilitate the safe evacuation of merchant ships. The disruption of maritime transport not only threatens the well-being of seafarers, but also hinders the integrity and viability of the international maritime system. For our part, Japan recently hosted a summit meeting to call for a new framework called Partnership on Wide Energy and Resource Resilience Asia, our area, to cooperate in emergency responses through financing the procurement of crude oil, petroleum products, and maintaining supply chains in Asia, as well as in structural responses such as establishing stockpiling and release system. In conclusion, we call for further diplomatic efforts by member states to restore safe international navigation to the Strait of Hormuz in accordance with the international law, as reaffirmed in Security Council Resolution 2817. Thank you.
Thank the Distinguished Representative of Japan. I now give the floor to the Distinguished Representative of Ultra, followed by the Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States.
Madam President, Excellencies, colleagues, we gather here today because once again Council action was blocked by exercise of the veto by permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. Austria regrets that a matter of profound legal consequence went unanswered by the Council. Colleagues, even as a landlocked country, Austria is acutely aware of the importance of maritime security and respect for the rule of law at sea. The legal situation is crystal clear. As a state used for international navigation and connecting two parts of the high seas, all ships enjoy rights to continuous, expeditious passage through the Strait of Hormuz, according to Article 38 of UNCLOS, and also according to customary international law. This right cannot be suspended unilaterally and continues to apply in times of armed conflict. The unilateral blockade or restrictions to freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz has severe consequences for food and energy security across the world, as many have said before. This threatens to destabilize the global economy and risks pushing most vulnerable countries to the brink of famine. Millions will suffer if this situation remains unaddressed. Madam President, any unilateral actions restricting the freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz or other international straits are therefore completely unacceptable. Austria strongly calls for freedom of navigation through the Strait of Hormuz to be swiftly restored. We welcome the Secretary General's initiative on fertilizer exports as a pragmatic first step. But let us be clear, we welcome it, but pragmatic workarounds are not substitute for rule of law. Iran's international obligations remain untouched by such an initiative. Colleagues, let me speak plainly about the wider situation. Iran must never acquire a nuclear weapon. For Austria, which has championed the treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons and has worked towards a world war and also a region free of nuclear arms for decades. This conviction is not rhetorical, it is a pillar of our foreign policy. And people of Iran who have endured decades of repression deserve respect the human rights and the human dignity. But military escalation is not the answer. Austria is gravely concerned with the erosion of the international order with the UN Charter at its core. In the same vein, indiscriminate attacks by Iran and its neighbors in the Gulf and in the broader region are completely unacceptable and must stop immediately. And this was also expressed by Austria's Foreign Minister Beate Mendel upon her visit to Riyadh only last week. Colleagues, a diplomatic solution is the only way forward. De-escalation and diplomacy are urgently needed. Austria therefore calls on all sides to continue to respect the ceasefire agreed on last week to allow for negotiations. Austria does not simply call for diplomacy and dialogue as a attitude. Federal Chancellor Christian Stocker and our Foreign Minister Beate Mendel have been in constant contact with all partners across the region and with the parties to this conflict. We grateful to Pakistan and others for their tireless efforts in Islamabad. That those talks did not succeed is a setback. Diplomacy has solved because one round of talks have failed. Vienna has hosted historic negotiations on the Iranian nuclear question before. We stand ready to do so again. Our offer is sincere and our commitment to mediation is unconditional. The least only path forward a peaceful solution. Austria is ready to do its part to help achieve this goal. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Austria. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran for the new speaking order with Denmark and New Zealand.
In the name of the Campaign, merciful Madam President, before delivering my statement, I would like to express Iran's strong objection and serious concerns regarding the biased and one-sided statement delivered by Your Excellency in the capacity of President of the General Assembly, which be departing from the mandate and institutional responsibilities of the office of look the cause of the situation and unfounded allegation against a member state. It is a well-established principle grounded in the spirit of the Charter of the United Nations and the rule procedure of the General Assembly that the holder of this office must exercise strict impartiality and refrain from adopting positions that could compromise the neutrality and credibility of the General Assembly. Madam President, the views cast by China and Russia were timely justified and necessary. During the Council meeting, my delegation made clear that the text was one-sided and ignored the root causes of the crisis. The eager and savage war of aggression by the United States and Israel against Iran on 28 February. Its adoption would have set a dangerous precedent, eroding the sovereign rights of the coastal state, undermining the UN Charter, increasing the risk of escalation. Madam President, the recent U.S. unlawful actions, including effort to impose a naval blockade in the Strait of Hormuz, further demonstrate the flawed logic behind the draft. The unlawful measures escalate tensions and threaten both military security and international trade. Against this backdrop, I wish to mark the following points. First, the Islamic Republic of Iran, as a responsible state committed to the United Nations Charter and the international law, has consistently upheld freedom of navigation and maritime security in Persian Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz, and the Gulf of Oman. For decades, Iran has fulfilled its responsibilities in good faith as a coastal state of the Strait of Hormuz, ensuring security and safeguarding freedom of navigation. Iran, in accordance with international law, has implemented necessary and precautionary measures to ensure the safety and security of navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. These measures are designed to facilitate the continuous and safe passage of vessels while preventing exploitation of this waterway for hostile or military purposes by aggressors and their affiliates. Second, the imposition of the maritime blockade announced by the United States constitutes a grave violation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Iran. This unlawful action is a flagrant breach of the prohibition on the threat of use of force enshrined in Article 2 and constitutes a clear act of violation on international law by seeking to obstruct maritime traffic and from Iranian coast. The United States unlawfully interferes with the exercise of sovereign rights of the Islamic Republic of Iran and infringe upon the rights of the third states unlawful maritime commerce under international law. The United States must bear full responsibility for this intentionally wrongful act or any consequences arising therefrom, including the impact on the regional and international peace and security. The realization of principles of freedom of navigation and maritime safety in the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman, particularly in the Strait of Hormuz, which lies within the territorial sea of coastal states, is only possible through full respect for the sovereignty and sovereign rights of those coastal states. As such, sustainable stability in the Strait of Hormuz and the region can only be achieved through the cessation of aggression and the full respect for Iran's legitimate right and interest. Over the past 40 days of the United States and Israeli regime war of aggression against Iran, aggressors have crossed every legal, moral, and humanitarian boundary. They violated international humanitarian law and committed war crimes by deliberately and indiscriminately targeting civilian infrastructure, including residential areas, schools, hospitals, healthcare facilities, airports, sport facilities, and cultural and historical sites. Furthermore, the United States utilized military bases and facilities located in the countries of the Persian Gulf region. Evidence indicates that military movement and operational preparation were underway at these bases for the planning, preparation, equipping, and execution of unlawful military attacks against the Islamic Republic of Iran, despite Iran prior warning that such unlawful action was being planned. Iran has formally reported this development with supporting recommendation to the Security Council and the Secretary General. Iran welcomes and supports any diplomatic affairs and credible initiative capable of bringing about the sustainable end to this unlawful and unwarranted war, including all genuine affairs for Pakistan, Turkey, Egypt, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as well as affairs by China and Russia.
Any viable solution must ensure a definitive and universal end to aggression and establish a just and durable peace grounded in a credible and verifiable guarantee against any recurrence. In this regard, we wish to express our sincere appreciation for the efforts of the government of Pakistan, particularly the Prime Minister and Chief of the Army Staff, for the constructive mediation and for hosting these important negotiations. Despite our mistrust of the United States stemming from its repeated betrayal of diplomacy, we nevertheless enter the negotiation in good faith and remain cautiously optimistic. We believe that should the United States adopt a rational and constructive approach and refrain from advancing demands that are inconsistent with the international law, the negotiation can lead to a meaningful outcome. And finally, we categorically reject unfounded and politically motivated allegations against my country made in this meeting. These claims lack any legal basis and serve only to divert attention from the reality on the ground, namely illegal and savage war launched by the United States and Israeli regime against Iran. Some members referred to the Security Council Resolution 2817. Iran's legal position on this resolution have been circulated as a document of the General Assembly and the Security Council. Resolution 2817 disregards the unlawful provocation and armed attack by the United States and Israel against Iran and denies Iran inherent rights of self-defense exercised in accordance with Article 51 of the UN Charter, omitting any reference to the aggressor. The Council fails in its responsibility to maintain international peace and security, and instead by adopting such a politically motivated resolution, which legitimizes further act of aggression. It should be recalled that under international law, the Security Council is bound to exercise its authority in full conformity with purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations. Any departure from these fundamental principles undermine the legal validity and moral authority of the decision. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Denmark, for New Zealand and Australia.
Madam President, thank you for convening today's debate. It is vital that the Security Council is silenced by the use of the veto. The United Nations as a whole is not. This fragile moment for global affairs, the international community, including through the General Assembly, must let its voice be heard. Denmark strongly regrets that in the face of mounting escalation across the Middle East, the Security Council was unable to act due to the use of the veto by 2 permanent members. As the primary organ for the maintenance of international peace and security, this was an opportunity missed for a unified and collective response. Conflict in the Middle East has now been going on for more than 6 weeks, causing death and destruction throughout the region. Iran's actions near and around the Strait of Hormuz has led to food shortages, rise in energy prices, and other adverse effects across the world. Global growth, commerce, and development depend on freedom of navigation. The repercussions for the global economy and, increasingly, for food security, particularly across developing countries, are enormous. As a great maritime nation, Denmark is committed to maritime security, to open sea lanes, and to the safety of all seafarers. Denmark's vote on April 7 reflected our belief in the urgent need to address these developments. We regret that the Council was not able to come together and present a joint solution. Madam President, we welcome 2 weeks ceasefire between the United States and Iran, and thank Pakistan and all parties involved for facilitating this important agreement. Denmark welcomes all diplomatic efforts to reduce tensions and find a negotiated settlement. A lasting ceasefire is an essential step towards swift and permanent end to this war. All efforts and negotiations must be resumed in good faith. The conflict, however, is not confined to Iran or its neighbors across the Gulf. The situation in Lebanon, in particular, also risks spiraling out of control and puts at risk the current regional de-escalation. Denmark call for the inclusion of Lebanon in regional de-escalation efforts and urge all parties to work toward a lasting political solution. It is crucial to protect civil populations and critical infrastructure across the region. De-escalation and respect for international law, including international humanitarian law, remain as important as ever. These international rules were agreed upon after brutal lessons learned from war and devastation. All parties must keep these lessons in mind and abide by these important legal guardrails. Madam President, many aspects of this conflict have sent shockwaves across the globe. This is particularly true for the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, caused by Iran's actions. This closure is not only a disruption, but a dangerous escalation measured in lives and livelihoods lost. It is vital to ensure freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. Denmark stands ready with our international partners to contribute to this end. We thank the United Kingdom and France for their efforts to advance this vital work. Madam President, in closing, in today's interconnected world, conflict is rarely, if ever, contained to where it began. Its effects ripple across the globe, impacting countries and sectors seemingly far removed. This is the reality we are facing in the Middle East. This too must be the lens through which we find our solutions. We call on all parties to respect Security Council Resolution 2817, and we urge all to respect and abide by the Council's decisions. Then remains committed to safeguarding peace, security, and stability in the Middle East. Thank you.
Thank the representative of Denmark. I now give the floor to the representative of of New Zealand.
President, it is to New Zealand's deep disappointment that we meet again to discuss the use of veto. New Zealand is a long-standing opponent of the veto. We are a strong supporter of Resolution 76/262 and are disappointed that it has been triggered so frequently. The Security Council's legitimacy lies in its ability to fulfill its responsibility under the UN Charter to maintain international peace and security and to address issues of pressing concern to member states. When a resolution is blocked through the use of the veto, the Council is deprived of that ability, and its effectiveness and credibility are undermined. In this instance, 2 permanent members have prevented Council from supporting an effort to ensure safe and secure navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. The closure of the strait is deeply damaging, not only to supply chains, but energy markets and food security, and is causing suffering around the world, especially among the world's most vulnerable. The resolution in question also contained important affirmations of navigation rights and freedoms. These are cornerstones of global security and prosperity that benefit every country. New Zealand was pleased to co-sponsor Resolution 2817 last month, one of a record number of member states, which reaffirmed the important concept of freedom of navigation and maritime security. We welcome the continued efforts by Bahrain and the international community to restore safe passage to the Strait of Hormuz. As reaffirmed in Resolution 2817 and by the International Maritime Organization Council, the exercise of navigational rights and freedoms by merchant and commercial vessels in accordance with international law must be respected. We were therefore disappointed that Council could not adopt the resolution last week. We particularly regret that, in this instance, the 2 permanent members who exercised a veto did so despite extensive efforts by the resolution's proponents to revise the text to accommodate the concerns of member states. New Zealand strongly reiterates the importance of ensuring that all ships and aircraft can exercise the right of transit passage through the Strait of Hormuz without interference in accordance with international law as reflected in UNCLOS. New Zealand remains deeply concerned about this conflict. Civilians and the global economy are being directly affected. It is critical that all parties uphold their commitment to the ceasefire and work to find an urgent diplomatic solution. Thank you.
I thank the Distinguished Representative of New Zealand, and now the floor to the Distinguished Representative of Australia, followed by Vietnam and Ireland.
Thank you, President. Australia commends Bahrain and our Gulf partners for their efforts in the Security Council to ensure respect for navigational rights and freedoms in the Strait of Hormuz. We're disappointed that the vetoes were exercised last week. Navigational rights and freedoms matter for all states. All states benefit from an open Strait of Hormuz, safe and predictable environment for global supply chains. That's why Australia is participating in discussions on multinational diplomatic efforts to support navigational rights and freedoms. President, the human, security and economic impacts of the Iran conflict are significant and far-reaching. We condemn the indiscriminate attacks inflicted by Iran and its proxies across the Middle East, including civilian infrastructure and commercial vessels. We welcome all efforts towards a de-escalation, including the ceasefire announced last week between the United States, Israel and Iran. Australia urges all parties to uphold the ceasefire in full. Negotiations must continue towards a resolution of the conflict, which will support a reopening of the strait. The human cost and global economic impact of the conflict is mounting. The warnings, including SWIFT from the IMF, are dire. We are seeing unprecedented shocks to global energy, fertilizer and petrochemical supplies, with immediate and long-lasting consequences reverberating around the world. In our region, 6 island countries are uniquely exposed to price volatility, supply chain disruptions and fuel shortages. More broadly, the World Food Programme has warned that Iran's actions in the strait could push a further 45 million people into extreme hunger by June. The world's most vulnerable are most at risk. President, the expansion of the conflict into Lebanon, the loss of life and the displacement of more than 1.2 million civilians is deeply distressing. Ceasefire must be extended to Lebanon to prevent further loss of life and give parties the space needed to negotiate a lasting settlement. President, Australia repeats its call for all parties across the region to uphold international humanitarian law and for civilians to be protected and to cease any attacks deliberately threaten the safety and security of humanitarian personnel. Thank you.
I thank the Distinguished Representative of Australia. I now give the floor to the Distinguished Representative of Vietnam.
Madam President, Vietnam aligns itself with the statement delivered by the Philippines on behalf of ASEAN and wishes to highlight ASEAN's strong interest in the situation in the Middle East, marked by 2 special foreign ministers meeting in the minister's statement. Vietnam remains deeply concerned by the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, including the latest developments in the Strait of Hormuz, which have caused immense human suffering and significant economic consequences. Its impacts extend well beyond the parties directly concerned, disrupting trade and energy supply chains, heightening political and economic uncertainties, and further constraining the development prospects of many countries, especially developing countries. We regret that the Security Council has not been able to take united and impartial actions to address current crisis and serious implications for regional peace and security. We strongly oppose the military attacks against sovereign states, particularly attacks against those countries that have pledged their non-involvement. We are especially alarmed by and oppose attacks against civilians and civilian infrastructure. In all circumstances, civilians and critical civilian infrastructure must never be targeted and attacked. Any such attack is a violation of international law and relevant UN resolutions, including Security Council Resolution 2573. This current crisis is yet again a manifestation of the erosion of international law, the continued infringement of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states, The disrespect for the fundamental principles of no threat or use of force and principle of peaceful settlement of disputes are in fact endangering the very foundations of the United Nations and collective security architecture. Vietnam therefore calls on all parties to put an end to hostilities, especially attacks on civilians and critical civilian infrastructure, exercise maximum restraint, and avoid actions that could lead to further escalation, miscalculation, and wider confrontation. We underscore the fundamental importance of respect for international law and the UN Charter. We firmly believe that international law must be applied consistently to all states, regardless of size and in all circumstances. Selectivity in the application of international law ultimately undermines international law to the detriment of smaller states. It is Vietnam's view that maritime safety and security, the freedom of navigation and overflight must be upheld in accordance with international law, especially the 1982 United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea. This is essential not only for the stability in the Middle East, particularly the Strait of Hormuz, but also for safeguarding flow of energy and essential goods and preserving global economic stability. Finally, Madam President, the current crisis in the Middle East reminds us once again that only dialogue conducted in good faith and supported by genuine political will can pave the way toward lasting peace. We welcome temporary ceasefire and encourage parties concerned to build on momentum to intensify diplomatic efforts, engage in meaningful dialogue, and pursue a balanced and constructive approach toward a stable and mutually acceptable solution. We commend efforts of countries and partners that have worked to maintain channels of communication, facilitate engagement, and create space for diplomacy. Such efforts are indispensable and deserve continued support. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Vietnam. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ireland, followed by Brazil and the United States.
President, Ireland last self-statement of the European Union. It is deeply regrettable that last week the Security Council was unable to reach a resolution on the critical issue of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz to shipping. We would acknowledge the efforts undertaken by Bahrain to reach consensus on this important matter. We remain deeply concerned about the situation in the Middle East, including the continued restriction on lawful transit passage and freedom of navigation near and in the Strait of Hormuz. The critical importance of the strait has been clearly demonstrated in recent weeks. While there must be an impact on the United States in the region, the reverberations have been felt throughout the world as trade of essential commodities and important supply chains have been severely disrupted. This disruption of the humanitarian, security and economic impact across the globe. It is vital that impact most heavily on the poorest and most vulnerable community in relation to energy and food security and hunger. Such restrictions and acts of threat and safe navigation through the strait are simply unacceptable. We must be clear, maritime security, freedom of navigation, and safe transit must be respected in line with international law, as reflected in UNCLOS as a Fair Security Council Resolution 2017. President, we welcome the ceasefire agreed by the United States and Iran and we commend Pakistan for its mediation efforts. We sincerely hope dialogue will continue, that progress can be made, and that a lasting agreement can be reached that will bring a permanent end to the conflict and ensure wide regional security. We continue to call for dialogue and diplomacy and for all parties to uphold international law, including protection of civilians. We remain deeply concerned with the broader humanitarian and security situation in the Middle East. The situation in Lebanon is particularly concerning. We deeply regret that Israel has not extended ceasefire to Lebanon. We have been clear in our condemnation of Hezbollah's attacks in Israel and Israel's wholly disproportionate response. We urge Israel to halt military operations and to allow Lebanese armed forces to assert their role in providing security for Lebanon and the Lebanese people. We welcome the announcement of discussion between Israel and Lebanon, and we encourage the parties to seek a diplomatic solution, stridently condemn all attacks against youthful personnel. Finally, we must note our grave concern about the dire humanitarian situation in Gaza. We call on Israel to immediately remove restrictions on aid access and facilitate essential supplies and services to people across the Gaza Strip. We are all concerned about the situation in the West Bank, with continued settlement activity and death of violence in Palestinian communities. Ordinary civilians continue to suffer the consequences of conflict and instability across the Middle East, with spillover effects across the globe. President, in spite of the challenges we face, we continue to believe the UN and multilateral system is fundamental to the delivery of peace and security for the Middle East. We hope the Security Council will return to this matter in due course and provide impetus for peace, lasting peace across the region. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ireland. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Brazil.
Madam President, I thank you for convening this meeting. Brazil followed with attention and deep concern the situation in the whole Middle East. The recent escalation constitutes a serious threat to international peace and security with dramatic humanitarian and economic consequences. Since the beginning of the present conflict in the region, 2,100 people have lost their lives in Lebanon, 3,400 in Iran, 1,800 in Israel, and a staggering 72,000 confirmed deaths occurred in Gaza. Brazil condemns the attacks undertaken by the United States and Israel against Iran and the unwarranted subsequent attacks by Iran, and appeals to all parties to resume negotiations aiming at reaching a lasting solution for conflict. The fact that these attacks were carried out once again in the midst of diplomatic conversations to reach agreement is highly detrimental to the cause of peace and hinders prospects for a lasting solution. Brazil condemns all attacks and military actions that resulted in civilian casualties, damage to civilian infrastructure, and violation of sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. Such actions are unacceptable and must cease immediately. All parties must strictly comply with international law, in particular international humanitarian law, ensuring the protection of civilians. Military escalation only deepens human suffering and undermines regional stability. The strike at a girls' school in the Iranian city of Minna, which claimed the lives of more than 115 innocent children, warrants the strongest condemnation. Brazil expresses its strong solidarity with the countries and peoples of the Gulf directly affected by the conflict. We also extend our condolences to the families of the victims in all states involved. Moreover, we express concern with the hindrance of peace passage through through Strait of Hormuz and recall the importance of respecting the right of transit passage in straits in line with the United Nations Convention of the Sea. We remain gravely concerned by the situation in Lebanon. We urge Israel to immediately halt military actions and withdraw all its forces from Lebanese territory. Furthermore, Brazil condemns the attacks against the United Nations Interforce Force in Lebanon in the field and recalls that attacks against the United Nations peacekeeping mission and facilities represent grave violations of international law and international humanitarian law. The United Nations must play a central role in maintenance of international peace and security, with the Security Council bearing primary responsibility in this regard. At the same time, all member states should support the call for the immediate cessation of hostilities. We must act together to achieve negotiated solutions to the crisis and uphold the principles and purposes of the UN Charter and international law. We reiterate our support for the effort of regional actors and other relevant partners, including Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Turkey, aimed at promoting de-escalation dialogue and diplomatic solutions. We welcome initiatives that aim toward the cessation of hostilities across the region and the resumption of negotiations, including for the peaceful reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. We urge all parties to engage in diplomatic efforts and negotiations in good faith to put an end to the ongoing conflicts. Dialogue remains the only viable path to building a sustainable peace. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Brazil. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United States, followed by the United Kingdom and Pakistan.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, we are in a time in history that is a time for choosing. The American people have been very clear. We stand with and we have stood with Bahrain and the rest of the people of the Gulf and our allies in the Middle East during this time of reckoning. Unfortunately, Russia and China have chosen to oppose them, even as Iranian missiles rained down on Gulf cities and civilian infrastructure. Colleagues, the decision of Russia and China to veto a draft resolution that sought to protect freedom of navigation and maritime security in and around the Strait of Hormuz was truly unfortunate. They deliberately chose to turn a blind eye, and worse, chose to permit Iran's attacks on its neighbors, its terror against its own people, and its death threat it's attempting to place on the global economy. The Council resolution submitted by the Kingdom of Bahrain last week was not unreasonable. They engaged every country on the Security Council. They took input and their thoughts and reflections on board. It was a simple resolution drafted by and for the region that Iran must stop attacking civilian shipping and that its neighboring states in the Gulf stop threatening its neighbors and stop threatening the freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. Almost 47 years ago, Iran took Americans hostage as its opening act of its regime. This year, it tried to take each of your economies hostage. We are talking about a regime that the Secretary General's own account recruits child soldiers, uses civilian infrastructures for attacks, and goes its proxies, its terrorist proxies, to use human shield on a regular basis. We are talking about a regime which has contravened dozens and dozens of UN resolutions in last year alone. We are talking about a regime in Iran that promised no more executions and yet has averaged at least one execution per day of young protesters who simply yearn for freedom and a better life. This was after killing 40,000 of its own people in a weekend. Just weeks ago, the Security Council adopted a resolution with 136 co-sponsors, the most supported resolution in UN history, demanding that Iran cease attacks and stop obstructing shipping, that Iran stop launching missiles and drones to hotels and ports and resorts and airports and attacking its neighbors in their civilian homes and neighborhoods. Yet instead of respecting the will of the overwhelming majority of this body, including many of you sitting right here, and supporting Bahrain and other GCC members, plus Jordan, Russia has chosen to remain as a hazard of Pasteur critical supplier of military equipment to Iran, delivering combat aircraft, helicopters, armored vehicles, and other arms, many of which violate Security Council Resolution 1929, which bans arms transfers to Iran. Iran likewise has supplied Russia with hundreds of attack drones. Technology is for its use in Ukraine. Meanwhile, China has for years imported over 90% of Iran's illicit oil, and both countries persist in their efforts to obstruct the Security Council's work to implement sanctions measures that were snapped back into place by an overwhelming vote in the Council last September. The measures required all member states of the United Nations to be implementing an arms embargo against Iran, banning the transfer and trade of missile technology, freezing relevant financial assets, measures designed to address the threat posed by Iran's nuclear, missile, and conventional arms programs. All of these things were snapped back into place, and the world is obligated to enforce those measures. As we've noted before, and as I noted in my opening, the world has time for choosing. There are certainly better partners than this genocidal regime, Iran. We, the United States, have chosen to stand with our Gulf allies within the region here in this body. Instead, others veto this resolution and have chosen to shield the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. Madam President, colleagues, let me reiterate what I said to the Security Council last week. In the days since this draft resolution was vetoed, as critical shipments have been delayed, as fertilizer has failed to reach countries in Africa and South Asia that needed for planting season, vulnerable populations have faced food insecurity, it's clear it chose obstruction over responsibility. As we speak, humanitarian operations are being disrupted because humanitarian aid, life-saving aid, has not been able to safely transit straight. So I want to reiterate simple messages from the United States, from the American people, to remember this assembly. First, the United States stands firmly with our partners in the Middle East and around the world. Second, the Strait of Hormuz, as are all straits around the world. The Strait of Gibraltar, Bering Strait, the Straits of Malacca, as international waterways are too vital to be choked, to be mined, to be weaponized, and held hostage by the likes of the Iranian regime. Nevertheless, even in the face of Iran's attempted expression of destruction, we will continue to work so that food aid, fertilizer, energy, commercial goods can flow once again through this vital waterway, free from attack, threats, mining, or extortion. Let me be clear. The United States will continue to act with partners whenever possible to ensure that outcome so that the world is ultimately safer, stronger, and more prosperous. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you to the Distinguished Representative of the United States. I now give the floor to the Distinguished Representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Madam President. The United Kingdom was grateful to Bahrain for its leadership in bringing forward this draft resolution, and for its constructive, good faith efforts to build consensus across the Council on an issue of critical importance to international peace and security. We regret the draft resolution was vetoed. Madam President, navigational rights and freedoms are a cornerstone of the global economy. Attacks on international shipping in the Gulf have been deeply damaging for the world, blocking vital exports of fertilizer, liquefied natural gas, and jet fuel, with economic and humanitarian consequences for communities the world over. Iran does not have the right to unlawfully impede transit passage through the Strait of Hormuz. We call for full respect for fundamental navigational rights and freedoms as enshrined in the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea and customary international law. We reiterate our condemnation of Iran's reckless attacks against the region. We remain profoundly concerned by Iran's continued destabilizing activities, including threats to maritime security and action that risks further escalation in an already fragile region. Our priority remains supporting regional stability and lasting end to this conflict. We welcome the ceasefire and the talks between the US and Iran. We will continue to work with all partners to encourage a lasting and sustainable solution to conflict and the full, immediate and unconditional reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, including the reduction of holds on vessels which seek to pass through. The United Kingdom has already convened more than 40 countries to share our aim to restore navigational rights and freedoms. Tomorrow, the UK and France will co-host a leader-level summit to advance a coordinated, independent, multinational plan to safeguard international shipping when the conflict ends. Russia and China's vetoes do not diminish the importance of this issue, nor our collective responsibility to address it. We will continue to work with the Security Council and beyond to support long-term stability in the region and the maintenance of international peace and security. And I thank you.
I thank the Distinguished Representative of the United Kingdom. I now give the floor to the Distinguished Representative of Portugal, followed by Switzerland and Czechia.
Madam President, Excellencies, Portugal aligns itself with the statement delivered by the European Union and wishes to have the following remark in its national capacity. As co-sponsor of the veto initiative, Portugal stresses the need for transparency in the Security Council. Use the veto. We regret that the Security Council was prevented again to act under the current item amendment. Now, for the 14th time in less than 3 years, preventing collective action. These are the first vetoes of the year, yet the veto has been used 24 times since the initiative was adopted by consensus 4 years ago. This trend erodes the Council's credibility and undermines the ability of the United Nations to act. We therefore reaffirm our strong support for the General Assembly as a forum not only for constructive security, but also for engagement and action for the wide international community when the Council is paralyzed, thereby strengthening the legitimacy of multilateralism and of the UN itself. In the present context, Portugal urges all the relevant parties in this crisis to uphold international law, including international humanitarian law and freedom of navigation. Indeed, while all of us bear the consequences of restrictions on maritime trade in terms of increasing energy prices, constraining food production, accessibility and security, it is yet again the most vulnerable and the ones that can least afford it, namely developing countries that face the heaviest burden. That is why Portugal supports the creation of a dedicated task force within the UN Secretariat at the disposal of member states to facilitate fertilizer trade with a humanitarian perspective. When pleading for the holding of the ceasefire, Portugal strongly supports a solution based on dialogue and diplomacy as the only viable way to achieve a comprehensive and long-lasting peace, including in Lebanon, in order to protect its sovereignty and territorial integrity. In this sense, we commend the efforts of all mediators, notably Pakistan, and we will continue supporting all peace efforts, including, of course, those of the United Nations. I thank the President.
I thank the Distinguished Representative of Portugal. I now give the floor to the Distinguished Representative of Switzerland.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President, I would like to start by expressing a deep concern on the part of Switzerland regarding the regional situation in the Middle and Near East. We express our solidarity with all victims and emphasize that any use of force inconsistent with the United Nations Charter is acceptable. An illegal attack cannot justify a response that would itself violate international law. Switzerland therefore strongly condemns attacks against the civilian population, against essential services and civilian infrastructure. Such attacks are prohibited under international law, international humanitarian law, and all parties to the conflict are required to uphold this law every and under all circumstances. In this regard, we condemn the recent attacks affecting several countries in the region, including all states, targeting essential civilian infrastructure, notably ports and maritime traffic. Water, energy, and fuel supply infrastructure, along with healthcare facilities, have been damaged or destroyed. And here, I would like to express our deep solidarity with those countries. This trend to target civilian populations is not limited to the Middle East, but the Middle East, Near East, or elsewhere, the civilian population must be protected. This conflict and the disruption of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz that it causes also have negative repercussions on the humanitarian situation, on supply chains, on energy security, and international trade that extend far beyond the region. We reiterate the principle of freedom of navigation in international straits is enshrined in customary international law, as well as in the United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea, and in this binding all states. Switzerland reaffirms the primacy of the peaceful settlement of disputes. We welcome, therefore, the agreed ceasefire and encourage the continuation of constructive dialogue with a view to reaching a lasting agreement. De-escalation and a permanent ceasefire for the entire region remain imperative. Madam President, the member states of the United Nations have entrusted the Security Council with primary responsibility for maintaining international peace and security, and discharging these duties, the Security Council must act in accordance with purposes and principles of the United Nations, and their responsibility called for a unified response. The veto is not intended to be a rush to obstruct, but a responsibility for final decision-making exercised in the name of international peace and within the frame of shared responsibility. In this context, Switzerland always regrets the exercise of the veto. We reiterate that negotiations with the Council must be conducted in good faith and oriented towards common objective in accordance with the principles of the UN Charter. Call on all Council members to demonstrate the political will that is needed for the Council to fulfill its mandate and to work toward a return to diplomacy. And if the Council cannot discharge its responsibility, it is up to the General Assembly to consider the situation and, if need be, to act. I thank you.
I thank the Distinguished Representative for Switzerland. I now defer to the Distinguished Representative of Czechia, followed by Canada and Germany.
Madam President, first of all, I'd like to say that the Czech Republic belongs itself with the statement delivered by the European Union. Madam President, the Czech Republic welcomes this opportunity to discuss the recent use of the veto in the European Council. We have consistently supported the veto initiative, which gives the General Assembly an important opportunity to scrutinize the use of the veto and to hold Council members accountable for the exercise of this exceptional power. Such a prerogative must never be beyond political and moral scrutiny. This is precisely why we are here today. On 7th of April, the Security Council failed to respond to a serious threat to regional stability and international maritime commerce. Not one, but two vetoes were cast. Russia and China chose to protect their ally, Iran, rather than support a measured and necessary response, growing dangers in the Strait of Hormuz. The draft resolution tabled by Bahrain, together with Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates, sought to encourage coordinated efforts to protect commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. It was modest, practical, and sensible proposal. Bahrain and its regional partners considered seriously and thoroughly with all members of the Council to get on board and pursued a balanced and focused text. We supported Bahrain's initiative and deeply regret that the resolution was not adopted. Dear colleagues, we cannot ignore the scale of the threat that the current Iranian regime poses to its neighbors and to its own people. For 47 years, Iran has pursued policies that have undermined peace and security across the region. It has armed terrorist proxies, targeted civilians, threatened its neighbors, breached nuclear commitments, disrupted shipping lines, and destabilized governments. At the same time, we all want to see tensions in the Strait of Hormuz de-escalate. We therefore welcome the diplomatic efforts currently underway and stress the importance of full respect for international law, including the law of the sea, as reflected in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. We also commend the UN Secretary General's decision to establish Europe's task force to ensuring humanitarian flows through the Strait of Hormuz. This is vital to mitigating risks to global food security and ultimately to protecting the most vulnerable. Madam President, the veto power is an extraordinary responsibility. On the 7th of April, however, we witnessed not restraint by its reckless misuse. It nothing advanced the Council's core mission of maintaining international peace and security. Instead, it deepened instability and uncertainty in the region and beyond. Thank you.
I thank the Distinguished Representative of Czechia. I now give the floor to the Distinguished Representative of Canada.
Thank you, Madam President.
Canada wishes to express its sincere recognition to the Kingdom of Bahrain for their leadership at the UN Security Council, representing several states of the Gulf, as well as Jordan, in efforts to protect the freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. Canada was happy to be one of the 136 co-sponsors of Resolution 2817 of the Security Council, which condemns Iran's attacks on the states of the Gulf and Jordan, calls for a cessation of hostilities, and reaffirms support to sovereignty, to the protection of civilians, and to freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. Canada was therefore disappointed that the Security Council was ultimately unable to reach an agreement on draft resolution S/2026/273 pertaining to the Strait of Hormuz. This outcome is not in sync with Canada's expectations vis-à-vis the Council's duty to act decisively, given imminent threats to international peace and security, pursuant to the mandate provided to it by the United Nations Charter. Canada remains resolved to support diplomacy and dialogue so as to reach a lasting solution to the conflict and to avoid any further escalation. We will continue to support our allies and partners in the region, as well as efforts geared towards preserving the safety and security of maritime and air navigation.
President, we thank Pakistan and all the others involved in their work to facilitate recent negotiations and a ceasefire. Canada welcomes the current ceasefire, but temporary pause is not a permanent solution. Canada reaffirms the importance of respecting international navigation rights in the Strait of Hormuz and surrounding waterways, and the safety of the seafarers whose livelihoods depend on open sea lanes. Canada is also taking concrete action. We are contributing 23.6 million barrels of oil to the International Energy Agency's collective release to stabilize global energy markets. Looking ahead, Canada prepared to play its part in the design of an international approach to de-escalate tensions and to provide guarantees of safe passage for this essential and strategic corridor. Canada will continue to support efforts to the broadest possible international consensus, included through the General Assembly, to uphold respect for international navigation routes as well as international law. Thank you.
Thank you, Distinguished Representative for Canada. I now give the floor to the Distinguished Representative for Germany, followed by Italy and Malaysia.
Madam President, Germany aligns itself fully with the statement that has been delivered by the European Union this morning, and I would like to add a few additional points in my national capacity. Germany deplores that the draft resolution that was submitted by Bahrain was not adopted due to vetoes of two permanent members of the Security Council. The resolution would have been an important contribution for ensuring freedom of navigation and maritime security in the Strait of Hormuz. In addition, it would send a signal to Iran they must not instrumentalize the freedom of navigation for political purposes or harm third countries. I highly appreciate Bahrain's dedicated leadership and flexibility during the negotiations, in particular emphasizing matters of escalation and the necessity to abide by international law. It is thus deplorable that two vetoes squandered an important opportunity to contribute to overcoming a situation that affects many countries assembled this day. I want to clear Iran's attacks against countries of the Gulf Cooperation Council and other countries in the region are unjustified, and they are unlawful. But targeting civilian infrastructure is particularly unacceptable. Iranian attacks in the Strait of Hormuz of Persian Gulf constitute a violation of international law as reflected in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. The violations of the freedom of navigation affect trade, threaten economies, supply chains, as well as energy and food security around the globe, and ultimately they particularly hurt those vulnerable amongst us. Madam President, Germany remains convinced that only political solution can bring lasting peace to the region. We welcome direct talks between the United States and Iran that started in Islamabad, and we thank Pakistan for its mediation efforts. Germany remains ready to work to a comprehensive political solution. Iran must never acquire a nuclear weapon. It must respect its obligations under the NPT and its comprehensive safety agreement with the IAEA. And Iran must urgently ensure maritime security, freedom of navigation, and free, safe, and toll-free passage in the Strait of Hormuz and its agencies in line with its obligations under international law. The Security Council must not be paralyzed by regional stability and international peace and security at stake. For our part, Germany, we will continue to support diplomacy, de-escalation, and negotiate a solution. I thank you.
I thank the Distinguished Representative of Germany. I now give the floor to the Distinguished Representative of Italy.
Your Excellency, Madam President. Dear colleagues, Italy aligns itself with statement delivered by the European Union the wish to add some remarks on its national capacity. Italy thanks Pakistan and the other regional partners for their efforts to facilitate talks on the situation in the Gulf region. There is no alternative to dialogue. We always said that diplomacy is the only way, and we hope new talks will take place soon towards substantive negotiated settlement and that the ceasefire is respected, including Lebanon. Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Italy, Humanitarian, visited Beirut on Monday to express solidarity and support to President Aoun and Lebanese institutions at this critical time. We must avoid other civilian casualties and encourage dialogue. In this regard, we welcome the announcement a few minutes ago of a ceasefire in Lebanon and hope all parties will uphold it. Italy is very worried for the situation in the Strait of Hormuz, what happened has serious consequences for the global economy and for food security in the most fragile countries. When the environment will be conducive, we are in favor of appropriate efforts to contribute to ensuring freedom of aviation in the Strait of Hormuz. Italy is also very concerned for the impact on relations between Iran and the other Gulf countries. It is crucial to rebuild trust. Italy is also ready to do its part for peace and stability, and to this end, we are close and we are remaining close contact with all partners involved. Thank you.
I thank the State Representative of Italy. I now give floor to the State Representative of Malaysia, followed by Indonesia and Sierra Leone.
Thank you, Madam President. Malaysia aligns itself with the statement delivered by the Philippines on behalf of ASEAN. Malaysia is deeply concerned over the recent escalation of military actions and retaliatory strikes across the Middle East. These developments threaten regional stability and run counter to the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the prohibition of the use of force under the UN Charter. We call on all parties to exercise maximum restraint and hostilities and avoid any further escalation. We acknowledge the restraint shown by member states of Gulf Cooperation Council. Such restraint is critical to ongoing efforts toward de-escalation of tensions. Asia first stressed that sponsors the conflict must be even-handed to avoid elective attribution of responsibility. Peace can be built on double standard. It can only be built on fairness, consistency, and respect for international law. Above all, the root causes of this conflict must be addressed. Without this, we will only continue to manage symptoms while the crisis deepens beneath the surface. Madam President, Malaysia is also deeply disturbed by the continued military attacks by Israel on Lebanon. These actions constitute serious violations of international law and directly undermine sovereignty as well as the territorial integrity of Lebanon. We condemn the attack on UNIFIL ships in southern Lebanon, which have caused death and injuries, as well as damages to UNIFIL assets. These are not attacks on a mission, but on very principles of peacekeeping and the UN itself. Those responsible for the attack must be held accountable. It's challenging time, however, we see a window for diplomacy. Malaysia welcomes the temporary ceasefire paving way for negotiations between the United States and the Islamic Republic of Iran. This pause creates space for dialogue and mediation toward a more lasting solution. We also take note of emerging proposals that could serve a basis of engagement. They must now be translated into a comprehensive peace agreement. Malaysia therefore urges all parties to fully respect and implement the ceasefire in good faith and abide by international law. Any provocative action now risks raveling future progress with consequences not only for the region but for global economic and energy stability. We commend all diplomatic and mediation efforts, including the constructive engagement by Pakistan. Malaysia remains ready to support all efforts to advance peace and stability in the region. We also call for unimpeded humanitarian access to all affected civilian populations. Malaysia reaffirms the importance of freedom of navigation and the security of critical maritime routes in accordance with international law. Madam President, the situation once again exposes a troubling reality. The Security Council is not functioning as it should in face of crisis. Whether in Gaza, Lebanon, or the way the Middle East, the Council has too often been able to act decisively when it is most needed. This debate under General Assembly Resolution 76/262, or the veto initiative, provides an important platform for member states to deliberate on matters affecting international peace and security and to uphold principles of transparency and accountability. Malaysia therefore reiterates its long-standing call for reform of the veto, with a view to its eventual abolition. A reformed, expanded, and more representative Security Council would be better equipped to discharge its responsibilities under the Charter effectively and credibly. To conclude the mission, Malaysia urges all parties to return to the most basic principles that bind us as a global community: respect for international law, the UN Charter, international humanitarian law, and protection of civilians above all. Thank you.
I thank the Distinguished Representative of Malaysia, and I give the floor to the Distinguished Representative of Indonesia.
Madam President, Indonesia fully aligns with the statement made by Philippines on behalf of ASEAN. Today, once again, Security Council's credibility being tested. Once again, the Council is falling short of its mandate to maintain international peace and security. Specifically this time, it is about safeguarding strategic maritime corridors that underpin global supply chains and addressing the humanitarian consequences that follow. Madam President, the consequences of war are felt across the region and beyond. The impact is immediate and severe. Therefore, we encourage and support the Secretary General to establish a special mechanism as an interim measure to ensure the flow of traffic for critical commodities such as fertilizer, oil and gas, to mitigate food and energy insecurity in many countries. Madam President, with goods, oil and gas, people also pass through these waters. Seafarers of all nations now face growing risks. Without 20,000 are stranded at sea. We call for all parties to ensure the safety of seafarers and ships in accordance with the International Convention for Safety of Life at Sea and relevant standard recommended practices by the International Maritime Organization. The sea is a global common good. It is in our collective interest to safeguard it, including its regime of transit passage. Indonesia therefore calls on all states to exercise maximum restraint, prevent further escalation, and act in full conformity with international law, including in particular the 1982 UN Convention on Law of the Sea. We firmly believe that sustained engagement and credible negotiation remain the only viable path to ending this war. Going forward, Indonesia underscores the urgency of littoral states and key countries to develop confidence-building measures that can ensure the continued security and stability of maritime routes in the Strait of Hormuz. Madam President, lastly, our meeting today must not become just another procedural exercise. It must catalyze the Security Council to act decisively, to deliver tangible progress on the ground, and to undertake long overdue reform so that it can effectively fulfill its mandate. Only through action can we restore stability and protect humanity for the region and beyond. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Indonesia. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea, followed by Thailand and Sierra Leone.
Thank you, Madam President. The Strait of Hormuz is one of the most vital maritime corridors in the world, through which a significant portion of global energy supplies transit daily. It is also a vital channel for exports of fertilizer from the Middle East, as about 1/3 of the world's fertilizer trade normally passes through this strait. Therefore, any disruptions to its safety and security carry profound implications, not only for the but also for the stability of our interconnected global economy and society, as we witnessed recently. Against perilous backdrop, I deeply regret that the members of the Security Council failed to bridge their differences on this issue, despite the urgency and importance of the situation. The Republic of Korea calls on the Council to take appropriate action to ensure transparency and freedom of navigation in the strait, and to continue their efforts to take collective measures to hold the Council's primary responsibility to peace and security by close and constructive consultations. My delegation also hopes that failure to adopt the resolution will not send a wrong message that threatens the navigation rights and freedom can be justified or used as a weapon in any warfare. Madam President, my government would like to reiterate the importance of the following points. First, freedom of navigation is a fundamental principle of international law that reflects the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea and must be respected at all times. The principle is sacrosanct for ensuring the uninterrupted flow of global trade and energy. Express great concern, threats, and attacks vessels, and underscores that no country should be able to decide which ships or cargoes may pass through the strait or impose charges. We would like to affirm that status the Strait of Hormuz as international waterway, where all ships and aircraft enjoy the right of transit. In this regard, my government is ready to join in national efforts with our partner countries to safeguard the principle of freedom of navigation. Second, my delegation would like to assure that only dialogue, diplomacy, and good faith engagement can lead to a sustainable and peaceful solution. The ongoing talks on parties should continue until an agreement is finally reached. At the same time, any durable ceasefire be fully respected. In this connection, we commend the continued efforts of the mediators, particularly Pakistan, as part of recent peace talks, for their constructive role in fostering dialogue and de-escalation. We also highly commend Gulf countries for exercising restraint for engaging in conflict, despite bans by red tax. In the same spirit, my delegation highly appreciates the tireless effort of Secretary General, including engagement of his personal envoy, Yang Arno, who continues to consult closely with the stakeholders in the Middle East. Third, we emphasize the importance of strengthening international cooperation to safeguard maritime security. This includes enhanced information sharing, confidence building measures, and coordinated responses for the safety at sea. Madam President, the stability of the Strait of Hormuz is not just a regional matter. It is a global imperative that requires our collective responsibility. My government remains firmly committed to working with all member states to promote peace, stability, and security of international sea lanes, freedom of navigation. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ireland.
I wish to thank Madam President for convening this meeting on such an urgent and extremely important topic. I fully align myself with the last statement delivered by the Philippines and would like to make the following statement in the national capacity. Madam President, we share the profound concern of the international community over the situation in the Middle East. Conflict, outfitting suffering on civilians on the ground, carries serious and far-reaching repercussions, not only for regional stability, but also for global security, energy markets, and the world economy. Disruptions in trade flows directly threaten critical global energy supply chains and disproportionately affect energy importing countries, including, of course, Thailand. While not highly to the economy, Thailand is directly affected by its consequences. A typhoid commercial vessel was crashed in the Strait of Hormuz, with 23 Thai crew members badly affected, while our vessels remain stranded. We therefore call on all parties to respect freedom of navigation and right of safe transit passage in accordance with international law, including, in particular, the 1982 UNCLOS. The safety and security of civilians and seafarers must remain a priority. We also restore obligations for parties to protect civilians and civilian infrastructure in full compliance with international humanitarian law. Madam President, I welcomes to this fight between the United States and the Islamic Republic of Iran. We commend the Malaysian efforts of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan and all parties involved. It is positive that it remains extremely fragile. Without full and effective implementation of ceasefire and sustained dialogue of good faith, peace will remain elusive and civilian suffering will of course persist. In particular, I calls on all parties to respect principles of international law, including the Charter of the United Nations, exercise the restraint immediately, escalate tensions, and return to dialogue, policy, and negotiations towards a comprehensive and lasting resolution. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Thailand. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Sierra Leone, followed by South Africa and Pakistan.
Madam President, thank you for convening the debate on the use of the veto in accordance with General Assembly Resolution 76/262. Until February, our world was confronted with yet another instance of use of force not in conformity with the Charter of the United Nations and international law. Subsequent developments have not only demanded Charter's prohibition on the use of force and the parameters governing the exercise of the intent of self-defense, but have always serious concerns regarding compliance with international humanitarian law in the conduct of hostilities. In response to this development, the Security Council has considered the ongoing hostilities in the Middle East and led to the adoption of Resolution 2817, which Sierra Leone co-sponsored. Subsequently, on 7 April 2026, the Council also considered the draft resolution on the agenda item, the situation in the Middle East, proposed by Bahrain and the Gulf Cooperation Council. 11 Council members voted in favor, while 2 permanent members cast negative vote and 2 members abstained. As a result, the draft resolution was adopted, and we will take note of explanations of vote delivered by those member states that have non-concurring vote. While we regret the text was adopted, particularly even the aim of halt attacks and threats against merchant commercial vessels in and around the Strait of Hormuz, we nevertheless hope that the current ceasefire will be extended and that the root causes of the conflict will be addressed in order to secure lasting peace and stability in the region. We therefore commend Pakistan for a continued mediation effort, and we also commend the efforts of the UN Secretary General and relevant UN agencies. Madam President, the debate over member states was an important opportunity to reflect the impact of veto on functioning, credibility, and effectiveness of the Security Council in discharging its mandate. It also compels us to consider the real consequences of country's priorities on the lives and livelihoods of people affected by conflict, directly and indirectly. For Africa and for Sierra Leone in particular, the economic impact of the current conflict is already consequential. The conflict has triggered a shock and is rapidly evolving into a cost of living crisis, driven by higher fuel and food prices, rising shipping and transport, exchange rate pressures, and tight fiscal conditions. If a disaster such a may prove even more consequential than the oil shock, as disruption to liquefied natural gas supplies has affected ammonia and urea production during a critical plant season in many parts of Africa. For Sierra Leone, if the conflict ceased, risk insurance premiums will rise sharply, vessels will continue to divert via Cape Good Hope, and the cost of essential imports, including fuel, food, pharmaceutical, construction materials, and industrial input will increase significantly. If this risk continues beyond June 2026, gold production is at growth could slow sharply, inflation could rise again, fiscal pressure could deepen, and more people could be pushed into poverty. In light of the foregoing, Sierra Leone calls on the involved parties to exercise maximum restraint and to pursue dialogue and the peaceful settlement of the dispute in accordance with Article 33 of the Charter of the United Nations. We underscore the fundamental importance of respect for the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of all states, as well as strict adherence to prohibition of the use of force as enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. Finally, Madam President, there is no doubt the Security Council must be reformed to reflect present-day geopolitical realities. The question of the veto remains one of the 5 clauses under discussion in the intergovernmental negotiations. It is our sincere hope that as member states will reach agreement to address the structural injustice and the responsible use of the veto, for greater power comes with greater responsibility. I thank you.
Thank the distinguished representative of Sierra Leone. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of South Africa.
Madam President, we meet today in accordance with the automatic requirement of the General Assembly Resolution 76/262 to convene when the veto is used in the Security Council. South Africa appreciates the opportunity for the General Assembly to consider this unprovoked and destructive conflict in the Middle East, where war is severely impeding the development agendas of United States. We recall that on 28 February, the current conflict began with a breach of Article 2.4 of the UN Charter. Considering the conflict's incalculable threat to international peace and security and its impact on the global economy, the use of the veto prevented an even further escalation of the conflict. That would have solicited more states to become involved, resulting in further devastating political, economic, and social consequences for the entire world. Madam President, South Africa welcomes current initiatives, as well as the ongoing efforts achieved, aimed at achieving a comprehensive end to the conflict in the Middle East and advancing a just, sustainable, and lasting peace. And immediate cessation of all attacks and threats of attack, as well as strict compliance with such undertakings, is imperative to prevent the future occurrence of such aggressions. Respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the affected countries in the region must be respected by all parties concerned. In accordance with international human rights and international humanitarian law, civilian populations and civilian infrastructure must not be targeted or attacked by any party under any circumstances. South Africa urges all parties to return urgently and in good faith dialogue and inclusive negotiations, and reaffirms its support for credible, impartial mediation efforts aimed at bringing an end to the conflict and securing a durable and just peace for all the countries in the region. South Africa is equally alarmed by Israel's continued illegal, indiscriminate military operations in Lebanon, which have resulted in civilian casualties, the destruction of essential infrastructure, the displacement of communities, and the death of UN peacekeepers. These attacks constitute a serious breach of Lebanon's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and further destabilizes the region, compounding an already volatile and fragile situation. The killing of peacekeepers deployed by our organization by a fellow member state can never be condoned. South Africa is equally concerned by responses by Iran against several Gulf countries, which can also be considered a violation of the UN Charter. While Iran has the legal and moral right to defend itself against those states that engage in armed attacks against it, its actions against the Gulf Cooperation Council states should be in accordance with Article 51 of the UN Charter and not violate the sovereignty of the affected states. These attacks against the GCC states heighten the risk of a broader regional conflagration. While we know the adoption of UN Security Council Resolution 2870, which strongly condemns Iran's military attacks on civilians and infrastructure in these countries and Jordan, we are disappointed that at the time the Council was unable to call for and guarantee an immediate ceasefire and the commencement of diplomatic efforts towards a peaceful, negotiated settlement. It is the core duty and responsibility of the Security Council to ensure peace and pacific settlement of disputes, and not to contextualize and escalate a crisis. South Africa believes that the international community has a shared responsibility to uphold the principle of freedom of navigation and to ensure the safe passage of vessels. We urge all parties to work towards a peaceful resolution of the conflict and to respect international law. In this respect, we urge all parties to exercise maximum restraint and to ensure that any actions taken are fully consistent with international law. Related developments pose systemic risks for countries like South Africa that depend on stable international legal regimes and frameworks, including the International Maritime Organization and the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. The increasing normalization of coercive maritime practices outside multilateral structures could erode global norms that safeguard freedom of navigation. Madam President, the Security Council must take lessons from the ill-conceived use of force in Libya, but respecting the letter and spirit of Resolution 1973. The broad nature of the present failed have to be even more unclear on the possibility of the use of force thus open the door for possible abuse or misinterpretation. Madam President, South Africa remains steadfast in its belief that there is no military solution to its crisis. All parties must prioritize de-escalation, avoid further confrontation, and pursue diplomatic negotiations in good faith, preferably through established multilateral mechanisms under the auspices of the United Nations. Despite the commendable attempt by Pakistan to broker peace, the trust deficit as a result of Iran being attacked twice in the midst of negotiations seems insurmountable without efficient guarantees. South Africa echoes the call of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights for all states to uphold international human rights and humanitarian law, and to act in a manner consistent with the principles of our shared humanity. We believe that the Strait of Hormuz is a vital international shipping route for goods and energy and should not be blocked by any party to the conflict. South Africa calls for the restoration of normal passage through the strait as the situation is adversely impacting countries around the world. Madam President, the choice of war appears to have become a default, despite our collective undertaking consistent with obligations in the UN Charter, not to use war as a means to resolve our differences. We should not ignore the threat of a further act of aggression against another member state, the alleged state of Cuba. Illegal acts of aggression against Cuba can only compound already devastating effects of the decades of old blockade. In conclusion, South Africa reiterates the importance of making real and meaningful progress towards peace rather than contributing to further divisiveness. We reaffirm our position that the parties to the current conflict should begin to identify areas of common interest in a spirit of compromise and flexibility, rather than continue to go down a path of destruction. There can be no victor in this war of choice, as the cost for the parties, the region, and the international community have already been far too great. I thank you.
I thank the Senior Representative of South Africa. I now give the floor to the Senior Representative of Pakistan, followed by Tunisia and Morocco.
Madam President, Pakistan's clear and unequivocal position on the situation in the Middle East has been expressed in Security Council and elsewhere. Pakistan remains deeply concerned at the developments over the past weeks in the region. This conflict, whose consequences have impacted everyone in the region and beyond, should never have happened. From the outset, Pakistan prioritized de-escalation,
cessation of hostilities, and return to dialogue for peaceful diplomatic solution to this crisis. Pakistan successfully hosted Islamabad talks on 11th and 12th of April. These talks were made possible by Pakistan's engagement with parties, as well as outreach efforts aimed at promoting immediate cessation of hostilities and achieving peace and stability in the region. Through the Islamabad process, Pakistan is pursuing the objective of ending the war and ensuring long-term peace. Pakistan supports the sovereignty, territorial integrity, political independence and security of all brotherly countries in the region. Pakistan has also expressed continued and unwavering support and complete solidarity with the fraternal GCC countries in these challenging times. And President, the Strait of Hormuz is an important international shipping route of goods and energy. Pakistan calls for the security of ships and crew members and the swift and safe passage of civil ships and restoration of normal passage through the strait. The situation in the Strait of Hormuz is adversely impacting countries around the world, including Pakistan. The consequences for regional and global economy are evidently harsh. And Pakistanis are also suffering. The impact is felt not only in terms of energy flows, but also fertilizers and other essential commodities, thus affecting food security, cost of living, and squeezing livelihood of the most vulnerable. IMF, for example, has warned of serious risks, raising alarms about the rise in public debt as countries around the world respond to the energy crisis. And this was a headline on the front page of today's New York Times. Interestingly, another headline on the same page referred to the stock market sailing a new peak, reflecting optimism that peace was near. This is just one perspective outside these walls as the international community follows this crisis. The options are therefore clear. If military escalation and disruptions persist, the suffering will prolong and extend far beyond the region, translating into widespread economic hardship. Return to peace, on the other hand, will benefit all. And President, we agree on the urgency of the situation and fundamental objective of reopening of the Strait of Hormuz and normalization of the situation at the earliest. This is an important issue not only for the GCC countries but also for all states in the region and beyond, including Pakistan. It is also logical that any discussion or arrangement related to the Strait of Hormuz will have to take into account the legitimate interests of the GCC countries in accordance with international law. We are grateful and humbled that Pakistan has recognized for its constructive diplomatic engagement in supporting the de-escalation, ceasefire efforts, and the broad pursuit of stability between the United States and Iran. Through sustained interaction, including at the leadership level with both Washington and Tehran, as well as with other partners in the region and beyond, notably Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Turkey, and China, and others, Islamabad has sought to encourage dialogue, facilitate the exchange of messages, and help create conditions and space conducive to meaningful negotiations. This approach underscores Pakistan's consistent commitment to regional stability and international peace, reflecting our preference for principled, dialogue-oriented diplomacy in addressing complex geopolitical challenges and managing complex issues. And President Pakistan remains committed to continue playing a constructive role in promoting dialogue, fostering understanding, and supporting all efforts aimed at achieving lasting peace in the region. I thank you.
I thank the Distinguished Representative for Pakistan. I now give the floor to the Distinguished Representative of Tunisia, followed by Morocco, as the last speaker before our break at 1.
Your Excellencies, Tunisia reaffirms its total solidarity with our brothers in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Kingdom of Bahrain, the State of Kuwait, State of Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, the Sultanate of Oman, the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, and the Republic of Iraq, while confronting all threats to their security, stability, sovereignty, and prosperity. Now, based on the constant principles of its foreign policy, Tunisia stresses its commitment to respecting all states' sovereignty, UN Charter, and the rule of law, and the rights of peaceful means in the settlement of disputes. The current tragic situation, threatening today stability and peace of the entire world, is a direct consequence of the international community's failure to restore the prescriptive rights of the Palestinian people on all the land, as it is a direct consequence of an unprecedented moral, ethical, and human worldwide scandal, predatory attitude, and personal agenda not sufficiently denounced and clearly condemned. Thank you.
I thank the Distinguished Representative of Tunisia. Now I give the floor to the Distinguished Representative of Morocco.
Madam President, there are times where history calls on nations to rise up and defend what they believe in. Today, Kingdom of Morocco defends the values that the founding fathers of our organization enshrined in Charter: national sovereignty of states, territorial integrity, and black security. These values are today being tested. The security of our brotherly Arab countries have been violated. The capacity of the multilateral system to respond with a single voice to the challenges in front of us is also being tested. It is in this context that the Kingdom of Morocco would like to reaffirm its principal concerns. First of all, the Kingdom of Morocco condemns in strong terms the Iranian aggression using missiles, which violated the integrity and security of the brotherly countries Saudi Arabia, UAE, the Kingdom of Bahrain, State of Qatar, the State of Kuwait, and the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, and Sultanate of Oman. We consider this to be a flagrant violation of national sovereignty of states, an inadmissible attack on their security, and a direct threat to the stability and security not just of the region, but of the world as a whole. Secondly, the Kingdom of Morocco welcomes the announcement of a ceasefire between the United States and the Republic of Iran. We support the facilitation provided and much appreciate provided by Pakistan to the negotiators. Thirdly, the Strait of Hormuz is a strategic artery and has a central role for global economy and the stability of international trade is universally acknowledged. We assure the importance of making sure that the state safeguards its role that is playing for prosperity and stability of all nations. At present, some things are confirmed with time. During the summit in Morocco in 2016, His Majesty Mohammed VI, Protector, reaffirmed that Morocco is considered the security and the stability of the Gulf Arab state is inextricably linked to the stability of the Kingdom of Morocco. What damages you also affects us, and what impacts us also impacts you, and the quote. And following this royal vision, we reaffirm our full solidarity with the Arab states in the Gulf and its full support all of the legitimate measures they will deem necessary to preserve the security, ensure the safety of their nationals and residents on their soil. To conclude, Mr. President, I would like to say that peace in the region of the Gulf is a peace for the world entire. Peace, which is the most precious heritage that we can bequeath to future generations. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Morocco. We have the speaker in this debate for this meeting. We will hear the remaining speakers this afternoon at 3 p.m. in this hall. Meeting is adjourned.
Born head teachers have expressed grave concerns about the impact of the new framework on staff well-being, but also on the punishing impact they will have on schools and the libraries. We're going to meet with me and with these head teachers for a roundtable to discuss how we can avoid such consequences again.
Mr. Speaker, I'd be very happy to meet with the honourable member that the new framework has been designed to support the well-being of heads and to give a clear, full view of school performance. I'm happy to continue that position.
I do agree with her. I think for she's done for children and families in her constituency, we have to determine every child gets the start in life, every family, the community and connections helps mother.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 25% of Scotland's high school had to close down because it got structural problems. Now, the school has submitted a bid for the school reopening programme, so the Minister, please ensure that this school gets within it needs to reopen its doors.
Mr. Speaker, I was concerned to hear the school did shut last Monday. Showing a school closure is not a big matter, and of course, I'm thankful, Mr. Speaker, that children are back in school, in school on Tuesday. I'm very happy to speak to the honourable member about the situation. Of course, it's the legacy of the member, the party he was a member of, and the party he is now a member of.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to welcome the experts and service and the 3% millions given to schools to set us up. However, we struggle to get ODSA as some speech and language areas and rural and coastal areas. Could Mr. Taylor incentive what they're doing to encourage these people to turn Cornwall to work in our sector?
Mr. Speaker, we were really delighted to announce £429 million in the new speech and language therapy, occupational therapists, education psychologists, which will go to communities around the country. We'll work very closely with colleagues to help to ensure that no single school and child access to this support.
Order. Before we come to the Prime Minister, I want to make a brief statement. The subject we're about to discuss is the utmost seriousness. I expect the discussion to be focused on the facts and the issues at hand, and not some personal attack against individual members. While certain criticisms may be made of government collectively, the scheme makes clear that any accusations against individual members about lying or misleading the House may only be made on a substantive motion. They may not be made as part of the next stage of the statement. A House rule on this is in place to assure that members focus on the substantive matters under discussion, and if the debate is needed on matters of individual conduct, that must be drawn in the proper terms with notice. I encourage all members to engage in respectful debate, and our constituents to expect. I therefore no statement. Prime Minister Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I'd like to provide the House with information that I now have about the appointment of Peter Mandelson as Ambassador to the United States. But, Mr. Speaker, before I go into the details, I want to be very clear with this House that while this statement will focus on the process surrounding Peter Manson's vetting and appointment, at the heart of this, there is also a judgment I made that looked wrong. I should not have appointed Peter Mandelson. I take responsibility for that action and I apologise again to the victims of Peter Farge and Epstein, who were clearly failed by my decision. Mr. Speaker, last Tuesday evening, 14th of April, I found out for the first time that on 29th of January 2025, before Peter Mandelson took up his position as ambassador, the Foreign Office officials wanted to develop vetting clearance against a specific condition, the United Kingdom security vetting, that vetting clearance should be denied. Not only that, Foreign Office officials who made that decision did not pass the information to me, to the Foreign Secretary, her predecessor, the Deputy Prime Minister, to any other minister, or even to the former Cabinet Secretary, Sir Cornwall. I found staggering, and therefore last Tuesday I immediately instructed officials in downstream in the Cabinet Office to urgently establish the facts on my authority. I wanted to know who made the decision, on what basis, who knew, and Mr. Speaker, I wanted that information for the precise and explicit purpose of updating this House. Because this is information I should have had a long time ago. And it's information that this House should have had a long time ago. It's information that I and the House have the right to know. I have now set out for timeline of events in the Mandelson process, including the fact-finding exercise instructed last Tuesday. Before doing so, I want to remind and assure the House that the Government will comply fully with the holiday resolution of the 4th of February. Mr. Speaker, in December 2024, I was in the process of appointing new Ambassador to Washington. A due diligence exercise was conducted by the Cabinet Office to Peter Manson's suitability, including questions put to him by my staff in Numberhead. Peter Manson answered those questions on the 10th of December, and I received final advice on the due diligence process on the 11th. I made a decision to appoint him on the 18th of December. The appointment was announced on the 20th, and the security vetting process began on the 23rd of December 2024. Mr. Speaker, I want to make clear to the House that for a direct ministerial appointment, it was usual for the security vetting to happen after the appointment, before starting in post. That was the process in place at the time. Mr. Speaker, this was confirmed by the former Cabinet Secretary, Sir Chris Wall, at the Professor Select Committee on the 3rd November 2025, when he gave evidence. Sir Chris made clear, and I'm quoting now, when I'm making appointments from outside the service, the normal thing is for security clearance to happen after appointment, before the person signs a contract and take that post. At the same hearing, the same Select Committee, the Permanent Secretary of the Foreign Office, Sir Ollie Robbins, said, and I quote again, Peter Mandelson did not hold National Security Vetting when he was appointed, but he went on, as is normally the case with external appointments to the department and the wider civil service. The appointment was made subject to obtaining security clearance. Mr. Speaker, after I sacked Peter Mandelson, I changed that process, so now an appointment cannot be announced until our security vetting is passed. Mr. Speaker, the security vetting was carried out by UK Security Vetting, UKSV, between the 23rd of December 2024 and the 28th of January 2025. UKSV conducted vetting in Norway, collecting relevant information
as well as interviewing the applicant, in this case, on 2 occasions. Then on the 28th of January 2025, UKSC recommended to the Foreign Office that development clearance should be denied to Peter Anderson. The following day, on the 29th of January 2025, notwithstanding UKSC recommendation that development clearance should be denied, Foreign Office officials made a decision to grant development clearance for Peter Anderson. To be clear, for many departments, a decision from UKSC is binding. But for the Foreign Office, the final decision on development clearance is made by Foreign Office officials, not UKSC. However, once this instance came to light, the Foreign Office had to make final decision on development clearance was immediately submitted by IT Secretary last week. Mr. Speaker, I accept that sensitive personal information provided by an individual being vetted must be protected from disclosure. If that were not the case, the integrity of the whole process would be compromised. What I do not accept is that the appointed minister can be told of the recommendation by UKSC. Indeed, given the seriousness of these issues and significance of the appointment, I do not accept that Foreign Office officials could inform me of UKSC's recommendations whilst also maintaining the necessary confidentiality the vetting requires. There is no law that stops civil service sensibly flagging UKSC recommendations while protecting detailed sensitive information to allow ministers to make judgments on appointments or explain matters to Parliament. So let me be very clear. The recommendation that Peter Mandelson case could and should have been shared with me before he took up his post. Mr. Speaker, let me make a second point. If I had known before he took up his post the UKSC recommendation was that development vetting clearance should be denied, I would not have gone ahead with the appointment. Mr. Speaker, let me now move to September 2025, because events then and subsequently show even starker clarity the opportunity missed by Foreign Office officials to make the position clear. Mr. Speaker, on September the 10th, Bloomberg reported fresh details of Mandelson's history of vesting, and it was then clear to me that Peter Mandelson's to my staff in the due diligence exercise were not truthful. I sacked him. I also changed the direct ministerial appointments process, so full due diligence is now required standard, where risks are identified, an interview must be taken pre-appointment to discuss any risks and conflicts of interest, and summary of this should be provided to the appointing minister. I also made clear that public announcement should not now be made until security vetting has been completed. Mr. Speaker, in light of the revelations in September of last year, I also agreed with then Cabinet Secretary, Sir Chris Warble, that he would carry out a review of the appointment process in the Peter Mandelson case, including vetting. He set out his findings and conclusions in a letter to me on the 6th of September. He advised me in that letter, and I quote, "The evidence I have reviewed leads me to conclude that appropriate processes were followed in both the appointment and withdrawal of the former HMA agent." When he was asked about Mr. Speaker last week, the then Cabinet Secretary was clear that when he carried out his review, the Foreign Office did not tell him about the UKSC recommendation that development vetting clearance should be denied to Peter Mandelson. I find that astonishing. As I say earlier, I do not accept I could have been told about the recommendation before Peter Mandelson took the post. I absolutely do not accept that the then Cabinet Secretary, official to politician, when carrying out his review, could not have been told that UKSC recommended Peter Mandelson should be denied development clearance. It was a vital part of the process that I asked him to review. Clearly, he could have been told, and it should be told. Mr. Speaker, on the same day, the then Cabinet Secretary wrote to me, so that's the 16th of September 2025, the Foreign Secretary and then Permanent Secretary of the Foreign Office, Ollie Robbins, provide a signed statement of Foreign Affairs Select Committee. The statement says, again quote, "The vetting process was undertaken by UK security vetting on behalf of CEO, concluded with DD clearance being granted by FCEO in advance of Lord Mandelson taking up post in February." It went on to say, again I quote, "Peter Mandelson's security vetting was conducted to the usual standards for the vetting in line with established Cabinet Office policy." To speak, let me be very clear to the House. This was in response to questions which included whether concerns were raised, the Foreign Office response was, and whether they were dismissed. Mr. Speaker, that the Foreign Secretary was advised on, allowed a signed statement by Foreign Office officials without being told the UKSC had recommended to Mandelson be denied vetting clearance is absolutely unforgivable. This is a senior Cabinet member giving evidence to Parliament on the very issue in question. Mr. Speaker, in light of further relations about Peter Mandelson in February of this year, I was very concerned about the fact that vetting clearance had been granted to him. Not knowing that, in fact, UKSC had recommended denial of vetting clearance, I instructed my officials to carry out a review of the national security vetting process. As I said, I do not accept that I could have been told about UKSC's denial of security vetting before Peter Mandelson took his post in January 25. I do not accept that the Cabinet Secretary could not have been told in September 2025 when he carried out his review in the process. I do not accept that the Foreign Secretary could not have been told when making statements to the Select Committee again in 2025. But, Mr. Speaker, on top of that, the fact that I was not told even when I ordered a review of the UK's process is frankly staggering. And I can tell the House that I have now updated the terms of reference of the review into security vetting to make sure it covers the means for which all decisions are made in relation to national security vetting. I have appointed Adrian Fulwood to lead the review. Separately, I've asked the Government Security Group at the Cabinet Office to look at any security concerns raised during Peter Mandelson tenure. Mr. Speaker, I know many members across the House will find these acts to be incredible. To that, I can only say they are right. It bears belief that throughout the whole time I've ever shut in the office, saw fit to withhold this information from most senior ministers in our sitting government. That is not how the vast majority of people in the country expect politics, government or accountability to work. And I do not think it's how most public servants think it should work either. I work with hundreds of civil servants, thousands even, all of whom act with the utmost integrity, dedication and pride to serve this country, including officials from the Foreign Office who, as we speak, are doing a phenomenal job representing our national interest in a dangerous world, in Ukraine, the Middle East and all around the world. This is not about them. But yet it's surely beyond doubt that the recommendation from UKSB that Peter Mandelson should be denied vetting clearance was information that could and should be shared with me on repeated occasions and therefore should be available to this House, ultimately to British people. A clear statement to the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister for our side of his statement. His reputation is at stake. Everyone is watching. It is finally time for the truth. Earlier today, Mr. Speaker, Downing Street admitted the Prime Minister inadvertently misled the House. The Prime Minister has chosen not to repeat that from this speech box. I will remind him that under the ministerial code, he has a duty to correct the record the earliest opportunity. The Prime Minister says he only found out on Tuesday that Peter Mandelson failed the security vetting. The earliest opportunity to correct the record was Prime Minister's question on Wednesday, almost a week ago. This is a breach of the ministerial code. Under that code, he is asked to be as open as possible with Parliament and the public in answering questions today. So let me start with what we do know. We know the Prime Minister personally appointed to Mandelson to be our asset to the United States. We know that Mandelson had a close relationship with the convicted paedophile. We know that he had concerning links with Russia and China, a list that had already raised red flags. We know that the Prime Minister announced the appointment before vetting was complete, an extraordinary and unprecedented step for the role of US ambassador. The Prime Minister says that it was usual for this because it was a political appointment. So I remind him and the rest of the Liberal and working that Peter Mandelson, a politician who had sacked twice from government for lying. That meant he should have gone through the full security process. And we also know, finally, Mr. Speaker, when Peter Mandelson failed the security vetting, he was allowed to continue in the role with access to top secret intelligence and security information. This goes beyond proprietary ethics. This is a matter of national security. So let me turn to what we do not know. We still do not know exactly why Peter Mandelson failed that vetting. We do not know what risks our country was exposed to, and we do not know how it is possible. The Prime Minister said repeatedly this was a failure of vetting. On television, said things were blatantly incorrect, and not a single advisor or a single official told him that what he was saying wasn't true. At every turn, with every explanation, the government story has become murkier and more contradictory. It's time for truth. There are too many questions to ask in the time, Speaker. I'm now going to ask the Prime Minister just 6 questions, but I have taken the unprecedented step to provide these questions to the Prime Minister in advance. So he has them in front of him. And I have asked these questions to be put online for the public. They and I expect him to answer. The Prime Minister appointed a national security risk to sensitive diplomatic post. Let's look at how this happened. The Right Honourable Gentleman told me at PMQs in September 2025 that full due process was followed in this appointment. We now know that in November 2024, Lord Case, then Cabinet Secretary, told him this process requires security vetting to be done before the appointment. He did not mention any of what Lord Case said in his statement earlier. So first question, does the Prime Minister accept that when he said before the House the full due process was followed, this was not true? Secondly, on the 11th of September last year, journalists asked his Director of Communications if it was true Mandelson had failed security vetting. These allegations were on the front page of the national newspaper, and yet Number 10 did not deny the story. Why? 3. Will the Prime Minister repeat from this fact box his words last week, and no one in Number 10 was aware of Tuesday that Mandelson had failed his vetting? The Prime Minister says he's furious he wasn't told recommendations of vetting. Yet to the 16th of September, a Foreign Office Minister told Parliament, and I quote, the national security vetting process is linked to ministers who are not informed of any findings other than the final outcome. This is the government's stated process. So why is the Prime Minister so furious that it's flowed? On the 4th of February 2026, the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, 4th of February 2026, the Prime Minister told me from the dispatch that security vetting he had received had revealed Mandelson's relations with Epstein. How could he say that he had not seen security vetting? And finally, Mr. Speaker, Sistema is a Russian defense company closely linked to the Kremlin, Vladimir Putin's war machine. Was the Prime Minister aware before the appointment that Peter Mandelson had remained a director of that company long after the Russian invasion of Crimea? Mr. Speaker, everyone makes mistakes. It's how you face up to those mistakes that shows the character of a leader. Instead of taking responsibility for decisions he made, the Prime Minister has thrown his staff and his officials under the bus. This is a man who once said, I will carry the hand for the mistakes of any organisation I lead. Instead, he has sacked his Cabinet Secretary, he has sacked his Director of Communications, he has sacked his Chief of Staff, and he has now sacked the Permanent Secretary of the Foreign Office. All of these people fired for a decision he made. The Right Honourable Gentleman defends that he, a former Director of Public Prosecutions, is so lacking in curiosity that he chose to ask no questions about vetting process. He asked no questions about Anderson's relationship with Gibson. He asked no questions about the security risk Anderson heard. Apparently, he didn't even seek to Peter Anderson for his appointment. It doesn't appear that he asked any questions at all. Why? Because he didn't want to know. He had taken the risk. He had chosen his man what he had to follow. It is the duty of the Prime Minister to ensure he is telling the truth, or does the ministerial code not apply to him? I'm only holding Prime Minister to the same standard to which he held others. On the 26th of January 2022, the Right Honourable Lincoln said to a previous Prime Minister at this dispatch box, if he misled the House, he must resign. Does he stand by their words, or is there one rule for him and another for everyone else?
Mr. Speaker, we respond to those points. Firstly, when I found out what had happened on Tuesday evening last, I wanted to have answer session who made the decision to give clearance on balloting contrary to the advice, why that was done and who knew about it, so I could provide the information to the House, Mr. Speaker. That exercise was conducted since Tuesday from a day, so I could come here today to give a full account to the House, which I just let out. Mr. Speaker, asked me about balloting security clearance after the appointment. I've set out that wasn't me saying that. I read out the evidence of the former Permanent Secretary about that and the former Cabinet Secretary in relation to that, and I think the quotes that I've given to the House are clear enough in relation to that. She also asked why Peter Mandelson failed. Mr. Speaker, it's important to make a distinction between the information provided to review a recommendation. The information in the review must be protected and must be protected, because otherwise the integrity of the test will fall away. But the recommendation does need to be protected and should not to be protected. Mr. Speaker, in relation to her questions, in relation to the answer about full due process, that was the information that I had that I put for the House and was confirmed by Chris Formel, because in September I asked him to conduct a review of the process to assure me that the process correctly carried out. He did that and wrote me on the 6th of September, giving me his conclusions. In relation, Mr. Speaker, to reports in the media, Number 10 was repeated last about the facts surrounding Peter Mandelton's clearance and was assured the proper process was followed in that case. Mr. Speaker, in relation to those in Number 10, let me give the answer. Nobody in Number 10 was informed about UKSC's recommendation. Mr. Speaker, to speak clear for the record, Cabinet Office Permanent Secretary did receive information recently and then sought the necessary and legal advice. Once those checks were completed by the Cabinet Office Permanent Secretary, I was told, as in the last 2 weeks ago, was entirely the right procedure. To get the legal advice and then to bring to my attention the first opportunity was right. That procedure was followed by my officials in the last few weeks. Mr. Speaker, in relation to why I was furious about the process, for the very reason, Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe I should be given some information at the very outset. I strongly believe there were repeated times when I should be told on appointment. I should have told when Peter Mandelson was sacked. The Cabinet Secretary should be told when he reviewed the process. The Foreign Secretary should have been told before she was to sign a statement to the Select Committee, and I should have been told when I would review of Mr. Speaker. In relation to the point she makes about what I said in February in answer to a question of hers, I make it very clear, Mr. Speaker, I had not seen the security file. I did not know that UKSC questioned me about vetting. I knew about the due diligence, and that's why I put before the House I'll tell you about the due diligence in relation to Epstein. The question asked me about vetting, and I knew what due diligence said, and therefore I told the House what due diligence said. I didn't tell what security vetting said because I hadn't seen the file in relation to that. Mr. Speaker, in relation to the particular details in relation to Peter Mandelson, I acted on all of the information that I had available to me. The simple fact of the matter is I should have had more information. I didn't have information. The House should have had that information, and I now set out info to the House.
Mr. Speaker. Truth is that my committee did ask. We asked on the record and got a partial truth that could hardly be whole truth. But they were on record asking the very questions the hecklers on the other side they should have been asked. And the answers are there on the record to see just what we got when we did ask. Mr. Speaker, may I to my credit? A month before Mandelson's appointment was announced, the then Cabinet Secretary advised that the necessary security clearance should be acquired before confirming political appointment. That doesn't seem to have been the usual practice. I'm glad it changed because it's clearly abused. Because what happened was that somebody, probably Peter Mandelson himself, leaked to the press his appointment as US ambassador, effectively bouncing the government into infamy. Then, when the confirmation did come forward about his appointment, it did not make clear that it was subject to vetting in either the offer letter to Peter Mandelson or in the government's press release. I'm afraid to say, doesn't it look like, for certain members of the Prime Minister's team, getting Peter Mandelson the job was a priority that overrode everything else, and the security considerations were very much back in order.
Prime Minister. Well, I thank you for the committee tasked relevant questions, and that's why I have indicated that it was ungiven the Foreign Secretary was asked to sign in response to those very questions without being told about the recommendation. Questions were asked. She was asked to advise and asked to sign a statement without being told the relevant information and given. After the appointment before vetting, I've changed that process. Now, so it never happened again. She heard me quote the evidence for Cabinet Secretary and the former Permanent Secretary in relation to. Can I just deal with the third point it makes? And that is that somehow the Downing Street's wish to appoint Peter Mandelson overrode security concerns. Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. I have been told that Peter Mandelson or anybody else failed security had not been given clearance on security vetting, I would not have appointed. A deliberate decision was taken to withhold that material from me. A deliberate decision to take to withhold material. This was not a lack of asking. This was an oversight. It was a decision. It was a decision taken not to share that information on repeated occasions.
Sit down, Leader of the Democrats.
Mr. Speaker. It's 2022 all over again. Back then, when he stood on this side of the House, it was Boris Johnson who was accused of misleading Parliament and scapegoating senior officials. The then leader of the opposition couldn't have been clearer. The public need to know, he said, not all politicians are the same. That not all politicians put themselves above the country and the honesty, integrity and the accountability matter. So he promised change, Mr. Speaker. He promised to break the cycle and stop the chaos. And he promised a government with, and I quote, more focus on long-term strategy, not the short-term distractions that can animate Westerners. I'm afraid the fact that he even had to make the statement today shows how badly he has failed. How badly he has let down the millions of people across our country who are so desperate to change. He blamed his officials. He said he had no idea. He gives every impression of a Prime Minister in office, but not in power. Facts remain, even on his own account. The Prime Minister appointed Peter Manson as ambassador to the United States, even after he had warned about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. The Prime Minister announced the appointment before Manson had been elected, despite the clear risk to national security putting someone unsuitable in that role. And one of his top officials, just 3 weeks into the job, clearly believed the Prime Minister wanted Manson to be appointed regardless of what event this turned up. And the Prime Minister relied on the vetting process to defend his decisions. So why did he ask so few questions personally about the vetting process itself? We all know the truth, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister knew that appointing Manson was an enormous risk. He decided it was a risk worth taking. Catastrophic error of judgment. Now to blow up his face, the only decent thing to do is to take responsibility. Back in 2022, the Prime Minister right-choose Boris Johnson was expecting others to take blame while he clung on. That was not acceptable then, and it's not acceptable now. So I hope the Prime Minister can at least tell us this, and we'll listen very carefully to his answer. Was he given advice by someone in case, the then Cabinet Secretary, the necessary security clearances should be acquired before he confirmed the choice for US ambassador? And did he follow that advice, yes or no? Mr. Speaker, after years of chaos under the Conservatives, we need a government focused on the interests of the people, the cost of living crisis, the healthcare crisis, and national security. We need a government honest, integrity, and accountability. So will the Prime Minister finally accept that the only way he can help deliver that is to resign?
Mr. Speaker, set out my statement at the full facts. And in September, when Bloomberg announced came to light, I asked Cabinet to review the process, Cabinet Secretary to review the process. He told me the process was as it should have been. And as soon as he finished that security vetting case last Tuesday, I asked for facts to be established, I could update Parliament. He asked me about the announcement before developed vetting. It's evident that I've given to House from the former Cabinet Secretary and from the former Cabinet Secretary. In relation to the advice from Simon case, Mr. Speaker, when I asked the former Cabinet Secretary to review the process after September 25, he specifically addressed whether the process had been followed by referencing the Simon case letter and assured me that the process was the right process we had followed. So in answer to the question, that was specifically looked at. Chris Warren, the review was conducted in September last year.
Amen. The
Prime Minister has gone on at considerable length about process and procedure, but ordinary people don't really care about process and procedure. They want transparency, and they want to know that they have confidence in the words of politicians, all of us in this chamber. On the question of Peter Manson, it was in the 90s that Peter Mandelson had to resign from the cabinet for the first time because of his dealings with the millionaire Jeffrey Robertson. It was a few years later he had to resign from the cabinet for the second time because of his relationships with the millionaire and Disher family. Peter Mandelson has a history. Peter Mandelson has a history. And what this House wants to know is why, knowing Peter Manson's history, going back about 30 years, given what has been known, it's one thing to say, as he insists on saying, nobody told me. Nobody told me anything. Nobody told me. The question is, why didn't the Prime Minister ask?
In relation to a question, let me be clear, I've not appointed Peter Mandelson. As soon as the relay came to light, I did ask the Cabinet Secretary to review the process, so I'd be sure about this. He wrote on the 16th of September, setting up the conclusions of that review, and assuring the process had been followed properly.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has spoken about process and the views, and my input that went wrong, right. That is to be supported. But he's also asking the House of the country to believe, notwithstanding a front-page media slash that Peter Mandelson had failed the vetting process. There was nobody in number 10 or in any government department that even thought to say, Is there any truth in this? Could I have a briefing on that? We need to knock this story down. If nobody asked, that is a shameful thing. And if nobody asked, does it not say to the Prime Minister that the operation of his government, which seems to be process, strategy, review, never my fault, is not sustainable and is not welcome to the country at large?
In answer to this question, the FDJ was repeatedly asked in light of inquiries. The same answer came back because a clear decision had been taken that this information was not going to be disclosed. And it was disclosed to me, let alone to anybody else. So yes, repeatedly the FDO was asked, the same answer came back, and the answer was given to me. The decision was that I wasn't to know, nobody else was to know. That was wrong.
Frankly, on this side of the House, at least from my friend, many will appreciate his apology today. But many of us will remain bewildered still why that point took place, despite the warning that many of us gave. This is the reality of this, that when he sought to realise his ambition to become leader of the Labour Party, with a little base within the party, he became dependent on McSweeney and Anderson, labored together to organise, fund his election. And when he became Prime Minister, the reward for McSweeney was control of number 10, and for Mendelsohn, the highest diplomatic office. And the message, the unspoken message to civil servants was, what Mendelsohn wants, Mendelsohn gets. This has damaged the party I've been a member of for 50 years. I urge him to take steps to clear this toxic culture out of our party. I think the first step by having an independent inquiry to lay together.
Minister. Mr. Speaker, can I just deal with what's the Parliament action in relation to questions to civil servants? I don't say that. Mr. Speaker, is simply not good enough on a question of national security where clearance, the recommendation clearance be denied for anyone, particularly civil servants, do anything other than provide me with relevant information, and that is what would have happened in this case.
Sir Jeremy Wright.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has been very clear about his view of the urgency of his response since he learned of this vetting information. I want to ask him about the events of last week. He will know that the Intelligence and Security Committee asked for any information relevant to vetting be supplied to in the first tranche of information we were to consider. We didn't receive anything about vetting at that time. The Prime Minister has told us now that on Tuesday evening he became aware of the information he has set out. But the Intelligence and Security Committee was not told about the existence of that information. Information the Prime Minister must have recognised was within terms of the Home Address and would need to be supplied to the ISC. We were not told by his officials about the existence of that information until Thursday, after it had been published. Its existence and published in the Guardian newspaper. So I'm bound to ask Prime Minister this. If that information's existence not been disclosed by the press, would we have been told about it? And if so, why did ISC have to learn of its existence from the Guardian and not from government?
Thank you for the question. And the answer is yes, it would have been provided to the committee. And I think the knowledge it has been provided to the committee. The reason for delay on Tuesday night, I found out simply that the recommendation being made to deny clearance and yet clearance be given. I want to understand who gave that clearance, on what basis, and who knew about it. I can make and obviously make the information available to the committee, and that's what I asked on Tuesday night my officials urgently to do, so the full picture could be put before both us and the committee, and I make sure that the full truth put before the committee.
Alexa Strapper.
Speaker, many of my constituents are really appalled that someone who could treat not just our country but every single victim of crime was able to serve such prestigious prison. Whatever the judgment in the security file, that decision to a point was wrong. And I welcome the Prime Minister's owning and apology for the moment. Many of my constituents are so quite concerned to learn that not a single democratically elected official in government was informed about the decision. Given this, what undertaking is the Prime Minister to gain right across government to ensure that in the future there are democratic decision makers who can full picture for this crucial justice.
Prime Minister.
Can I thank you, Mr. Speaker? That's precisely why I've asked for the entire voting process to be reviewed by Secretary in full board. And I made it absolutely clear to this House and to the civil service. My strong view is that the information was not provided to me, could be provided, and should have been provided.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister wants us to focus on process, not his judgment. But this entire sorry episode is a direct result of his decision to make direct appointment to one of the most senior roles in the FCDO of somebody who was wholly inappropriate for the role. So can the Prime Minister at least confirm to the House that this was a singular error of judgment and that his number 10 operation has not posed political appointee for any other senior role in the FCDO?
In relation to the decision, yes, my decision was error of judgment. That's why I apologise to the victims I've seen. I've done it again today. I've right to do. In relation to the second point of this question, whether any other political appointments, I will have to just check on that back to him because there are very many appointments made, taking decisions, and I'll just check for him.
Mr. Speaker, how can the public understand the importance of independent security vetting, why sensitive personal information must be protected? But they are also shocked that decisions of such significance could be taken without the knowledge of the Prime Minister. I have worked closely with the Prime Minister who has recently taken national security and accountability to this House. So can the Prime Minister set out what step he will take to remove any ambiguity? So where there are serious concerns, the risks of flat ministers ensure that accountability to this House, to the country, is always held.
Thank you for a question, Speaker. That is why last week the Chief Secretary removed suspended the power of the FDO to make a recommendation or petition contrary to the recommendation of the UK SD.
David Davis.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has twice rebuffed, firstly with the opposition, then deliberately with the Liberal Democrats, when he said that the then Cabinet Secretary advised the Prime Minister to get the clearance before the announcement. So I'm going to read one sentence from a document entitled Options for HMA Washington from the Cabinet Secretary to him personally. It says, "This is the route we wish to take. You should give the name of the person who would like to report, and we will develop a plan for them to acquire the necessary security clearances and do due diligence on any potential conflict of interest or other issues which you should be aware before confirming which action." How doesn't he hear about what Mr. Wall said a year later? That was the advice then. Why did he follow it?
Mr. Speaker, it reads out Ms. Casey's advice. The process that was followed was what understood to be the usual process. In other words, it was subject to the security fitting. It is why, when Sir Chris Walmart looked at it in September, he addressed the question by reference back to Simon Casey's letter. Because I wanted to know the process that had been followed was the right process. That is what Sir Chris Walmart looked at. He looked at it just by reference to the Simon Casey letter that has just been read out and assured me that the right process was followed when he read it.
Belter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Anybody who knows the Prime Minister will know full well that he would never, ever deliberately mislead his House. But the reality is this, Mr. Speaker. Ex post facto vetting is absolutely pointless when the appointment is political. And the trouble, Mr. Speaker, that we all face is that trust in the Prime Minister and in politics is diminishing as this sorry saga continues. So in the 17 days we have leading to those very important elections of a main question, those very important elections, what does the Prime Minister propose to do to win back the trust of the country?
Mr. Speaker, in relation to the point about vetting in relation to political appointments, I don't agree, but I do agree that the due diligence for direct ministerial appointments should be the same as for any other appointments. It clearly wasn't. That's when Sarah ordered that it be changed in order to make sure it's the same process, whether it's a direct ministerial appointment or another appointment. In relation to the country, Mr. Speaker, it is important we remain focused on the cost of living, on dealing with the war on fronts we face in this country, and to do that.
Stephen Flynn.
In the entire process, it's the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom chose to proactively ignore the victims of Jeffrey Epstein when he made the political choice to put Peter Mandelson in as the UK's most senior diplomat in the United States of America, despite knowing that he has maintained the friendship with Jeffrey Epstein himself. We have since seen Peter Mandelson be investigated for potential misconduct in public office, and we, of course, now learned through media that Peter Mandelson had filled security. The Prime Minister blames all this, all of it, on judgment of others. I'm interested in his judgment. Does he believe himself to be gullible, incompetent, or both?
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the question. I've laid out the relevant facts. It's absolutely clear that nobody is suggesting this information was made available to. It clearly was made available. It should be made available. And I'm not made it did be made available. This is why I set out some considerable detail to the House with relevant quotes from all relevant players.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has been candid about some of the challenges in this process. I'm sure he will share frustration across this House that revelations keep coming and this matter keeps coming back to Parliament. Now, he says that he has acted to prevent any further challenges in the vetting system for the government for senior appointments. Can he therefore give all of our constituents and this House the reassurance that he has no further sense there will be any challenges to any other senior appointments through the vetting process that this government has made?
Mr. Speaker, that is precisely what I've reviewed to carry out the security vetting. I've never believed it to be the case, but won't be sure about the security vetting process, and that's why I've asked for Adrian to look at it and give me that assurance. We'll just pass that to the House.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister just told us that after he sacked Master, he changed the process so the now appointment cannot be announced until after security vetting passed. Why did he do that? He didn't think there was a problem with security vetting.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in September, it became clear to me that in relation to the due diligence that had been out of the Cabinet Office, Minson had been asked questions by myself and given answers which were untruthful. That was exposed by Bloomberg emails. At that point, I became concerned about the process. I asked for a review of the process by Chris Warmall, which he carried out, but I also made it immediately clear that I would change the process so that whether the ministerial appointment or any other appointment, the same process was gone through. And I also want to make clear that I did think that it was right that appointments be announced for security vetting was gone through in any circumstance, and therefore I changed it straight away.
Rachel Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Constituents are deeply concerned about the appointment of Peter Mandelson. They want to see complete transparency going forward. I'm really concerned to read that the civil servants in their Cabinet Office may have had this information about a month ago. It has taken them this long to be able to be in a position where they can share the information with the democratically elected person making this appointment. What can the Prime Minister share with us today so that we don't have to face this type of issue going forward?
Can I just add on? Because what happened was that the information came to the attention of senior civil servants who were in fact doing the client's humble dress. When they saw the information about the vetting, they took legal advice straight away to ask whether it was legal to disclose that to me. They got advice. As soon as the advice was given, they disclosed it to me straight away. It was Tuesday. That was right and appropriate thing for them to do. It's not critical what they did.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know that last September, MI6 finding Mandelson compromising business interests was accurate and measured to myself on September 15th, 2025. He failed his security vetting. We also know former Cabinet Secretary advised the Prime Minister to carry out security clearance of Mandelson before his appointment. It was reported in Knives yesterday that Anderson was given strap very, very highest security vetting, well beyond DV, despite being failed to DV. It's likely the Americans will have serious questions about what secret of theirs a compromised British ambassador might have accessed. Despite all this, we also know that the PM number 10 were utterly determined to appoint Mandelson as ambassador to DCC, can't hell or high water. My question is why?
I'm not sure whether I've ordered a review of any national security issues raising in relation to what I found out last Tuesday and what the update has when that review is complete.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also thank the Prime Minister for his heartfelt statement. And if a garden party's options got worse, the reviving post of anti-governance that was vacant for 3 of his predecessors, years and years, starting with Chris Johnson's lockdown bridges. So can I ask the Prime Minister, now that we have the heavyweight Margaret Hodge in post, what plans does he have this broader area?
Well, I'm sure that Margaret Hodge will do a very good job in that role. She's done so many other roles, obviously.
First suggested to the Prime Minister that Mandelson should be appointed as our ambassador to the United States, or was it just his own idea? Did it ever cross his mind that Mandelson was at risk of failing the vetting process? And before sacking all the Robins last week, did the Prime Minister ask him why he overruled the verdict of security vetters? And if so, what was his explanation?
I did ask him, and I didn't get his explanation. That's why I sat here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the beginning of February, in February 2026, we learned that Peter Mandelson had shared highly sensitive government information with Jerry Epstein from former Prime Minister Gordon Brown. At that juncture, if I was in his shoes, I would be forensic in recognising the security risk and wanting detailed answers. What's not adding up for me is why we are not in mid-April before we get this information, and why the Prime Minister didn't drill down to assure that we had security information, which clearly we learnt that Peter Mandelson had breached.
Mr. Speaker, at that point, I did ask order the review of the security vetting because I was concerned it had failed. In fact, because of information I was given, it hadn't failed. It had actually given the recommendation that clearance should be denied. The fact that when I ordered a review of UK SB, senior officials in front office didn't at that stage, if at no other stage, brings my attention to the information they have involved. It's astonishing because I was ordering a review of the process, which looks like it failed, in fact, had flagged the relevant concerns.
Thank you, Speaker. To point from my honourable friend, the member for New Forest West, I think the Prime Minister does owe it to the House to tell us what Ollie Roberts' response to him was when said he did all that. Because in my experience, that senior officials are actually keen to deliver on the wishes of ministers, particularly a newly elected Prime Minister. And my concern here is that implicitly, as other members have made the point, Sir Ollie Roberts was responding to a desire from the Prime Minister, because it's perfectly clear in all of the newspapers the allegations are out there about Mandelson, but the Prime Minister decided to proceed anyway. The official wished to deliver on the desire of the Minister. That's why he overruled the advice, and I fear also gave him the Prime Minister a degree of plausible deniability.
Let me answer that in relation to. Sorry, let's start saying a distinguished career. I must say, I do say that. I still not saying that he should have provided the information. I mean, could have provided it to me. He's being evidence tomorrow, but I can say to the House that when I spoke to him on Thursday, his view to me was that he couldn't provide this information to me because he wasn't allowed to provide the information to me. I don't want to put words in his mouth because it's very important to give his own evidence. In relation to the question being asked of me, I said why wasn't this shared with you. I've been asked what question I put to him. I've not answered. I'm trying to give that up. Try and give it without being into Roberts' mouth because I don't think that's for me to do so. What he said to me was essentially that he took the view that this process did not allow him to disclose to me recommendation UK SB. No doubt he asked further questions about that is the reason that he gave me.
There are 61 conflicts raging around the world. I've known international relationship being morphed. CDOs pushing through 40% cut aid and 25% cuts of staff, all under watch of the permanent Secretary. So can I ask the Prime Minister what risk assessment was carried out before he was removed?
Mr. Speaker, I was dealing with a various issue. I asked my team to establish the facts on Tuesday night. I spoke to the former Permanent Secretary on Thursday night. As a result, the information I had and the exchanges I had, I made clear that I no longer had influence in him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The problem the Prime Minister's got is his own beliefs. The public don't believe him. MPs on this side of the House don't believe him. His own global benchers don't believe him. So as a Prime Minister who to me is a liar.
Prime Minister, sorry, we won't use those words now. Should the member withdraw it?
Mr. Speaker, I have the greatest respect for you and your office, but I will not withdraw. That man could lie straight in bed.
Mr. Anderson, you'll to leave. Phil Riddle.
Speaker, Mr. Ollie Roberts came before the Foreign Affairs Committee on 3rd November last year. He was asked by my honourable friend, member Liverpool Wolf, whether, in the context of vetting, Lord Melson's appointment was escalated. Citing a need to maintain the integrity of the vetting system, so Ollie replied, and I quote, "I certainly cannot comment on that, I'm afraid." Does the Prime Minister not find it reversed that when specifically asked by members of Parliament about Anderson's vetting, Sir Ollie inclined to discuss the very topic we are now debating in this House?
Well, I've read that evidence, and it makes my strong view that the recommendation of UKSB could and should be shared with me, and could and should be shared with the Foreign Secretary, and thus with the Select Committee and Shilling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Further to the question raised by my honourable member for Hussar, Mr. Speaker, is it not pretty poor form that the Prime Minister shoals the blame for this, particularly onto Ollie Robbins, the fine and experienced civil servant who was appointed 2 days after the Prime Minister's Manson announcement? Surely, Mr. Speaker, the buck stops at the top.
Ollie Robbins has had a distinguished career, and I've worked with him over a number of years. Nonetheless, he could and should have shared this crucially relevant information with me before Peter Manson took his post, and should have done various points after that. It was because of that that I lost confidence in him. It doesn't mean he hasn't got a distinguished career. He does have a distinguished career.
Thank you, Mr. Statement. I know the Prime Minister is aware that public confidence in politicians needs to improve in order to regain public trust. With this in mind, all has been accepting donations from millionaires in cryptocurrency, making it difficult to trace who actually funds them. As Prime Minister free, reform line of millionaires to cryptocurrency is a security risk.
Mr. Speaker, we take another position in relation to
let's move on.
Mr. Speaker, in the readout of the Prime Minister's meeting on the 15th of April on it says, and I quote, "It is noted that the decision to grant B, despite the UKSB advice, had been disclosed to anyone outside FCDO and the UKSB until the document itself was shared with the Permanent Secretary of the Cabinet Office. He therefore saying that neither the Chair, the Joint Committee on Intelligence, nor the National Security Advice were aware of the security risk with our most important strategic ally until the vetting document itself was shared with Cabinet."
I understand that to be the case. Obviously, no, I understand it wasn't my decision to withhold it. I understand, if I understood Ferrari's position correctly, that argument is he can't share it or couldn't share it with anyone. Certainly doesn't share National Security Advisor. Don't think it was shared with anybody else. But it's a question of me. As far as I know, it hasn't been until it was seen by officials, legal advisors, taken shown to me. It was shared with anybody else.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Prime Minister for his statement. The Cabinet came within that and bodies of the GN. Despite quotations of leaders of the parties visit and it includes some of these ventures as well, I'm sure everybody is agrees that the government today should take advice of that intelligence vetting services and act on it. In the version we have heard, this is a fundamental question for me. How can government act on intelligence services vetting advice if ministers will get to do that advice?
Well, Mr. Speaker, in many instances, if the UKC is effectively defined position so forth, so in the Foreign Office, there is additional part of the process in which final decisions are taken by Foreign Office officials rather than the recommendation of UKSC. That is what has been suspended, so that in Foreign Office as well, the recommendation of UKSC is what happens.
David Robinson.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister knows that he is the main character in an ongoing national scam. And given all the blame of course in his statement, it is incredible that only one person had lost their decision. But the Prime Minister also recognised it is incredible to learn that in Northern Ireland, a political appointment was made following the refusal to clear an individual for security access, that they have continued in their post, engaged on issues connected with the legacy of our troubled past with full security clearance, despite security service concerns, and they continue to the day. If the Prime Minister's order review by Secretary Fulford, will he assure it includes within its terms of reference or separately a deep dive into the appointment of Marie Anderson, the Northern Ireland Police Ombudsman, why she was appointed, why the security information was ignored, why this can be the case?
Thank you, and I will ensure the review covers all the relevant issues and material obtained to handle just then.
The Prime Minister has the right to expect that his senior civil service will always tell him the truth and the whole truth. He recalled that Mrs Thatcher used to say of Lord Young that she liked David because he always brought her solutions and not problems, while her other ministers brought her problems. Does he believe that there is a problem within the civil service, that promotion and advancement is on the back of not giving your ministers problems, and that on this occasion the senior official at the FTO knew that if he did tell the Prime Minister what he ought to have told the Prime Minister, he was bringing him a problem?
Thank you. Just be clear. We have thousands of civil servants every day with integrity and professionalism doing the job of their best ability. As I understand what Ollie is saying he believed he couldn't give me this information that was prohibited from doing so. I disagree with him. I think he should have given me this information, but I don't think that there's any reason to suggest that the civil service for any permitted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I just point out the development process has always been highly protected, because otherwise it wouldn't work. People would not give information to the development process if they thought that any detail of that was likely to be disclosed, or even if the result is low, medium or high risk was likely to be exposed. And that is why the previous Labour government in 2010 wrote into the Constitutional Reform Government Act Section 3 in order to prohibit that disclosure. And if he is now saying development vetting is now going to be available to ministers on a routine basis, would it be undermining the very process upon which we depend for our national security?
With respect, I don't agree with this analysis. I certainly agree that the information that's provided into the process by the applicant has to be protected, because as anybody who's been through the process know, it's an incredibly detailed and intrusive process, and it's very important that individuals give full and truthful accounts of all the questions that that's why that needs to be protected. I do not accept that means that the recommendation of the UKSB cannot be shared with ministers, including the Prime Minister. I have to distinguish between two. I accept the first, I utterly reject the second.
The Foreign Office share the outcome of the vetting process, but not the conclusions of the vetting reports. Not just the detail, but the conclusions too. If the Prime Minister is going to make a decision, we need to know what is within it, what changes will be making to stop this happening.
Thank you for the question, and that's why I've asked for a review of the entire process that could look at from start to finish, including the question of whether there should be any circumstances in which the recommendation of UKSC could not be followed.
Lisa Smart. Speaker, I'm a number of members, right members, I'm quite sure I heard answers for the Prime Minister. Why did the Prime Minister choose to ignore the advice from the then Cabinet Secretary, Simon Case, seek security testing before coming Keegan Middleton as his pick?
I answer to the pleasure being that the appointment was made subject to security vetting. That's what I was thought. The question she raised is the question I raised, which is why I asked Chris Holman to look at process, and in particular, he looked at the advice from Simon Case to answer the question, was the process followed? And he gave me the answer that he thought right, I've included that process.
I thank my honourable friend for his say. For clarity, can you confirm to whom and when the UK security vetting report outcomes were made available? And also, what guidance has been senior officials must be escalated to their ministers?
The process with the UKSB informed SEO of their finding, their recommendation, and then there's an escalation process or process in the sense that it is the FCDO in these particular cases to make the final decision, which is what they did in this case.
Speaker, I want to return again to the real nub of what this is. The Prime Minister knew, as we all knew, about his representation to who should be the ambassador in this particular case, and there had been sacked twice out of cabinet. But more than that, in the public domain at the time were all his links clear with the Chinese companies and his meetings with Xi. Furthermore, his time was sustainable where he stayed there after 2014 the invasion. Not just for that, but his meeting with Putin, and of course, his relationship with Deripaska, who was negotiating on the tax levels and the tariffs on aluminium when he was the EU Commissioner responsible. So with all of that going on, his announcement of this man into the ambassadorial position, why do you think that therefore he didn't know something about him? He knew he was corrupt, he was corrupting, and he was the wrong choice. So that's why he returned cases review, cases advice to have a review before he made decisions.
No, that's not the case. The judgment point was made judgment call, and that was and I apologise for it to the victims of Epstein. But the vetting process was carried out in the item to the House. I should have been told at the time of the recommendation. Had I been told, I would have made the appointment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today's statement may well be about protest and procedure, but surely, Prime Minister, the real issue is why, when Peter Manson's reputation was already known, was he ever considered such an important role?
Mr. Speaker, I think that was my decision, and I apologise for it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister says it's staggering and unforgivable he wasn't told of the vetting. But what really staggering and unforgivable is that he appointed his answer before vetting. He appointed Peter Mandelson knowing about his friendship with paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. What's unforgivable is the Prime Minister was more concerned with pandering to Donald Trump, the standing victims and survivors. Now, the Prime Minister has not accepted simple sorry from his civil servants. He thinks that inadequate. The country thinks a simple sorry is inadequate from him. Will he take personal responsibility for his staggering and unforgivable judgment resign?
Mr. Speaker, I've set out to the House. That's what happened in this particular case. I am staggered, unbelievable. I wasn't given the information I should have given.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister made a political decision to appoint Peter Mandelson, but central to that decision, along with other policy and political position decisions, would have been the Prime Minister's former Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney. Can the Prime Minister confirm to the House whether Morgan McSweeney passed all his security vetting, confirm whether or not Morgan McSweeney ever handled documents for which he had anything other than the appropriate level of clearance?
All the appropriate vetting has taken place on 10. Everybody has asked that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If, as even assured, there was no law that prevented Permanent Under-Secretary telling the Prime Minister the outcome of Mendelssohn's developed vetting, then presumably by the same token, there was no law that prevented the Prime Minister from asking. So can he be very clear with the House on one point? Did he, as Prime Minister, ever ask the question, did Mandelson fail his vetting? And if he did ask that question, who did he ask that question of, and when did he ask it?
Peter Mandelson given to vetting clearance. That was the clear position. He was given clearance. That's the facts as set out.
The Prime Minister has always had the utmost integrity and honour. He's been dealing with this House, and he's an eminent lawyer who understands the consequences of deliberately coming here to dismiss Parliament. On top of that, he also understands the likelihood of a paper trail under such a deception. But it's inconceivable that he would intentionally mislead the House. But does he agree with me that all the documents relevant to this matter must be made public in accordance with the humble test that was passed on the 4th of February, and that no ministers or officials should engage trying to prevent any of those documents being made public?
Yes, we welcome the humble address in full. That is the process that's going on.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Speaker. The Prime Minister said today, I know many members across this House will find these facts to be incredible. He's right, we do, along with his staggering lack of curiosity and his inability to take on board warnings about his good friend Peter Mandelson. Because the Prime Minister was given a due diligence document by the Cabinet Office, which had him several reasons why Peter Mandelson should not be appointed. Failed tries from government, business dealings in Russia and China, and the fact that he maintained a relationship with Epstein after his imprisonment for paedophilia. The Prime Minister knew this, but appointed him anyway. Why, Prime Minister? Why?
Peter Mandelson was asked questions on the back of the diligence side, and he didn't tell the truth in those answers. But look, the decision to appoint him was an error. It was an error, and I apologise for it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's accepted by many in these members that the Prime Minister did not know the outcome of the vetting. But the Cabinet Secretary gave on Tuesday, and she clearly spent a month researching whether or not he could provide the advice that she did. So she clearly thought very carefully about the information that she brought. When the Prime Minister then launched an investigation, rather than coming straight to the House with the information that she had provided, was that because the information was insufficient to present to the House? And if so, when was he planned to come to the House?
It was insufficient because all it told me was that the recommendation of UKSC was to deny clearance. What it didn't tell me was who then provided the clearance, why did they do it, and who knew. They were questions that the House obviously want to raise with me, and that's my urgent part for those facts to be established. I could come to the House today and provide a full count that I have about the House.
Carried out before someone has, and I quote, frequent and uncontrolled access to top secret material or any access to top secret coded, otherwise known as strat material. The Prime Minister's promised full transparency by asking 3 questions. Did Peter Mandelson have access to any top secret strat material before his DB clearance on the 20th of January? Did Peter Mandelson have any restrictions placed on his access to top secret strat material during his time in Washington? And if so, as the Prime Minister assured himself, that Mandelson did not leak any of the material, just as he leaked commercially confidential material to Jeffrey Epstein and Gordon.
I do not understand that he had access to material before he took his post as ambassador. He did have access after a post, and I have a review of any security concerns may arise.
Mr. Speaker, I think we all find it staggering that someone fell security vetting to be appointed to such a sensitive, critical role, and it's even more staggering as we've heard that the Prime Minister was informed of that failure. And I agree with the Prime Minister. He didn't need to know the details. We did need to know that he'd failed the security vetting. But in terms of the detail, I want to ask the Prime Minister this. If people didn't know the concerns were security for Peter Mandelson, how could any minister, how could any official, how could any other state deal with him on sensitive security issues? I understand the Prime Minister is doing an inquiry into that, but it's very important that Parliament has oversight of that issue, because I'm very concerned there's been another failure there to manage our security interest.
I think in a case such as this, in relation to sensitive post, I think it's right somebody should be appointed at all if the UKSC are recommending clearance is not given. So that will be my position on this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I'm privileged to serve as Security Minister, the Prime Minister is my trap, and dealing with matters of most significant national security is straightforward with me, as I will with him. I have answered this straightforward question. Humble to make clear that the ISC will see any material related to national security or international relations. In the course of our work, we clearly liaised with the Cabinet Office. When did the Cabinet Office know about this failure in vetting? Who knew? And why didn't they bring that material to the ISC when they found it? Well, we hadn't received it when he found out that this vetting had failed, and yet others must have known that it had failed.
The situation was that as part of the work that was being on the humble address, this information came by. Senior officials immediately took lead advice on where it could be disclosed. Having got that advice, they immediately disclosed it to me. That's the process. It can now be disclosed to the committee, albeit I think on the Thursday rather than the Tuesday. But that's the process. And just to find that process, I think it's right for the senior officials having this information to get legal advice on what could disclose and who do. I think that was the right thing to do. As soon as they got the advice, they brought it to my attention.
Disgracing self and extension abortion upon these 2 houses of which he was only a member.
Does the Prime Minister agree that the famous Armstrong memorandum on conduct of the civil service was correct and holds true today, and it said it is the duty of the civil servant to make available to the Minister all the information and experience at his or her disposal which may have the bearing on the policy decisions to which he is committed or preparing to make, and to give the Minister honest and impartial advice without fear or favour, and whether the advice accords with the Minister's view or not?
Prime Minister.
Yes, I do agree with that, and that's why this information couldn't have been shared with me at the first opportunity. That was before Peter Mandelson took up his post as Ambassador.
Mr. Roberts.
The Prime Minister is hiding behind the thicket of legalese and procedure, but he has a track record of appointing the most favoured sons and daughters to plumb government jobs and to the House of Lords. In Wales, we know all about Labour's crony culture. The cricket Labour's favourite Prime Minister, Von Kithen, brought up another 10 in spot of dodgy donations and now tipped for a peerage. But the coming, Mr. Speaker, how will he explain to this party his role in bringing down Labour's century dominance and ways in the forthcoming elections?
Mr. Speaker, I see questions about process in relation to Peter Mandelson. I said that in some detail. That hasn't answered the question.
For 2024 Prime Minister announcing Peter Mandelson as new ambassador that he had unrivaled experience. This was despite the gravity of what was known about his record and available publicly. Is it not the case that Peter Mandelson's political appointment, which was personally decided by the Prime Minister and announced to the public before the security vetting was completed, needed to progress and had to happen, however it happened, because of Mandelson's role in the Prime own leadership campaign and because it served the interests of one particular faction in the Labour Party?
Mr. Speaker, I don't accept that there is a reason for withholding from me the information about security clearance.
Joe Whittingham.
The result of the Prime Minister's terrible failure of judgment is that for over a year, this country's interests were represented in the United States as someone that our own security services deemed to be a security risk. Will he assure us that an investigation will take place into all aspects where our national security may be damaged, and the results of that will be made available to the Intelligence Security Committee and where possible to Parliament?
Prime Minister.
Yes, I will.
Leaders who speak to this. One is about process, another one is about budget. On process, I believe the Prime Minister, where the Prime Minister was not told about security event clearance and had known he was happy. We don't have a problem. But the problem is, I wasn't told that who's actually running the country, and other ministers are kept in the dark by civil servants. On the issue, it was wrong, completely wrong in the first place, to put Mandelson forward as an ambassador. The Prime Minister actually confirmed this week that no one is in position to have followed the vast security vetting process of all political appointments that have been made.
This included a review that this afternoon has got findings session with the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This saga is drawn to close, and it comes to a conclusion with Prime Minister's designation that he can accept that or not. What I can't get is that Asmi will secret Sadactino line regime that he expects us to believe prevail at the very top of government between officials, not just ministers, but the Prime Minister. He talked a lot today about what he did know and he wasn't told. Well, he knew that Mandelson had a serious human frailty for other people's width. We knew that Mandelson was involved in the Russians. We knew that Mandelson was sacked twice as a government minister. Can the Prime Minister explain what was Mandelson's actual qualities that he would pursue in the role as US ambassador, and what steps he taken to contain serious and measurable breach of national security at his point of Peter Mandelson facilitated?
Speaker, I make sure it was an error to appoint Peter Mandelson. There is a reviewing on into any security issues may arise.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Prime Minister saying that he should not have appointed Peter Mandelson. In November, for an Affairs Committee, I asked about who sees betting and was told by Sir Ollie Robbins, obviously the vast majority are relatively straightforward, ones that require more senior judgment and potentially a discussion about managing and mitigating risks are estimated appropriately. Questions being asked by a Foreign Secretary or ministers or officials in Britain should be a signal to civil servants to escalate this matter, given the controversial nature of the political appointment. So I would like to ask the Prime Minister, but then says about link to Epstein, to other countries, or anything else, were raised by him in conversations about his appointment at just before the time of his appointment that would signalled civil service should escalate.
Prime Minister.
Well, just a few different process was due to this process carried out by the Cabinet Office in which Peter Mandelson was asked questions. Separately, there's the vetting process in which the recommendation of UKIP was not shared with me Tuesday evening.
There are two different ways in which MSs can inadvertently mislead us. One is by the things that they say, but one is by the things that they don't say. And that's why I'm particularly interested in the letter that my terrible friend, the member for Boola Hopkinton, raised, one from Lord Case, because that seems to have been written to the Prime Minister in November 2024, advising to political appointment to ambassadorial role ought to be preceded by full security before it was announced. It was announced by the Prime Minister in December 2024. Did he write on his decision there that he wanted it to be subject to him passing a full security vetting? Did he write on his box note?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I asked it to be subject to vetting. It was because of the process in September 25 asked Warmall to do a review for the process, and he had reference back to the time case.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm sure the Minister is aware of the damage this saga has done to public trust in politics and politicians. However, I would like to next focus, and the focus of the government is on the issues that matter most to the constituents in Banbury, in particular, tackling the cost of living.
Well, actually, Mr. Speaker, the focus of the government on the fact we're facing a war on two fronts with zero consensus per country, and that we absolutely need to deal with cost of living, which is the number one issue for our constituents up and down the country.
heard views from the United States administration take a decision in the Foreign Office to assist with Mandelson and UK ambassador to Washington DC after the vetting advice received there.
Minister. I don't believe that they did. This was UK security vetting carried out in the way I described the House. The issue is that the recommendations were shared with me was here in the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Prime Minister for his statement. Could the Prime Minister provide House with an update on the proposed legislation to remove peerage from districts like Peter Mandelson, who has fallen so far below what is expected of those serving in House of Lords?
Yes, make a commitment in relation to that legislation works progressively.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. At the risk of stating the obvious, the Prime Minister has based his defence today and over this whole saga around his claim that he wasn't told. He wasn't told that Mandelson failed security vetting in particular length time in his statement. He wasn't told. I'm just wondering how many times and on specific dates did he himself directly ask for that information?
Mr. Speaker, not a claim I wasn't told, and I don't think anybody is disputing that. The clearance given on 29th of January 2025, the information was not provided to me. In September, I did ask specifically about process. I did ask about the process. Sir Chris Waldman made it clear to me, in carrying out the review, he was not told about the security clearance recommendation was made. I think on both occasions that information should be provided both to me and the then Cabinet Secretary.
I thank the Prime Minister for his statement. In answer to our honourable friend earlier in the statement, the Minister said that he delayed bringing this up so that he could answer, amongst other questions, why UK SE was overruled. It seems wholly incredible that the decision was made for personal whim by senior civil servants. Is it not that it was made because of political pressure from number 10 to advance a man, a particular faction in the Labour Party, who looked to foreign spiritual leadership for years? So can the Prime Minister explicitly now confirm his understanding of my decision to overrule UK SE?
Minister, I don't declare that the view of anyone about Mandelson provides an explanation, not providing me with the information. He said the recommendation was not grant him security clearance. We're talking about a very serious issue and a very sensitive case. Clearly should be given that information, whatever pressures that are always there in government every day.
Robert Jones.
The Prime Minister's aides agree that he's furious, angry farmer. But why is it that he only seems to be angry? He's trying to say his own kid. Is he not angry about the 600 men across the English Channel on small boats on Saturday? Is he not angry about the people who are queuing up for fuel at the forecourts and can't afford the Chancellor's taxes? Isn't the truth his government is now so paralysed that its only agenda is cleaning up the mess left by the paedophile Al? He's an anxious
I think any minister of any government that had been provided with this relevant information would rightly be frustrated and angry.
Mr. Speaker, I take a momentary statement to focus on young men who were exploited, abused, raped by Jeffrey Epstein and his friends. Years of being trafficked, raped, no one to turn to, and years people not believing. The idea that Mandelson will Epstein's conviction wrongful is disgusting. And I cannot imagine how it felt for the survivor to hear that. PM was right to attack him, so can I ask the Prime Minister to take the opportunity again to say to those women that this House believes them, and this government stands by them, and is he confident that no person with financial or personal links with sex traffickers would receive a DV in future?
Can I interrupt focus on the victims in this, and that's why I started the statement by making it clear this was a judgment on my part, and the apology I have made is to victims, because I know the impact this would have had on them who already suffered so very much.
The opposition asked a question we did believe received response. Was the Prime Minister aware that Peter Mandelson was director of Systema before he was appointed?
Mr. Wright, on the information was provided to me in the due diligence process. The information was dealt with in the security process and not been made available to me, nor can that detail be made available to me. It's the recommendation that should have been made available to me.
Speaker, one of the things that I find most difficult to understand in this process is when this scandal erupted in September of last year, and before the Prime Minister came to this place and elsewhere to make statements about it, statements that he must have known would have involved talking about the vetting. Why he simply didn't order officials to share the vetting with them? Why didn't he, and does he regret not doing it?
I did ask Sir Wilmot Count review. I worked on the basis that all information would be shared with him. It was only last week that I found out from Sir Chris that he himself had not been provided the information he should be provided for when he was carrying a review on my behalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I take my minister back to the question asked by the member for Hackney North and Stoke Newington some while ago? When he asked a quite simple question: why the Prime Minister didn't ask any questions whatsoever about the nature of the security clearing that Mandelson achieved, or why there were any doubt about him? Or was he so obsessed with his determination to appoint this tinted figure to be ambassador to Washington, he just wanted to ignore the rest, and the officials just went along with it? Why didn't he ask the simple, straight question?
Peter Mandelson with security clearance. That was clear to everyone, including myself. He was given clearance. He was cleared. He wouldn't have started the role if he hadn't been given clearance. As soon as it came to my attention last week, that was against the recommendation of UK FE. I did ask for the information out before the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all agree that Peter Mandelson should never have been appointed. The Prime Minister has said this clearly and consistently, and take responsibility in goodbye for advising. That's the right thing to do. Can the Prime Minister give further assurance that the government will continue to comply with the humble dress in full?
Yes, I can give that assurance to her.
Prime Minister made things over the course of the last few weeks and months, which have now turned out not true around the vetting process of Peter Mandelson. Does the Prime Minister accept he inadvertently led to have comment?
Prime Minister, I did not lead the House of Commons. I accept that information that I should have had, and information that the House should have had, should be for the House. I did not mislead the House, and that's why I've set up the account in full.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bloomberg files, which caused the Prime Minister to sack Peter Mandelson, revealed that Mandelson had been leaking confidential government information to convict paedophile during Gordon Brown's government. In his role as ambassador to Washington, there will have been access to highly sensitive and top-secret documents. So, knowing that this was his previous behaviour, is there any investigation by the government or security services in potential links during Mandelson's tenure as ambassador?
That's asked for review to be carried out in relation to the material that could cause any issues in relation to national security.
Mr. Speaker, on the 12th of September, it was revealed in independent debate that Mandelson did not pass vetting by Isaacs and therefore by UK SP. On the 16th of September, in the chamber, my old friend, the member for Tiverton Ninehead, made the same comment in the presence of the Minister, the Right Honourable for Cardiff South and Penarth. On hearing this information, did the Minister or the Prime Minister feel the need to ask if the specific claim was true? And in the response that was given, that DV clearance was warranted by the SCDO, at KC, how did he not see the clear difference between the question that was asked and the answer that was given? Does he agree with me that his own words, explanation, bears belief?
Mr. Speaker, various questions were asked, and questions were all put to FCA. The answer that was the same because they was not information could share anyone, including yourself.
Thank you, Speaker. Early day and TV release an interview with host worker Rachel Benavides, who's 22 years old. She became one of the victims of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse. For 27 years, she has been waiting for the crimes committed against her to be recognised. And as she told NBC, and I quote, "Until we are heard, till sides are heard and believed, then I don't think there's ever going to be justice." Does the Prime Minister agree that we owe it to the hundreds of victims like Rachel to put them first in these debates and political point scoring, and that he was absolutely right to sack someone like Peter Mandelson, who refused to believe his victims, and if he did not care?
Well, I do agree, and I can thank for making sure that the victims are central in this, as they should be.
Mr. Speaker, Prince Gunley now for nearly was. So I put it to him that the most charitable explanation that can be put forward to explain this sorry saga is that it has been a bad, probably terminal case for 3 wise months. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil.
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I've set up the procedure in detail. Information would have been provided to me. It was not provided to me. If it had been provided, they would not have allowed Peter Mandelson to proceed on what they did.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we've heard, it's absolutely staggering that vital information on UKSB recommendations be withheld from ministers taking decisions. Can the Prime Minister assure the House that in the review of his commission that we examine whether any other instances in which UKSB recommendations against granting DV status, whether any other instances of that over not just the period of this government, the last 14 years, because they have potential to have very serious security implications?
I didn't know such a the and that's why I put the review in place.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Please remind us that many of us in this House totally scarred political mess but believe that's nothing compared to banging holes in the door of Scotland by voters who feel that they expect and would like to expect more from this government after what they were promised. We focused on process today, but the Prime Minister wouldn't have had come here, would have had to stand at the dispatch box, answer all these questions if he had not made the decision which he accepts was wrong to appoint Peter Mandelson. That's the root of this whole thing. So I accept your responsibility. What does the Prime Minister think the consequence should be for that, and how do we restore faith?
Can I just help the Prime Minister and help them run the room? There's lots to catch my with lots of please, let's see the question. Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I accepted the argument on my behalf, but I was not provided with information. Had I been provided with it, I wouldn't be appointed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning, the Minister said that to deal with an unconventional US administration, we needed an unconventional ambassador. So, Prime Minister, does unconventional now mean appointing a man to a senior position when we know his lies, his corruption and misconduct has provided corruption at the very heart of our democracy now? Can the Prime Minister tell us when he first knew the evidence and the advice and we
Please, let's give the people in.
I firstly lost just as I've touched the House.
Third time of asking. At the time when the Prime Minister appointed Peter Mandelson as ambassador, was he aware that he had been a director of system?
I wasn't aware of what was intelligence, and I thought that. I wasn't aware of what the issues that dealt with in the security vetting or the recommendation of UKC.
Thank you, Speaker. Madison's appointment was a huge failure of the British state, and I welcome the Prime Minister's hand in accepting his responsibility for his part in it. Does the Prime Minister agree that restoring public trust is a massive task and requires leaders on all sides to be careful with their language to ensure that they understand the processes they're talking about, rather than throw out baseless accusations of, quote, lying?
I do agree with that, Speaker.
Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has been absolutely clear that he should have been shown the recommendation of UK security vetting. He knew he hadn't seen it, so why didn't he ask for it?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the first I knew that there had been a recommendation to deny clearance was Tuesday evening of last week. The security clearance had been given by the Foreign Office before Peter Mandelson took up opposed. As soon as it came to my attention, I saw the information I put before the House today.
I'm going to take a bit of the over and then I'm going to take you down.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the public watching after will be baffled by the Commission who said what when. So I think the Government will come here us today. But no Prime Minister or should be in a situation like this. We're going to propose that critical information are not brought to the attention of ministers. So I welcome the full review. But would Prime Minister look at the wider relationship between government and citizens so that trust can be restored?
Prime Minister.
Yes, we'll look at that, but I do just want to say again, thousands of civil servants act with professional integrity every day. On this occasion, superman should be brought by attention and will not be interested with.
Absolutely. Oh, sorry. Yeah, carry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the session of Parliament, we have seen the head of the ODR carry the can and resign due to a member of his team. What will it take for the Prime Minister to carry the can?
Mr. Speaker, I was provided information I should be provided with. Had been provided, I would have made the decision. It was a deliberate decision. It was negligence, it was a deliberate decision to tell me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Prime Minister for his statement. I thank him even more for the apologies and appointment of Peter Mandelson. And being here today, I want to commit the word once there to record of Virginia Giuffre. I feel particularly Reverend Peter Mandelson. He said, don't be fooled by those in Epstein's circle who say they didn't know what Epstein was doing. Anyone who spent a significant amount of time with him saw him touching girls. You wouldn't want a creepy old man touching your daughter. They can say they did not know he was raping children, but they are not lied. Now, on the House, across the House, is consensus. We need to get to the bottom of this. I absolutely accept the Prime Minister did not know about security. Can the Prime Minister please update the House when we can have the next round of documents a whole address so we can get to the bottom of who did know what and where?
Can I thank her campaign on behalf of these victims and many other victims in relation to sexual abuse in particular, and her assistance to work with multiple victims first. We are complying with the address as quickly as possible and we'll comply with it fully.
For Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the Foreign Affairs Committee meeting back in November last year, I asked Sir Oliver Robbins whether the Foreign Office had a different view about who should be recommended for posting of ambassador. Sir Oliver Robbins said to me that the Prime Minister could advise and formed a view himself and we then acted on that view. Into the case, the Prime Minister was repeatedly warned before the appointment that Peter Mandelson carried reputational and political risk, including that due diligence was not exhaustive and vetting was not yet complete, and yet he chose to proceed regardless, announcing the appointment of a civil service advice, putting our national security at risk.
Mr. Speaker, we don't accept that there's any good reason why I couldn't have been provided with information that was withheld from me. If it had been provided to me, I wouldn't have proceeded with the appointment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for such a clear and comprehensive statement? I'm sure the whole House is grateful to him for doing so. Listening to part of the old adage about throwing stones and glasses come to mind, I don't think there are enough Glasshouse Scotland to replace the one that they were breaking today. However, Mr. Speaker, having set the record straight, does the Prime Minister agree to me that it's now the time to return to the forces of government to preserve the country's peace and security?
Yes, I do agree that the focus needs to be on the fact where it's a war on two fronts and actually crisis which the government is agreeing.
The Prime Minister has told us that the Cabinet Secretary gave him bad advice, their man lied to him, and the Foreign Office didn't tell him anything. He's really in danger of being known as a mushroom Prime Minister. Kept in the dark and fed, I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, I'm not saying. This is quite, it's not that he wished to remain in the dark. He knew in September there was a security vetting, and yet he never asked about it until April of this year. Surely that's an indication that despite having to be kept in the dark, he made his mind up anyway.
No, Mr. Speaker. What I did was ask for the process to be reviewed, and Sir Chris will carry out that review. What transpired last week is that information was withheld from him in a review. So I asked for the review, asked the question, he gave me his conclusions, but neither he knew nor I knew was that he too was not all relevant material in the course of that review.
Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the Prime Minister's statement. And I've sat here and I've listened to one Conservative member after another preaching at us about standards of honesty and integrity. The Prime Minister remains whether this are the same Conservatives who voted to change the rules of standards investigations in November 2021 just to get their colleague, Owen Patterson, on the hook. And can you remind us whether or not the leader of the opposition was to abstain in that debate?
Don't worry, Fred O'Hara.
Reasonable people of the if the Prime Minister knew and he inadvertently flipped Parliament, he should resign. He didn't know, and he's running competition on government and really should resign. And if he's lied to yet again, then he's simply too gullible and lying based curiosity to say the Prime Minister. Is the Prime Minister so detached from reality that he's the only person who can't see that?
The information was withheld from me. It was withheld from Cabinet Secretary. Conducting a committee review on my behalf, that came clear yesterday. It's out of facts to Parliament.
On the 4th of February, at column 780, my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, asked the Prime Minister, did the official security vetting that he received mention that Mandelson had an ongoing relationship with Jeffrey Epstein? Prime Minister, yes, it did. What on earth was it he received that he was talking about, which the right honourable lady referred to as the official security vetting? He said, yes, he had received it.
The Judge's report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a great sympathy for the Prime Minister. I truly do, because he set out very succinctly how he followed the processes and procedures. But as a member of the bar, we talked at a very embryonic stage in our profession, and if you become a client and there's something suspicious, then you contact the ethics line. As a member of the bar and case counsel, that would have been a trait that he was all too familiar with. So can the Prime Minister answer the basic question for the British public? Why didn't he take that basic step?
Develop clearance by the Foreign Office before he cut post. It was only last Tuesday that they have found out that was against the recommendation of UKSV.
Joe, where is it?
The Times reported last week that he repeatedly sought assurances from the FDO Peter Mandelson had passed security vetting. Is this correct? And when did you seek these assurances?
Mr. Speaker, he got the clearance before he was as ambassador. That clearance was given by the Foreign Office. I found out was against the recommendation on Tuesday of last week.
Two questions. Was the decision not to give Mandelson to DV the view of the head of security in FCDO, only that's volume is? And secondly, what information Prime Minister know after keeping Mandelson that may change the appointment process to quote, now an appointment was held in after security vetting in the past. It seems to me that this decision was needed for Prime Minister to know that Peter Mandelson had field vetting process. So what information did the Prime Minister know then that made him review the appointment process?
Well, the decision to grant clearance was made by the FCA. After, in September, it became clear to me the answer to due diligence that Peter Mandelson given were not truthful, and that's why I set in place the press reviews I did and also changed the approach in relation to when vetting checks are carried out.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the Prime Minister really saying that in the appointment of Peter Mandelson, he didn't himself consider there might be issues with his vetting process, given his track record? And isn't it even more incredible that he then didn't query whether there had been any issues in that vetting process?
Patrick Maris was given balloting clearance before he took up his post as the ambassador, and that was a decision taken by FCDO.
In September, Prime Minister said at this batch, told Al he had 4 quitters and he's an ambassador. A man's relationship with Victor for Jeffrey Epstein was public knowledge. The Prime Minister knew and backed him away. And we had no idea that he twice fired government minister had failed MI6 setting, despite analysts that directly to Downing Street very simple. Mr. Speaker, we all know that the Prime Minister appointed Mandelson because he owes his job to him. He appointed him, he defended him, and now claims his own thing. He is gaslighting the nation. Just calls for words. The Prime Minister is a barefaced liar and he hadn't been seen.
Order, and me. No, I'll name your light and go out, fam. Leave, not leave. You've been out there. Give me option to leave. I'll give it 5 years. Move before I read it and give me one option. I give you one option. It's my duty to carry out and control the subs. Hold down. You're no, not. Right. I ain't Sultana. Minister, I beg to move that the name of the said member being suspended from the House. Education. The question is, there's no Sultana. Made and leave this House. All those in favour? Aye. I'm sorry for this. I really am. Right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 7 months ago, the national newspaper ran the story that Mandelson had failed security vetting. So how is it even possible that no one in Number 10 knew until last week?
Number inquiry made questions were asked of FCDO, and the answer they gave was the same. They did not disclose me or anyone in Number 10, but UKSV had advised recommended against clearance.
When the Prime Minister asked his officials in January 2025, as he surely did, perhaps an element of surprise in his voice, so to actually pass his security clearance scheme. What's the scenario that then unfolded? Did Dark Lieutenants declare, I'm sorry, I can't tell you, Minister, I'm not at liberty today? Did he actively seek to mislead Prime Minister by simply yes, Prime Minister? Or, what seems more likely, did the scenario never take place, as the Prime Minister never thought to us?
Mr. Speaker, what happened in January was that validating clearance was given by Forest. That was the simple fact of the matter. It was only afterwards I found out the other circumstance I bounced out the House.
Speaker, in the box notes of Prime Minister dated 11th November 2024, the former Cabinet Secretary Simon Case advised the Prime Minister that before appointing a political appointee, he'd get security clearance before announcing. The Prime Minister ignored that advice. The Prime Minister's response in that box note is redacted. So I ask him a very simple question. What was his answer on that box note? And will he publish, he said?
Mr. Speaker, I've made it clear my position was the appointment to develop vetting. I can't in all conscience remember what exactly was in the paper. Well, he's asked me the process subject to developing. That's why I asked Chris Walmart to look at the process and reference I made.
I'm running this 4 minutes. That's
Mr. Speaker, the Foreign Office raised severe concerns regarding Peter Mandelson linked to their Stein from China and due diligence report he received before the appointment was announced. Prime Minister, however, pressed the concerns aside and now Mandelson is battered on this. Given what the due diligence exercise had already planned, it was sure predictable Mandelson failed security vetting for all the reasons. But Number 10 had already told the Foreign Office before Sir Robin's to see appointment, notwithstanding these issues. That's exactly what he did. I put in place the safeguards. To hand the Prime Minister please explain why he sat a lawyer and brilliant the servant.
Prime Minister. If you did bring to my attention, if I should have brought my attention, had done so, I wouldn't make it.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister Temple said fucking new bank system and Mandelson. The Cabinet due diligence report since the Prime Minister 24th of, on the 11th of December 2024 said Mandelson served as a meets director of Russian government system, which is a majority shareholder of TI, given technology. Mandelson remained on the board until June 2017, on to Putin's annexation of Crimea in 2040. So will the Prime Minister finally confirm that he knew that Mandelson was a director system long after the invasion of Crimea, but appointed him new?
Very good. Let's make it clear, I didn't know what the due diligence report made clear that a number of times, they've actually made clear this on previous occasions.
Okay.
Speaker, my concern is, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is going to run out of if he runs out of people to run them. The truth is that the Prime Minister has said that he will never turn on staff and that you should never turn on staff. Well, Surrey Code and can to swim on water, one must we and now we've been the Prime Minister for the bus stop with him. This is his honourable thing. Right.
Mr. Speaker, the information was withheld by me, by FDDO, and the Secretary I've set out the House.
My question to the Prime Minister is straightforward. Did Movement any of the Parliament Presidents know about this issue before us?
No.
To override the outcome of the vetting process, the SCDO must be under pressure from someone. It should try and piss the Prime Minister for harassment of behaviour or Prime Minister who claims to be so fond on a proper process. So whose idea was it? Who was applying pressure?
Can I just check the idea that any pressure is a good reason not to disclose to the Prime Minister that UKSB recommended against clearance for a very senior sensitive appointment? Simply don't accept that that's an equal reason for the pressure.
Not here, man.
The Prime Minister is suggesting that the Agent Security Service is concerned about this appointment that bombed out the boot 2 weeks ago. The fact on the front page of the newspaper in September. My question is not about vetting file because we all know down at the Prime Minister Centre of the vetting file that any secretary has been made aware any medical of security services raising concerns about the appointment of Mendelson.
Right.
No, Mr. Speaker. What I was security clearance given by Foreign Office where to the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constitution, like that across Ireland across the UK, will be discussed at the weekend this time, discussing that issue, which should have been put before the first time here in the press. Does the Prime Minister understand that every time we do this and we go through this, we destroy the reputation of this place, no matter who the government it is? You don't even stand for that. And mind that this is not pretty political. It's about protecting the reputation of this place. Do you understand?
That I was to the House all relevant information tribunal at some this afternoon.
Good job.
So we now establish that the Prime Minister did indeed know that Tim Mandelson had been the director of SEMA when he appointed him. Why on earth would the Prime Minister be so reckless with our national security to do that?
Minister.
I made clear that I knew was a due diligence. Also made it clear that the CEO granted a security clearance before Tim Mandelson took his oath.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a question that we still don't have an answer to. Did Peter Mandelson fail his vetting procedure because his relationship with Jerry Epstein was some other reason as yet undisclosed?
Mr. Speaker, the information that's fed into the review and reasons for review is protected because otherwise integrity is not a Peter Mandelson issue, it's the integrity of the process. What I don't say is that that means can't be bothered from data that comes out there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the Prime Minister knew the difference between the due diligence information from Cabinet Office and the security vetting that had taken place when he appointed Peter Mandelson on the 18th of December.
I did know the difference.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After years of legal conduct under the previous government, the Prime Minister promised integrity and accountability. But my constituents in Stratford Avon are not seeing change. They are seeing more of the same, a continued government where warnings are ignored and standards safe. Why should anyone believe that he is still capable of delivering the change that promised?
Right, Mr. Speaker, major relevant inquiries were made so I can put all picture before the House. The press applicant as members seen this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a humiliating day for the Prime Minister and the House and the whole country. And yet, even still, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister being open with he's relying on some later inquiry where the Cabinet Secretary told him in writing in the official briefing that he must seek a vetting prior to the appointment of political appointee. It's true, isn't it, Prime Minister? And he gave us straight Jeff Owens.
The process was the appointment was subject to developing check out. Had been made aware of the recommendation of UKSB, I would have made the appointment. What I did after the end was to look back at the process, which did according to my reference to some case here from me, the process been carried out properly.
If Rodney Robins could and should have provided this information to the Prime Minister for the first opportunity, but as he said today, all he's saying Mr. Capital and Antonio Romeo, the Cabinet Office, feels to sat on the information nearly a month for bringing it to Prime Minister when God started on just not 10. So surely, if why does he accept any legal advice to do what he's saying to the obvious, he's sacked Rodney Wins for bringing him that information immediately. Why is it still in post?
Mr. Speaker, they acted entirely appropriately. The K-property information as part of the humble address exercise, they took legal advice on that could be disclosed to and discussed it with me as soon as they got legal advice. That's the right to do.
Mr. Speaker, on the 4th of February, Mandelson was notified the appointments in change for the FCDO that required strappable access in addition to his EE. Started the wrong 10 February. On what date did Peter Mandelson receive strappable access?
I don't advertise some date, but I'll endeavour to find out.
Mr. Speaker, given what the annoying Peter Mandelson was and the friendship with Peter Footier, they links of all China Russian test of business from two course. What I really want to ask the Prime Minister is this. What are the defining human qualities of the man who's described that subjected to you that he should be politically aligned to the US ambassador? And why now is still defending him from process instead of calling what's wrong and taking responsibility down?
I'm not talking about process, I'm talking about the House.
Mr. Speaker, custodiate Evos Studios. The Prime Minister will know who guard the gods settled. With that in mind, and holding those how to count, can you explain why he took more than a week, or almost a week into this House, when the public would be expecting months much later?
Because I wasn't who took decision, the basis upon which they took it, and who knew about it since I set out for count the House, was what I started in.
Mr. Speaker, this House and the country is being asked to believe that though he is the Prime Minister, making the most critical diplomatic appointment that the United Kingdom can make, that he, Prime Minister, in the midst of the raiding controversy that that provoked, never asked if his nominee had been security vetted. Isn't it that is staggering and incredible? When it comes to our national security advisor, what is so? What does he know? Could us be told that?
Mr. Speaker, the attention on the process began very much September 25 when Bloomberg emails were published. That is why I read the Cabinet Secretary a review of the entire process, and I'll set that out silent this afternoon.
David Reid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The posture of truth officials this article. So Nick Burnett, the names of FCO civil servants that made the decision to override UKFB on 20th of January 2025, yes or no, and has made a decision to spend all from UC pending a full independent inquiry, yes or no.
Mr. Speaker, I set up the books of the House this afternoon. I have ordered a review by Secretary Alford of security vetting, so if any such need, we can put in place.
A stand-up to Mangleton nursing clearance was conditional on being accompanied to meetings with former clients such as Palantir. Will the Prime Minister clarify why there is no record of his and Chris Mangleton's meeting with Palantir in Washington, and will tell the House what it was all about?
Mr. Speaker, that was a routine meeting of a visit. I was on in the US.
The Prime Minister is being telling us that either was not told or was allowed to be told. But what culture has the Prime Minister created around him and was to observe this if no one felt that they could or should tell him this kind of information?
I remind him that in the last few weeks, seen fish brought this side in, which is what they. For the Guardian, they brought attention on Tuesday. They is what led me to ask for the statement house.
Was promised chaos and to stop the state and safety to government. Does he think that a man who called a convicted child sex offender his power and whose actions are already well known is consistent with that promise? And if it isn't, will he step aside and let someone else end his chaos and restore honesty and safety to government?
Mr. Speaker, I've accepted that I and apologise to the victims I must have decided.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On 4 February, my friendly opposition asked the Prime Minister whether the FT process disclosed information about FD. The Prime Minister answered, yes, it did. In response to my friend, the refused Forest West, he said, I've got confused between vetting and disclosure. Then he answered to my friend, the honourable member, the South West, and said, new difference. If that's what misleading the House, what is?
Well, it's part of the vetting process, the due diligence is part of the vetting process, and rather than, as it were, technicality, I give now the information that I had about what I knew from the due diligence. It was clear the leader of the opposition was asking. It was about Epstein. I knew there was a due process, due diligence, and that's what I told her about it.
The Prime Minister promised that the Tories' government would well stop the trust. Yet this old sorrow Madison saga has reinforced the belief the year and beyond that no government or politician can change. Can the Prime Minister explain to my constituents why he moved the Cabinet Secretary's advice get the security clearance before he confirmed Harrison as ambassador?
Right, that completes the number of questions. We'll let the change over.
Before I call the Minister to make a statement on recent anti-Semitic attacks, I should inform the House that in some cases charges have been brought, and those cases, including the attack on the Haskell Community Ambulance Service at Manchester Synagogue, therefore to be today. Respect more recent incidents in Benton and in Finchley, arrests been made, but charges not yet brought. I remind honourable members that they should not refer to the details of any specific cases currently before the courts, and they should exercise caution with respect to any specific cases that may subsequently come before the courts, in order not to prejudice those proceedings. We have been there in this house.
Madam Speaker, with permission, I will make a statement about the appalling incidents of recent days targeting Jews and opponents of the Iranian regime. I will begin with the facts. Counter-terrorism policing have confirmed that they are investigating a series of arson attacks and incidents that occurred in London over recent days. These include an arson attack at the synagogue in Finchley, Wednesday the 15th of April, a suspected arson attack targeting a premises in Hendon linked to a Jewish charity, Friday the 17th of April, a suspected arson attack targeting a synagogue in Harrow on the evening of Saturday the 18th of April, a further incident in the early hours of yesterday morning outside a residential premises in Finchley and opposite a synagogue. These events follow the arson attack of a volunteer-led ambulance service run by the Jewish community in Golders Green on the 23rd of March. And last week, there was also attempted arson attack on a Polish-language media organisation that has previously been the target of serious threats linked to the Iranian regime and their proxies. 8 arrests have now been made in connection with that incident, and 4 people have been charged. Now, Madam Speaker, Jewish communities across the UK will be distressed and dismayed by these abhorrent attacks. And I know that I speak for all members right across this House. I say there is no place in British life for anti-Semitism. Attacks on British Jews are an attack on all of us. We will do whatever it takes to stop the cowards and the thugs who seek to intimidate our Jewish communities. Now, the police response over the weekend has been decisive. 15 arrests have already been made. In addition, a range of capabilities have been deployed to deter potential attackers and to reassure communities. Over the weekend, the Metropolitan Police significantly increased the number of officers in and around North West London. Uniformed and plainclothes officers maintained a strong presence around Barnet, and additional stop and search powers being introduced across the borough. Response vehicles and counter-terrorism policing resources have been employed alongside local policing to respond to potential threats. Now, to ensure the police response is a sustainable one, the government has committed additional £5 million for this financial year to support deployment of specialist officers across the country to support vulnerable communities under Project Servible. That is in addition to the record £73.4 million annual funding for protective security at Jewish, Muslim and other faith sites. This morning, I visited Finchley Reform Synagogue with the Deputy Commissioner, a local MP member of the House, and community leaders as saw firsthand the strength and police presence and the resilience of those affected. I reaffirmed our commitment to protect all those who have been targeted. The government's commitment to supporting British Jews is an enduring one, taking firm steps to root out anti-Semitism where it appears across public life, from public services to our universities, charities and beyond. We'll back up our words with action. This includes launching an urgent review of anti-Semitism within the NHS, inducing mandatory training and £7 million to tackle anti-Semitism in schools, colleges and universities. This is a whole of society effort grounded in close engagement with Jewish communities. We are determined to tackle the issues that have a daily impact on the lives of our Jewish communities. An amendment to existing powers will allow police to build repeat protests by taking into account the cumulative effect of protest activity. And the Home Secretary has asked Lord MacDonald to undertake a review of public order laws to ensure people can get about their lives without fear of intimidation. The government has also set out its vision for a fair, tolerant and decent country, the wish of protecting what matters. Our action plan to tackle threats to social cohesion and to counter the scourge of extremism. The plan makes significant spending commitments, including £800 million to expand the Find Place programme to 40 new neighbourhoods, plus new investment in community resilience, schooling and local media. This bond effort requires us to work effectively across government and operational partners and will be driven forward by my right honourable friend, Community Secretary. Furthermore, we are actively protecting Persian
This is Artist to Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently at a mission at this time of 6 days, 9 hours, 16 minutes. The Artist 2 mission. We're seeing a brief view on your screen of the Orion spacecraft. The solar array cameras. The cameras actually came back on the moon. We're now about 66,000 miles away, 68,000 miles away from the moon, following the lunar flyby and lunar close approach, which took place on flight day 6. We're now rounding up day 7. Again, we are expecting a splashdown in about 2 days, 6 and 16 hours on Friday, April 10th, off the coast of California. Here in Detroit, the Orbit 3 team of flight controllers is making their way on console to begin a shift handover with the Orbit 2 team. This is our mission control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 6 days, 9 hours, and 24 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. The Artemis 2 crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft are in their sleep period as they continue the return portion of their journey back to Earth. They're about 232,000 miles away from Earth and about 68,000 miles away from the Moon. Today, during Flight Day 7, the crew completed a ship-to-ship call with the Expedition 74 crew on board the International Space Station. They also had a post-lunar flyby conference with the science team here on the ground to discuss the lunar flyby observations from Flight Day 6. And then toward the middle part of the day, they completed a return trajectory correction, and this was for TC1. The first 3 over trajectory correction for finding the trajectory of the Orion spacecraft as it makes its way back to Earth. They're starting to take place at 7:03 p.m. Central, 8:03 p.m. Eastern Time. Besides that, the crew had mostly an off-duty day during which they were able to do as they please and spend some time resting up following a busy for 6 flight days before they can prepare for their entry and return. Currently here in Mission Control Houston, the Orbit 3 team flight controllers is coming on console to begin shifts. With that, will also be handing over a live continuous coverage of Artemis 2 mission tonight called Nova AMG. We'll continue providing updates of around its crew over the next 4 hours. In the meantime, let's go ahead and take a look at the highlights of Flight Day 7.
Good morning from Control Houston. We are at a mission lapse time of 5 days, 14 hours, 2 minutes and counting. The Artemis 2 crew is currently in our sleep period. Now, we would like to share with the world that while crew was asleep, we had received some of those stunning, battling images from the lunar flight, which took place earlier in the cruise day. So let's take a look. Here we have it. The first image we see from behind the moon, crew watched Earth set. There's a soft blue arc hiding behind silent crater horizon, and this view shows the moon fully eclipsing the sun. From their vantage point, the moon appears large enough to completely block the sun, creating nearly 54-minute totality, far longer than we've experienced from Earth. The sun's corona is forming a glowing halo around dark lunar disk, revealing the outer atmosphere normally hidden by the sun's rays. Along the edge, you can also see faint glow on the moon's surface. That sunlight reflected from the Earth, softly illuminating the inside. It's a striking view, and a rare opportunity to observe and document the corona as we return to deep space. This is Control Houston coming to you live from the Artemis control room here at the Johnson Space Center. On mission lapse time of 5 days, 17 hours, the crew was woken up aboard their entirety spacecraft, marking the start of Flight Day 7 activities.
Good morning and welcome to Artemis Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. I'm Leah Sharbashia. Ford Monty has just taken over from the Orbit 2 team and led by Jeff Regan, this flight instructor. Capcom or Cap's communicator for today is Stem of NASA astronaut as the only voice you'll hear communicating with crew. Of course, there is an exception for that today, during which the science team will be conducting their post-lunar flyby conference. If you tuned in yesterday, you got a tour and got the amazing views of the moon as well as hear the crew's description of them. But while crew is taking photos, they're also recording a private voice note that they sent down to the science team overnight. This morning, science team is going to talk about the observations that the crew made while they're all fresh. We've also got some other exciting activities coming up today, including a ship-to-ship call. The Orion spacecraft for Artemis 2 astronauts Reed Eisen, Glover, Christine Cook, and Aaron Hansen will be calling the International Space Station. We have 7 crew members living and working aboard the International Space Station, and we just surpassed 25 years of continuous human presence living and working in space. This will be the first time these 2 spacecraft have ever talked to each other. This is the first of humans aboard the Orion spacecraft in the official flight kit or Orion or special flags. One of those from Apollo 18. This is the American flag that would have been planted on the moon during that mission to have occurred. It was on display in the NASA headquarters building in Washington, D.C., making its way around the moon over 50 years since its originally intended flight. The other American flag for Orion is from a little more recent history. It was flown as TS-1, the first space shuttle flight, TS-1B5, the last space shuttle flight, and NASA's SpaceX DE-2. The demonstration mission 2 was the return of launching American astronauts from American soil and American rockets.
Good morning, Houston. We are 202,300 nautical miles away. Earth on us back, and we are happy about that. We're ready for DC.
We're happy up to and ready for DC. We've got a dozen items for you. First of which is updated board plan, and none of our RTC labs are on board.
Actually, Sandy, I have one more small thing. We just wanted to take a moment to recognize the 2 newest members of the Association of Space Explorers, astronaut Christine Cook and today's space astronaut Jerry Hannon. Bree and I are both members, and we're about to welcome 2 of them to the International Body of Humanitarian Explorers, and also congratulations to Jack Phil, who recently joined the International Space Day. Thank you.
And you for those words, and welcome to the club. This is Houston. Are you ready?
Security is ready for the event.
This is Mission Control Houston. Please come security over.
This is the International Space Station. How are you here?
Hey, International Space Station, we have you loud and clear. How about us?
Have you loud very well? We have a view right now. Everything else so excited. We feel here and this is really just making our interview right now.
We have been waiting for some, ship on our PFD. We are 201,726.25 nautical miles from planet Earth, which is just hard to believe. The scales are impossible to believe. And so I'm going to show this morning. I'll take the highway on. I'll send them to go on so jump here. He gets a quick hike. And we'll let you 3 plus get home. Yeah, it's going to be like a bit of microphone time for the Paul's counter. But it's such a pleasure to be spending a little bit of time with our colleagues in space. We talk so much up here. We try to emphasize how important work is. We're all doing this program to do the things like this, sort of get out of the surface of the moon and like ministers yesterday on Mars. And so we should appreciate you. And it's fun to be up to space at the same time.
We are so excited to be with you, and we have a full questions. We are wondering, we know how fortunate all of us are as in to come up here and we found at Earth above every restaurant comes to speak so much from that, and we really want to hear definitely different out now from your new perspective around the moon.
Well, I'll start by saying we do miss ISS. The views there are awesome, being able to see specific pieces, being able to see your home specifically. So all views are absolutely incredible, and I miss them every day almost. The thing that changed for me looking at Earth was that I found myself noticing not only the beauty of Earth, but how much blackness was around, and how just made it even more special. It truly emphasized how alike we are, how this thing keeps every single person on the planet alive. We evolved on the same planet, have some shared things about how love is and are universal, and the specialness and preciousness of that really is the best point to is how much else there is around it. But not over somebody, but I wanted to say a couple things to my sister, Jessica. One, our still your sex week today, everybody. But thank you for hearing us along anyway. And just I all hope we can be again together, and I first thought it'll be like this. Amazing. Congratulations to you on being commander, and I hope you have an amazing research space.
Thanks so much for that. So we are also set with some know how that we were back together even for a few miles apart. We hope to know about a few we're talking about the distance, and we know the far end of the space station when you guys are on the other side that we can tell you a furthest to order new entitlement. All of you so much.
We were in the same guys here. We got the furthest point of the moon. I'm trying to get furthest. I'm sorry, furthest part. I'm trying to get a further point in this map. My rooms are calling me now, and I was to go. We're busy tonight, but we had the same gas station. It was a lot of fun. I don't know how far we have, but from the board members of the Space Integrity, we really went to say deep appreciation as members of the National Space Station and the day through taking into our world meetings and get together as this group of people and talk to them at these instances. We are all off the matter right now. We're running home now, and that's a very special thing. So thank you all for tuning in.
We are loving for you and your contribution with audit, the highest thing.
And we'll carry on fire. Thanks, guys. Over.
Comics for the RSU crew is a conference with the science team. They will be reviewing what they saw yesterday during earlier flyby, sharing any findings or entering information with the science team while it's also for crew members. Of course, they have quite a lot of audio recordings that have been down to the science team. The team have been viewing and will continue to do so to help them understand what the crew saw and formulate new environment.
Integrity science, I have to start with a giant wow. Our whole science team and broader science community has been pouring out positive feedback and gratitude, so know that what you did yesterday really is different scientifically. I also want to say that my team has confirmed the location of the post Integrity and Girl Critters, and it was such a powerful moment here for everybody listening, following along. And then also, just before I dive into the list of questions, we heard both Christina and Victor yesterday commenting that being able to discuss with each other amongst your crew, getting from observation to inference to hypotheses, really added scientific value, and so we'll look to build on that here. So I'll ask the questions for you guys, but please treat it like a discussion as we heard you yesterday at hand value. When you're ready, I'll jump to our questions. Good. Okay, for Christina and Victor, during Earth set, we heard you say that the Earth was bright and the moon was dark. So you all had the Earth in view during the majority of the flyby. Did you notice any time when the brightness of Earth began to change your view of the moon's brightness? And can you describe how your perception of moon's color changed as the Earth came closer to the moon?
Yeah, so essentially, as soon as Earth became the view, you need to wear terminized windows now walk off the field of view, not for dark. When you see its location. The moon was already at a point where I was losing astral output differences. I could see increments in angle, the sun to moon change, but we moved the side, so we were saying a different angle, and the color was less apparent. Or in thought, all rotated really close to the lens, so a lot of the features that I was looking for were moving away, but I think the change in light was due to the angle of this, and when the Earth became apparent, its brightness was so bright. It was so bright it looked like play. The moon and the block of space has to fit together in the more null sense, bit of fitness and brightness, like the difference between LEDs and painting, right? You can just do things like that paint colors. The Earth looked at space and it just continued to dim the outfield and color that was earlier apparent in the moon. That's interesting.
You saw me nodding vigorously back here. It wasn't just my tactics skills. I was nodding to make sure. Oh, wow, video. The whole time my thumb show. I was nodding. No, because I agree with everything you said. I had a couple in my mind, which was I think I made the comment the moon turned into a sun light. In my mind, before the Earth came into view, the moon actually was Earth's light and it would lit up. As soon as the Earth got close enough to be my field of view, so it goes at the same time as that picture said, it turned to a sun. I'll say it was mad.
My question is for all of you. Ohm crater was observed by all four of you. We're interested in where your different viewing angles results in how you observed Ohm. Jeremy Reed saw it first. We were able to see vector rays at the central peak, and then Christina Victor, you next. You observed Ohm later in the past. Did you result similar or different features in what you're about to hear from Jeremy Reed?
The short magnet for home, I think changes as we went on the moon. Not just much. It was always there. It was always really there. What is more apparent to me is like the brownish gray dark area that makes the 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock on the night. Like that was always there. That race made not just more apparent. But overall, it did not change drastically as we went around the moon. Unlike orbital was drastic changes around the moon. And I'll keep going there. And I'm going to read this part of it. It was later on in in orbit, and I is the ray of like primary ray of the sort of offset to your composition on the array. And I'm not sure if I was picking it up initially in our first observation, but definitely later. Did you notice that at all? No, as far as near the array. Yeah, he said he was noticing that the whole time. That might have been more sort of me later on, but that would be also.
Now, this view is the science evaluation room. You can see the team of scientists taking a look at one of the photos the crew shared. And you can see the photos from the crew at images.nasa.gov or visit NASA's social media at NASA or at NASA Artemis. You're only going to allow you outside the Orion spacecraft. The solar array wing positioned to look at the spacecraft itself. This Artemis control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. This year on the ground is Capcom and NASA astronaut Sam looking through Orion, specifically Katie Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. We are targeting the RTC-1 for today, that return trajectory correction that is targeted for about 7:03 p.m. Central Time. This is a small one using the reaction control thrusters on the service module of the Orion spacecraft. This helps fine-tune our path back home. STEM was letting know that we are canceling their first preliminary burn targeting conference, but another one of the next couple of hours, and they will have final burn plans uplinked and final targeting complete. Here's a view from outside of Orion, and as mentioned, I live Jerkler is exercising. We do see the spacecraft move a little bit when it is exercising, and so the teams here park solar arrays into a safe harbor position. That means in motion they experience to the exercise doesn't damage solar arrays. You look at a visualization of the spacecraft. Now 40,680 miles from the moon and 228,090 miles from Earth, continuing to grow closer. You can keep up with data anytime by visiting nasa.gov/track Artemis.
And to left 17, the download is free for burn mover.
Good.
In the guidance solutions section, the delta V is now 1.4 per second. The D goes unchanged at 1.5 seconds.
Good.
Attitude, yaw, 154. Fish, 26. Roll, 287.
That was Capcom Stan Love here in Control Houston, a fellow NASA astronaut speaking with NASA's Christina Cook aboard the Orion spacecraft. The crew of the spacecraft is preparing for their return trajectory correction burns. The first of its return trajectory correction burns reported to be at 1.4 per second to be burned. It's a fantastic view coming from a solar array camera on Orion looking back at all of here on Earth. Currently, the spacecraft is 227,756 miles away from our home planet. Orion is 49,168 miles away from the moon. Earlier today, the spacecraft exited the lunar sphere of influence. That's when the polar gravity is strongest on the spacecraft. Then we are standing by for the return trajectory correction burn now, just 43 minutes away. Yeah, this is maneuver for the spacecraft, firing up those reaction control system thrusters.
And enter the SEC is over the burn.
Okay, we got your step. We're over here.
Ground team confirmed we are go for the RTC-1 burn return trajectory correction. One coming up 27 minutes, and it will be at 7:03 p.m. Central Time.
Enter the tank pressures are good for that.
Standing by for the RTC-1 burn. We have ignition and 4 ignition tank control.
Enter the preliminary look is a good burn. Still a 40 seconds LS.
Okay, Sam's a good burn as well.
Roger.
Coming from the crew, they also saw a good return trajectory correction 1 burn, coming 7 p.m. Central Time. So coming from the spacecraft, looking down at the European service module and solar arrays. This started swing control, we get final information about return trajectory correction 1 burn being a successful burn and ended up being 1.6 feet per second speed. We got in a forward link LOS or loss of signal, and the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft is Christina Cook, was trying to get into some exercise. And this is a quiet day for the crew, and they had a very busy day yesterday, and a busy day coming up as well.
And we just went around the road. You're all good. Can you get exercise now if you'd like?
Okay, we will. It is pretty interesting here. In the whole vehicle went around and folks are exercises. It's pretty cool. This their field vehicle kind of, it's like sporting the issue. You definitely feel like around.
We also did a saga as well as our data, but a good to hear report on it as well.
Hey, last question for a little late tonight. We kind of want to look up the sky when it goes to progress. If the sun's in the windows, it's possible that the lights turned off while the log happens in about an hour. You might appreciate completely not getting up and sort of off center.
We think that will be doable. We will check and let you know when you're on exercise.
Great.
Good morning from Mission Control Houston into the Artist Flight Controller here at Johnson Space Center. We're at a mission elapsed time 6 days, 10 hours, 25 minutes, and counting of the Artemis mission. The Artemis is currently 70,000 miles and counting away from Earth and 211,000 miles away from the Artemis spacecraft, or the Artemis is currently 7,000 miles away from the Moon and 201,000 miles away from Earth. I'm Lafram with Communications. The Orbit team of flight controllers has recently come on console and have completed their handover with the Orbit 2 team who has completed their shift. While the crew is currently asleep aboard the Orion spacecraft named Integrity, they begin their sleep shift at our mission lab time 67 hours 3 minutes, and their sleep period lasts until 17 hours. Flight 7 when the group gains has Artemis 2 crew aboard Integrity began to head back home to our home planet. The crew got much needed rest with the second half of the day and opportunity today to recover from all the excitement and emotion of mission so far. And they also had time to refocus the work they have had to prepare for entry and splashdown. Today started with a ship call the Expedition 74 crew over the International Space Station, which was the highlight of the crew's many teams that supporting on the ground. During a moment like this, we see the moon connections across all of the human flight missions. The crew also had an opportunity for a detailed debrief following a little fallback with our science team, and we also continued with our entry scheduled science observation for opportunities across the board. For 58 the astronauts and the crew to part 2 of the Orion crew surveillance detailed test for DFTO that will allow us to provide adjustments and get the crew suited up on every day. We will also do another detailed flight directive for new pilot we've already done it one previously, so this one. And I can't forget to all of you remember to keep an eye out on that artist pages that our team continuously is updating for more images, more information, and regular updates, as well as a blog at NASA.gov. And for images, you can find them images.nasa.gov. But now let's take a look at like 6 mission heights. So like I said, no mission heights. Good morning from Mission Control Houston. We are at minimum time 5 days, 14 hours, 2 minutes and counting. The Artemis crew is currently in their sleep period. Now, we would like to share with the world, while cruising, we did see some of those stunning down images from the lunar flyby, which took place earlier in a cruise day. So let's take a look. Here we have it. The first image we see from behind the moon, the crew watched Earth set. There's a soft blue arc fitting behind a silent great horizon. And this view shows the moon fully eclipsing the sun. From their vantage point, the moon appears large enough to completely block the sun, creating nearly 50 minutes of totality, far longer than we experienced from Earth. The sun's corona is forming a little halo on the dark lunar disk, revealing the outer atmosphere normally hidden by the sun's brightness. On the edge, you can also see a faint glow on the surface. That's sunlight reflected from the Earth, softly illuminating the near side. It's a striking view and a rare opportunity to observe and document corona as we return to deep space. So it's Control Houston coming to you live from the Artemis controller here at Johnson Space Center. On mission elapsed time of 5 to 17 hours, the crew was woken up aboard their Integrity spacecraft. Here's the start of flight day 7 to these.
Good morning, welcome to our mission here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. I'm Leah Shamasasho. The Orbit 1 team has just taken over from the Orbit 2 team and is led by Chef Ragan, NASA flight director. Capcom works to communicate for today's stay up. He's an astronaut and is the only voice you'll hear communicating with the crew. Of course, there's an exception that today, during the science team, we conducted their post-lunar flyby conference. If you tuned in yesterday, you got a treat, and we got to see amazing views of the moon as well as hear the crew's description of them. Now, while the crew were taking those photos, they were also recording private voice notes they sent out to the science team overnight. And some science teams to talk about the observations that the crew made while those are all fresh. We've all got some other exciting activity coming up today, including the ship-to-ship call. The UN spacecraft for our 2 astronauts, Steve Weiss and Victor Lover, Christina and Jeremy Hansen, will be calling the International Space Station. We have 7 crew members living and working aboard the International Space Station. They've just passed 25 years of continuous human process living in space. So the first time that these 2 spacecraft ever talked to each other. This is the first flight of men aboard the Orion spacecraft and in official aboard Orion are special flags. One of those for Apollo 18, the American flag would have been planted on the moon during that mission. However, on site and at the headquarters building in Washington, D.C., making its way around the moon over 50 years since its originally intended flight. The other American flag, or Orion, is from a little more recent history. It's flown STS-1, the first space shuttle flight, STS-135, the last space shuttle flight, and NASA SpaceX DM-2, the mission 2, which was the return of American astronauts from American soil, American rockets.
Good morning, Houston. We are 202,000 nautical miles away. That's one of us back, and you're happy about that. We're ready for deep sea.
We're going to get that too, and with deep sea. We've got about a dozen items for you. First, which is updated on birth plan and none of our RTC labs are on board.
I understand we have one more small quick thing. We just want to take a moment to recognize the 2 newest members of the Association of Space Explorers. Next section, Christina Cook and Dave Basin astronaut. They're members and to welcome them to the International Lobby of Human Space Explorers. Also, congratulations to Captain who received 24 International Space Station. Thank you.
Thank you for those words, and welcome to the club. Good. Are you ready for that?
Interior is ready to the end.
This is Mission Control Houston. Please call City Service.
This is the International Space Station. How are you here?
Hey, International Space Station. We have you loud and clear. How about us?
Loud and clear as well. If you're anything else, we have a view right now, and it is making us so excited. We saw your ears off, and this is really just making our entire week right now.
You can't match. Let me go check on our PFD. We are 201,726 now 25 nautical miles from planet Earth, which is just hard to scale or impossible to be. And so we're going to show us running through 6 times, which is fun. I'll hand them the girl and felt share me 6 times, and we'll let you also get on with it. Yeah, my phone temperature today, but I'm such a glad that they spent a little bit of time with our colleagues. We talked so much here. We're trying to emphasize how important it is that we're all in this program to get saying that we need to get back on the surface of the moon and the other saying yesterday in ours. And so we just appreciate it. And it's about to be the space at the same time.
I just met with you when we had a couple of questions. We were wondering, we know how fortunate all of us are as humans to come here and look out the earth above every astronaut statistics marks on that. And we wanted to hear what that felt like, how things felt now for your new perspective around the moon.
Well, I'll start by saying we miss ISS. These are awesome. Being able to see specific places, being able to see your home specifically. So this view is absolutely incredible, and I miss that every day. But the thing that changed for me looking back at Earth was that I found myself noticing not only the Earth, but how much blackness there was around it. And it just made it more special. It truly emphasized how alive we are. With the thing, he's every single person on the planet Earth alive. We have all done the same planet. We have shared about how we love them that are just universal. And specialness of that really does when you notice how much else there is around it. I want to talk over something, but I wanted to say a couple things. My Astro Third Jessica. One, sorry to leave you next week. To everybody, but thank you for staying so long anyway. And Jessica, I always hope we would space again together, and I never thought it would be this amazing. Congratulations to you, Commander, and I do have an amazing rest of your trip.
So you share all the systems. I'm so happy that we're back together in this way. Now, a few alphabets. We like to look up here too because we're looking at what were the distance, and we ran the far end of the space station when you were on the other side, so that we could go furthest away from your habits. How far you go so much?
We're doing the chance. You got the furthest to the moon. I get the furthest. Once it is I get the furthest point in space. My major won't be down in that. So we were really good saying, but yeah, that ain't obviously it is. I don't know how much longer we have here, but on the former of the spacecraft in TV, we really want to just say our appreciation to swimmers here, space station is in True G, Tennessee, World School of the so I just didn't come together as a group of people, top just at the instances. We are all off the matter. We're all going to go into the matter as very building. So you all time.
We are also using vehicle station more orbit to over here.
And we'll keep carrying the fire. Thanks, guys. Over now.
Coming next for the Artemis 2 crew is a conference with the science team. They'll be reviewing what they saw yesterday, bringing the flyby, sharing any things or interesting information with the science team while also fresh for the members. Of course, they have quite a lot of video recordings that have downlinked to the science team, and that team has been reviewing and will continue to do so to help them understand what the crew saw and formulate new thought armament.
Integrity science, I have to start with John. Wow. Our whole science and broader science community has been bringing out positive feedback attitude, so know that what you did yesterday really did different scientifically. I also want to say the science team has confirmed the locations of the proposed integrity and Carol craters, and it was a powerful moment here for everybody listening, following along. And then also, before I dive into the list of questions, we heard both Christina and Victor yesterday commenting that being able to discuss with each other amongst the crew, taking data from observation, inference to hypotheses, really added scientific value, and so we'll love to build on that year. So we'll ask the questions for guys, but please treat it like a discussion as we heard you say in value. When we're ready, I'll dive into it. For Christina and Victor, during Earth set, we heard you say that the Earth was bright and made them look dark. So you all have the Earth viewed during the majority of your flyby. Did you notice any time the brightness of Earth began to change your view of the moon's brightness? Can you describe how your perception of moon color changed as the Earth came closer to the moon?
Absolutely. As soon as the Earth came to view, where it had turned its when it's in what caught my field view, I'm filled for one can see its feature. The moon was already a pointer of losing our differences and thinking the sun to the moon moved to the side. So we were saying angle and color was less apparent. Oriental had also really close to the lens, so a lot of the features that I was looking at were a big way. But I think that Gene and many of us due to the angle of this, when the Earth came up here, it just so it was open its face, the gray of the moon and the black of space. I don't think it could get more than all this in thickness and brightness. The difference between LED and anything, you can just do things with light that you do with color. The Earth looked out of this and just continue to numb the FBO color that was really apparent in the moon. As I've seen.
You saw me of your lecture wasn't just my passive skills, so I make sure. Oh, we're not on video. I'll focus on my phone show. I was on it, because I every time he said, I had a thought popped in my mind, which was. We had to comment that the moon turned into a sponge, as sponge meat. In my mind, before the Earth came to view, the moon actually was floating light and was lit up. As soon as the Earth got close enough in my field of view to take those at the same time, I put it turned to a sponge. I'll like when that.
Next question is for all of you. Own crater was observed by all four of you, and we're interested in whether your viewing angle results in how you observe own. Jay and Reed saw first. Were you able to see the grade central peak? And Christina Victor, you were next, and you were own later than us. Would you use a fuller for features and what about for Jay and Reed?
The micro, I mean, pitching is one of them, but it didn't not much was over there. It was always clear. It was more apparent to check days, like brownish gray, dark area, the like look green box, high shape like that. That was always very apparent. The gray just that transport. But overall, did not change drastically as we went around them. Not great at all. We got it particularly one of them. And I was there on in the orbit, and I noticed the ray of the primary ribbon because the reflected that it was on the ray. And I'm not sure if I was picking up initial Earth observations, but from the latter, did you notice that at all? Yeah, he said he was in the Dalton. There might have been more notice of me later on. Now he's the only Dalton.
Now this view is the science evaluation room. You can see scientists taking a look at one of the photos of crew shared. And you can see photos from crew images.nasa.gov or by visiting NASA social media at NASA or at NASA Artemis. You're going to look at a live outside the Orion spacecraft, so array wing position to look at spacecraft itself. This Artemis Mission Control is in Space Center in Houston, Texas. The voice program is Capcom and NASA astronaut Sam Love speaking to crew aboard Orion, the cyclic Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, are targeting RTC-1 burn date at return trajectory correction 1. That is targeted for 11:03 p.m. Central Time. This is a small burn using the reaction control thrusters on the service module of the Orion spacecraft. This is us to our path back home. Stan Lowe is letting crew know that we are canceling their first terminate burn targeting conference, but not one of these next hours when they will have the final burn lands synced and final targeting complete. So if you're on the outside land and sweet engine, pilot Victor Glover is exercising. Do see craft move a little bit when crew is exercising, so the teams here pocket solar arrays into a safe harbor position. That means any motion that they experience to the exercise doesn't damage the solar arrays. You're looking at a visualization of the craft. Now 40,670 miles from the moon and 228,009 miles from Earth, continuing to grow closer. You can put this data anytime by visiting nasa.gov/Artemis.
Now, the line that being proposed is free for burn and maneuver. In the guided solution section, the depth touch now 1.4 feet per second. It goes unchanged at 5 seconds.
Okay, go ahead.
Attitude, yaw, 154, pitch, 26, roll, 287.
That was Capcom Sam Love here in Midcontrol Houston, followed out astronauts speaking with Christina Cook aboard the Orion spacecraft. The crew aboard the spacecraft is preparing for their return trajectory correction burns. The first of these return trajectory correction burns reported to be at 1.4 foot per second speed burn. It's a fantastic view coming from a solar array camera on Orion looking back at all us here on Earth. Currently, the spacecraft 287,756 miles away from our homeland. Orion's now 9,168 miles away from the moon. Earlier today, the spacecraft exited the lunar sphere of inlands. That's when the pull of gravity is strongest on the spacecraft. And we are standing by for the trajectory correction burn now, just 43 minutes away. Again, this is a small maneuver for the spacecraft, pairing with reaction control system thrusters.
Enter the SEC over the burn.
Okay, we got the stairs there. We're up here.
On team front, the Largo for the RTC-1 burn return trajectory correction. 1 minute 7 minutes. That will be at 7:03 p.m. Central Time.
Enter the temperatures are good for the burn.
Standing by for the RTC-1 burn. We have ignition for ignition and control.
Enter the chronometer is good burn. Still 40 cents a lot.
Okay, we're on board as well.
Front.
Confirmation from the crew, they also saw a good return trajectory correction 1 burn, coming at 7:03 p.m. Central Time. This view coming from the spacecraft, being down at the Urban Horizontal solar arrays. This starts mission control. We get final information about return trajectory correction 1 burn being a successful burn and ended up being 1.6 feet per second delta E. We are in a forward LOS or lost signal, and the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft is Christina Cook specifically is getting into some exercise, and this is quite a day for the crew. They had a very busy day yesterday and some busy days as well.
And Reed, we open our room. You can get exercise now.
Okay, we will be entering our video. We tell you equipment around in 30 seconds. Equal to zero fluid field, kind of, so it's like a ship running the ocean, you definitely look around.
We also sit in the Vitsango as well as the Good Hero Order as well.
One is related to the book. I will do about these guy long exposure photographs and the saucer in the wings and it possibly the lake turned off on the sometimes it's about an hour. I appreciate that. Clearly not if there's any sort of there.
We think that we will double check and let you know your next subject.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning from Houston inside our mission control here at the Johnson Center. We have a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 10 hours, 55 minutes, counting the artist mission. I'm Noel Rangi with NASA Communications. As mentioned previously, the Orb 3 team of flight controllers has recently come on call and is completing their planned shift. Lift director on the app today is Ron Spencer, the gentleman that you see further away in the screen to your left. And then next to him, you have Mark Green, who is our Capcom Council Communicator, as well as Andre Douglas, our Council Communicator ground to speak to the crew when they are awake, but currently the crew is in a sleep period. Andre Douglas was also the crew member for the Army mission. Currently, Orion spacecraft integrated is spin well and counting away from the moon, 200,000 miles and counting away from Earth. We are 1 day, 10.5 hours away, or past closest lunar approach, and 2 days, 14 hours, and counting down to the intended touchdown. This means that Hardy is on its way home, and we expect him to splash down on Friday. So we are at 57, crew is asleep. The crew will be here in 6 hours, 3 minutes getting down. You see our artist crew here. We have Commander Wiseman, pilot Victor Lover, mission specialist Senior Cook, and Katie Space Agency astronaut and specialist Jimmy Hansen. The crew have a great day. Board integrity as they make their way back to Earth. Did add the lunar influence, which essentially means that now the Earth's gravitational pull is stronger than the moon's, so their velocity or speed continue to move as it goes and closer to Earth. You can see a great demonstration here. The line you see on our roll map here is the mission path, the trajectory, and you see Orion as it passes the moon, kind of on the left side of the screen, and it's heading down to Splashdown off the coast of the Pacific. We're currently on the deep hour. The world map you see below you is similar to EC with International Space Station, so these are the coverage zones of the Disney Store. Earlier today, the crew did get some much needed rest. They had their half of the day. It's off the river from all of the excitement and emotion that surrounded the lunar flyby, and it's also been time to really refocus as they have a lot of work at them to prepare for splashdown. The day started off something light and fun. It's a ship call with the Expedition 74 crew aboard the International Space Station to highlight for both crews, but also many on the ground. They will also have an opportunity for a detailed view following lunar fly with the science console and the science evaluating room, and they will also do gather imagery during scheduled science observation opportunities. Look ahead to Flight 8, astronauts and crew will part 2 of the Orion crew to level to test objective will allow us to spread relevant information to the crew as they suit up on SRA. We're also doing a second manual piloting detail this directive that will take place in Flight 8. I would be remiss if I didn't take a moment to plug our social media amateur channels. We continue to review real-time updates. Our team provide 20% of the mission. You are hearing right now, but there are several teams that are reporting from a newsroom perspective, social media, imagery, you name it, team that are supporting. So I would encourage you to visit images.nasa.gov for any of the images that have come down or integrated. And you see one of the images that were taken from the crew. So the science opportunities there from earlier, it's sending entry list that we will continue to see. And again, that URL is images.nasa.gov. And you can also feel free to follow us in anywhere you follow social media at NASA, at Optimus, at NASA Johnson, at NASA Source System. You can be exciting through some of the beautiful imagery that come down in the last few hours. For now, we'll continue to provide live updates here from Mission Control Houston. You are seeing live views from aboard the Integrity spacecraft as it makes its way back home to our planet Earth. On the left side of your screen, you can see the real-time imagery that is coming down from the solar wings or the Integrity spacecraft. And on the right side, you see our data telemetry or our data visualization, where we have an image of the Integrity spacecraft in its current configuration as it makes its way back home. This is Mission Control coming to you live from the Artemis Control here at Johnson Space Center. We are in our 147 continuous bridge of Artemis 2 Moon. Crew is currently asleep aboard the Orion space of Moon 30. They're scheduled to wake up 5 hours late from its accounting time on the app. For an old cycle back at light, these men the highlights from that day of the mission. Good morning from Mission Control Houston. We are at issue last time of 5 days, 15 hours, 2 minutes accounting. Our Artemis 2 crew is currently in this period. Now we would like to share with the world while the crew is we received some of those stunning light images from the lunar fly, which took clearly and cruised still to look. Here we have it. The first image you see from behind the moon, the crew watch Earth set. The soft blue arc feeding by a silent clear horizon. And this view shows the moon fully eclipsing the sun. From the vantage point, the moon appears large enough to completely block the sun, creating nearly 54 minutes of totality, far longer than what we've experienced on Earth. This is corona is forming a glowing halo around the dark moon disk, revealing outer atmosphere normally lit by this brightness. All the can see a faint glow on the moon's surface, but sunlight reflected from Earth softly illuminated in our sky. A striking view, a rare opportunity to observe and document the corona as we return to space. The Mission Control Houston comes live from the Artemis Flight room here at the Johnson Center. At a lab time of 5 to 17 hours, the crew was woken up aboard their integrated spacecraft, marking start flight 8 activities.
Good morning and welcome to Artemis Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, on the Chire session. The Orbit team just from the Orbit team is led by Jet Rat and NASA flight director. The Commercial communicator for today is Jane Loves and NASA astronaut and is the only issue connecting the crew. Aboard there is an accepting flight day during which the science team will be conducting our post-lunar flyby conference. If you tune in today, you got a sheet. We got to see a view of the moon as well as hear the crew's description of them. Now, while the crew were taking the photos, they were all recording private voice notes they sent on the science team overnight. And this morning, the science team will go talk about the observation that the crew made while this was still fresh. We also had some exciting activities to make today, including the ship call. The run spacecraft and 4 Artemis 2 astronauts, Reed Watson, Victor, Christina, Jeremy, and will be all in the International Space Station. We have 7 members living working over the International Space Station with just surpassed 25 years of continuous human plans living working in space. This will be the first time that these 2 spacecraft have ever talked to each other. This is the first human both the Orion spacecraft and the official flight kit for Orion are some special flags. With those is from Apollo 18, the American flag that would have been landed on the moon during that mission should have occurred. We wanted to play at NASA headquarters building Washington DC, made its way around the moon over 50 years since originally intended flight. The other American flag of Orion is a little more recent history. It was flown on STS-1, the first space shuttle flight, STS-135, the last space shuttle flight, and NASA SpaceX DN2, or Demonstration Mission 2, for the return of launching American astronauts on American soil on American rockets.
Good morning, Houston. We are doing 2,300 stock all the way. Earth back in we're happy about that. We're report PC.
We have about 2 and Redford PC. We have about a dozen quick items for you. The split is Learning and our arts last on board.
We have one small big thing. We just want to take us home to two newest members of the association, state floors. Matt Anderson and Canadian Jeremy Hansen. And I both members were proud to welcome the sister and human floors and also congratulations to Jack, who recently joined the board in our association.
Thanks for the word and welcome to the club. 30, this is you ready for the event? This is Mission Control is on 34 check.
Integrity, this is the International Space Station. I can.
Hey, National Space Station, just to have you loud and clear.
We have got into this again too. We have you out. You right now is looking so excited. We'd like to hear us and it's really teaching on so right now.
We have went for that one. You can't imagine. We can chat on our cavity. We are 201,701 miles from planet Earth. With the start lead scale from Apple Eve. And for Rosh, this morning, I'll say I was done. Hey, Mother from the Fellowship, Jeremy, and the Black Sea. But it's a pleasure to be spending a little time with our colleagues and days of talk so much here. We're doing the website, board of all doing program too, the testing that gives reading the customers of the moon and the administrator and Mars. And it was to meet you and finding out video same time.
We wish we could give you and we had a couple questions. We were wondering, so we know how to OLFI and come up here and look at the Earth month every hour that comes to space our time. We really want to hear what how you step from now photo when you check this on the.
I'll start by saying we have been using our often be able to use this places, being able to see home specifically. So don't use our absolute cribble and I've been every day most. They teach me looking at Earth wasn't out myself, but it didn't only be the Earth, but how much blackness there was around it. And it needs more special it truly emphasizes how we are the same thing, keep every single person on their life, involved on the same minute, we have to share things about how love lives are just universal. And social instructions that really emphasize what you notice how much else there is rich. I have a second verse, but one of the things after this just one, sorry to your Facebook everybody, but thank you for you along the way. And Jessica, I always hope we'd be together, but I never thought it would like this. It's amazing. Really listen to you and be here, and you have an amazing rest of your day.
It's interesting that it's show the thing that I'm happy that we're back to the a few more parts. We had to go up here because I was talking about the distance, and we went to find the space station and go on the other side, so we could go to the furthest place near the limit. Well, I'll work so much.
We do a mission that we get to Earth for the moon. I did the first, I'm sort of actually first light in the base, I drew a palm down, and I know that joke. We were going to do a weird conversation a lot of fun. I don't know how long we after 4 members of the sea rat, and we really wanted to say our 2 or 3 days of the semester at the base station is finished. taking our world music like this and you come together as the room of people I talk for extended distances. We are all wanted for a while ago, and that was very much thing. So thank you for time.
Well, we are letting all of you here and lower a little bit. We'll keep ours in here.
Well, here is fire. We're out.
Coming next for the MSU crews that covered with the science team. They will be reviewing what they saw yesterday during their live, sharing any findings or interesting information with science team. Let's also for the members. Of course, I have a lot of audio recordings that belong to science team, and that team has been reviewing will continue to do so to understand what they thought and formulate new thoughts about it.
Integrity science, I start with giant wow. Our whole new team, the Butter Committee, pouring out positive backing, but I do know that what you did yesterday remade it unscientific. Also, I say some confirmed locations of proposed integrity and calculators, and it was a powerful moment here, being sitting and following along. And then also, before I dive into the questions, we heard Christina and Victoria today finding that being able to discuss sweet power amongst your crew, taking things from observation, inference, hypotheses, really add science value, so we hope to build on here. So we'll ask the questions for you guys. Please read like a discussion as we heard you yesterday that enhance value. When you're ready, I'll dive into our if Christina said, we heard you say the Earth was so bright and the moon was dark. So you have the Earth during the majority of your 5i. Do you notice any time the brightness of Earth began to change your view of the moon's brightness? And then describe how your perspective, the moon color, changed as the Earth came closer to the moon?
Absolutely. Actually, as soon as Earth came in, the easy guidance to my head, when it went up at all, I feel my whole regard, and I just illustrate. The moon was already in where I was losing some differences. I think it's angle to this angle. The sun, the moon changed the blue size, so these were a different angle, and the color was less apparent. When Paul has road, it really put the middle out of the picture that wasn't moving away. I think the changing line was the illusions, but then when the Earth became apparent, it was so bright, it just looked out of place. The moon and the black space kind of came together, but in the more impulsions, but the vividness, it's a pretty just what I mean, yet this is what you can do with color. The Earth looked out of place, and it just continued to dim, and color was clear, and I'm the same thing.
You told me not very late kid, that's just my fast listening skills. I'm taking her, we're not the time of the show. Me was not in, because they everything that black hole outside of my mind was the comment moon or too much as much as like in my mind before it came to you, moon actually was slightly in it up. As soon as the Earth got close to you to take up this time so that it all to fun almost way out.
Next question is for all of you. Ohm prayers are by all four of you, and we're interested in whether you different viewing angles results in how you observe Ohm. Then we first you will see the jury, the peak, and then for you next you observe Ohm. You're going to ask you all similar or different trips than what you're about to hear from Mary.
The one for home, it definitely changed as we were moving. Not much is always there, and with all spirit there. What for the jet is make round gray, darker area of maybe like 12 points touch. Now that was very apparent, and the reason that how much are apparent. But overall, it did not change drastically as we went around. Unlike what all drastically changes. Out from there, and I'll kind of have a research, but I put on in the orbit, and I noticed the way of the primary ray all comes around the recall position was on Mars, and I'm not sure if I was seeing that especially for situations failing a latitude at all. But our inside area. Yeah, it says he was in the whole time. That did more than later on than it would be able to.
Now, this students serve the science evaluation room could teach scientists to take a look at one of the photos through here. You can see photos from images.nasa.gov or visiting NASA social media at NASA Optimist. Now, look at view outside the running the craft or we're winging it pushing to get the craft itself. This is a mission goal, John Space Center in Houston, Texas. The voyage in the grounds can come in NASA and Austin Love, being with crew aboard line, specifically ANZ's agency mission of Jeremy Hansen. We're targeting the RTC-1 today, that's current trajectory correction 1. As 3% of the assembled time. This is small burn using the action system on the service model of the spacecraft. This helps us tune our back home. Today, let's let know that we are handling our first preliminary burn targeting conference. They have another one of these in a couple of hours when they will have the final burn plans up next. The final targeting can be. Your video from the side of Ryan, as we mentioned, pilot Icarus Love is exercising. Do you think the craft move a little bit and is exercising? It's the team's here part the solar array into a safe harbor position. That means the motion that period due to exercise doesn't damage the solar arrays. You're leading a visualization of the spacecraft. 3,607 miles of moon and 228,009 miles per continuing to grow closer. You can keep up the state at any time visiting /Artemis.
Down in 17, the deck load is 3 for burn maneuver. In this token second, the jet toast now 1.4 meters. The toast unchanged from 5x. Attitude, yaw, 154. Pitch, 26. Roll, 287.
That was constant love for Houston, a flown astronaut speaking with 60 core Orion spacecraft. Crew spacecraft is pairing where they are returning for decorrection burn, the first of the return trajectory corrections, purported to be only for first Delta V burn. Such a message you coming from solar array camera on Orion looking back at all of us on Earth. Currently, the spacecraft is 227,756 miles away from our home planet. Orion is now 49,160 miles away from the moon, for which aids spacecraft the lunar sphere of infants that's in the Polaris on the spacecraft. We are seeing about fully returned to corruption 1 now just 43 minutes away. Again, this is a small mover with craft, firing the reaction control system busters.
Yeah, tell you, MVC is go, burn.
Okay, we cleared out there. Okay.
Team for the we go for RTC 1 burn, return should be climbing up in 20 seconds. The asset of the M Central Mount.
I tell you, tank to the burn.
Stand by for the RTC 1 burn. We have action and forward in good control.
Tell you, but whenever keeps it burn. Just saying, 40 seconds to loss.
Good burn, pretty well.
Information from crew, they also saw a return trajectory correction 1 burn. Coming 03 team sample time. This becomes from the craft. Look at the